If you live in the US and turn on your TV at any time, day or night, you're likely to find an episode of America's Funniest Home Videos, or AFG as they call it now, playing. On the chance you've never seen it, people send in their videos of themselves, friends, or family doing something stupid for the amusement of viewers everywhere. A lot of these involved injuries of some sort, someone mistaking someone for a piñata, or some dude getting kicked in the groin. A friend of mine who moved to Mexico a few months back sent me an email one day with a video attached. You will not believe this. It said, looking for something to watch last night and found this playing on the satellite channel that seemed to work randomly. Caught some of it on my cell. If I had gotten this email from anyone else, I would have deleted it thinking it was either a hacked email or a prank. But my friend is a lifelong insomniac with the taste for the weird, so I decided to go ahead and watch it. Apparently, it was a Christmas-themed episode. The host, Tom Bergerman, was wearing a Santa hat and decorated trees adorning the set. The first of many strange things was that there was no audience, just Tom, sitting in a chair and smirking as he introduced the videos. The sound of the videos was muffled, but I could hear that Tom's voice was being dubbed over in Spanish. The videos were all Christmas-themed and got progressively more disturbing. The ones in the file included a man decorating in a tree on his balcony. He's standing on a chair, putting the star on top of the tree when a man dressed as Santa pops out and scares him. The man is startled and, losing his footing, falls over the balcony and onto the ground. One of his arms is obviously dislocated. A young boy is opening a present and pulls out wads and wads of white tissue papers from a box. He finally gets to what's wrapped inside, an animal trap with wide metal teeth that snapped on his wrist. He screams and flails as blood spurts out on the tissue paper and in the camera. A blonde woman staring straight into the camera grins as she crushes a colorful glass bulb ornament in her bare hands and then shoves it into her mouth, chewing. She repeats this a few times, laughing with her mouth full of glass shards and blood. A group of kids are singing carols in front of a fireplace as their family members watch. One man's putting up stockings on the mantle behind them, misfires his nail gun, and several go off into the girl's eyes, attaching into her mantle. The other children stop and stare at her. Thinking the songs are done, the adults start to clap. A crowd is gathering in front of a home to admire a live nativity scene. A car drives by and a man dressed up as a ninja jumps out and begins to shoot randomly. The woman dressed as Mary drops the baby Jesus, who gets trampled in the melee. A family is trying to put together a metal Christmas tree sculpture with one man holding all the rods together while another inserts new ones from the top. The final rod doesn't go in correctly and instantly rips through the man's face. His daughter is standing behind him and gets splattered with his blood. After the last video, the episode ended with Tom saying goodnight. None of the usual content was there where the 3 best videos were picked and one of them wins 10 grand. I can't imagine any audience that would sit through that though, much less vote for them. Maybe that's why there wasn't one. I think it was a hoax or a sick parody with a host who looked like Tom Bergeron but wasn't really him. But my friend swears it was, and has seen familiar episodes of other American shows on the same channel. She can't tell me what it is because it's not listed anywhere in her satellite guide, and it usually doesn't work. She can't even look up the number because she can only find it by flipping through the channels. Pressing info when she had found it makes it stop working. She's recorded some of the other stuff she'd seen, but I asked her not to send any more of it to me. Abby didn't know what to do. Since her best friend was now an orphan, she convinced her parents to let Wendy stay with them until they graduated from high school. After that, she was going to move in with her aunt over the summer. Abby's main reasoning was that Wendy was going to need someone to lean on after such a horrible tragedy. Abby believed that she could be that person, but ever since Wendy moved in, she'd started becoming withdrawn from the world around her. Wendy hardly talked to anyone, she barely ate, and she often woke up screaming in the middle of the night. She always acted as if someone was following her, watching her, yet she always wanted to be alone. Not to mention her appearance had become startling from lack of sleep and care. When Abby tried talking to her, Wendy just shut her out. Abby didn't want Wendy to deal with her pain alone, but what could she do? It wasn't like before, when the worst thing that could happen was a petty argument with her parents. Her parents, if only they were here, but if they were here, then Abby would be having this problem. It was all his fault. How she hated him. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she knew he was trouble. But Wendy couldn't see it. All she could see was someone she could try to save. Now it was her who needs saving. And he was out there, somewhere. A month after the murders, on a rainy evening, Abby lay in her bed. Across the room from her, Wendy lay in her own bed, scribbling furiously in a diary she had been keeping. When she finished, she placed it on the side of her bookshelf with her other belongings. Wendy then peeked out of her window and froze for a moment before closing the curtain. She looked over at Abby, who was starting to fall asleep. Abby? Remember when we first met in middle school? Yeah, why? I was just thinking back on my life and how far I've come. I've been trying to write them all down, all the good memories I have to leave behind after I'm gone. Abby sleepily propped herself up on one elbow to look at her. Gone? Where are you going? Winnie didn't respond right away. Nowhere. It was just a figure of speech. Abby stared at her for a moment before collapsing back onto her pillow. Don't scare me like that. They were both silent for a moment. Abby started to drift off to sleep again. When we met, I was a weird kid, Wendy said, waking Abby up again. I remember how nobody talked to me at first. I spent most of my elementary school alone because I wasn't in the same things as every other kid my age was. Then one day, you spoke to me. Yeah, Abby slurred, trying to remember. Told you I liked your dress, the one with the blue flowers on it. Yep, and we've been best friends ever since. And after that, more friends came. I never thanked you for that, for being my friend. You don't have to thank me. I liked you. I liked the fact that you were different. At least back then you were. High school normalized you. They both chuckled. Yeah, I became normal, whatever that means. But I still drawn to weird people. Yeah, Abby yawned. Remember all those guys I dated? Wendy laughed. Stefan, Drew, Gary, the guy who was obsessed with chins, Jeff, the homicidal psychopath. Wendy was quiet for a moment. Abby sat up and looked at her. I'm sorry, but I can't help being a little mad at you for this. It's been a long enough time since the funerals for me to say that. I know you couldn't have known, but the worst part is that you've changed on me. This is the longest conversation we've ever had since... No, you're right. I haven't met a good friend. I'm sorry. Abby lay back down. No, don't be sorry. I forgot about the golden heart of yours. Could never think ill of anyone, not even him. He didn't seem dangerous at all while we were dating, Wendy said in a quiet voice. He was a bit distant and quiet, but I thought he genuinely loved. Wendy looked up to see Abby had drifted off to sleep. She got up and walked over to her friend's bed, crouching down in front of her. She tucked some stray hairs behind her ear. Leaning down, she whispered, Thanks for being my friend. Abby opened her heavy eyes long enough to see Wendy quietly walk out the room. Wendy, where are you going? She moaned. But sleep overtook her as her vision got blurry, and then everything went black. The next morning, Abby woke up to find Wendy's bed empty. In fact, it didn't seem like it was slept in. Abby sat up and tried to remember what happened the previous night. All that talk about looking back on her life and thanking her for being her friend. It almost seemed like she was saying goodbye. Abby searched the house, calling her friend's name, but she was nowhere to be found. First, she alerted her parents, and the police, and then the whole town. Some people claimed to have seen her at night when she went missing, but no matter how many search parties they sent out, no matter how much the reward was for any information on her whereabouts, no matter how much Abby wished, Wendy remained missing. 2 months after her disappearance, Abby noticed that the police were starting to give up. They had no leads. They had no evidence of any kind. They began treating her as a runaway because of the deep depression over the death of her parents. Never mind the fact that none of her clothes or belongings were missing. They didn't even bother to look through them. They assured Abby and her parents that Wendy would return when she was ready, or that she would eventually be found. Abby wasn't convinced, but she couldn't convince anyone else to listen to her. Her mother and father cared about Wendy very much, but they had tried and wanted to get on with their lives. So Abby had to find her friend on her own, or at least find out what happened to her. Abby decided to start with Wendy's computer. Her boyfriend, Tucker, was an expert hacker. He could hack just about anything. So when Abby asked if he could try and break into her computer, he was almost insulted that she even asked if he could do it. After they successfully hacked into her computer, they did a wide search, finding nothing suspicious. They decided to check her emails, but even after hacking into it, There were no emails or messages of any sorts giving them a clue. Abby sat back in her chair, exasperated. This is hopeless. Don't give up yet, babe, Tucker said, getting up and massaging her neck. I'm sure there's no need for any of this anyway. She'll come back. Yeah, and when she does, I'm going to beat the living crap out of her. Shh, he whispered. He massaged her neck a little bit harder, causing her to moan softly. Tucker smiled. Hey, I still have half an hour before I have to meet up with the guys. Your parents are out. Want to fool around a little? Abby leaned her head back to grin at him. I could use some comfort. After he left, Abby straightened herself up and then continued to explore Wendy's computer. Looking at her search history, Abby wondered what was going through her friend's mind before she disappeared. There were searches about night terrors, sleep paralysis, and articles on other recent disappearances happening around town. Abby eventually found herself back in Wendy's email. She hadn't thought before to check the spam folder, so she clicked on it. Abby was shocked to find there were hundreds of messages in the folder, all from an anonymous email address. Abby clicked on the email, which read, I'm coming for you. Abby was more than a little spooked. She clicked on another one. Gonna get you, baby. Abby was frightened, but she clicked on another one, another one, and another one. The more she read, the colder the chill creeping up her spine became. Don't try to run. No one can save you from me. There's no escape. There's nowhere to hide. You'll be mine again. You better not tell anyone. You're there next. The messages dated all the way back to the day after her parents' funeral. Abby shook her head as hot tears ran down her cheeks. So she had been dealing with this all by herself. For so long. No wonder she had changed so much. She wouldn't let anyone in. Abby composed herself and clicked on the very first message sent to Wendy. I want you, but we won't be separated for much longer. Jeff is coming. Abby's hands flew to her mouth. Jeff, of course. There was no denying it now. Jeff had something to do with this. But first, she needed more proof. Abby quickly wiped away her tears and began to look through all Wendy's things. She looked through her book bag, her side of the closet, under the bed, and the side of her bookshelf. She flipped through some of her notes, and what she found were messages sloppily scrawled by her in the migraines of almost every page. Jeff is coming. Jeff is coming for me. There's no escape for me. It's all over. I can't run. I can't hide. He won't stop. I have to protect them. No one else needs to die. Jeff. 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 He's coming. She tossed it onto Wendy's bed to give to the police and looked through her other notebooks and textbooks, all the same. How could she have kept it all inside all this time? Abby glanced at the titles under her eyes, rested on Wendy's journal, particularly hidden underneath a world history textbook. Cautiously, she picked it up and read the first entry. Dear Abby, if you're reading this, stop right now. But now I have probably disappeared, and I know you want answers, but it's too dangerous. Just forget about me. Move on with your life. You're strong, stronger than I am, but there is an evil in this world that even you can't fight. You'll definitely lose. She'll just put this down. In fact, bury it, or burn it. It doesn't matter now that I'm gone. I only kept it so I could stay sane. I wanted to write down everything I could remember about my life so that I wouldn't forget. I wanted to talk to you so badly. But that would have sealed your doom. I won't make the same mistake twice. Goodbye. Abby, you're my very best friend, and I love you. Have a great life. Love, Wendy. After a few moments of uncontrollable sobbing, Abby wondered why she left the journal behind if it was so dangerous. Maybe she didn't get the opportunity to get rid of it. Abby stared at the journal, conflicted about whether or not to continue reading. She decided to take the chance. She flipped to the next page, but it was just an entry about her earliest memory. It went on like it was the first half of the journal, as if she were trying to write down every single memory of her life that she could remember. Even the memory of when they first met was on there. Abby smiled as she tried to blink back tears, but then it took a dark turn. Wendy began to write about nightmares that she'd been having, one about a pale-faced figure chasing her through the cornfield. Abby had heard about that night when Wendy was telling the police about her parents' murder. She remembered feeling infuriated about the fact that the police couldn't find the killer, even though he was just a teenage boy. The entries continued. Apparently, Wendy sometimes couldn't sleep at night because she'd hear noises outside the window. Sometimes when she thought she was alone, she could feel that someone was watching her. But when she looked, no one was there. There's someone there, as confirmed by the messages she was receiving. There was even a time when she actually saw him. It was a cold night, about a week before she disappeared. She had gotten up close to the window when she saw him. He was standing outside their window with his hood up, head held down. Since their bedroom was on the second floor, he couldn't reach her. Still, he slowly lifted his head and locked his eyes with hers. Wendy gasped at the sight of his face, but she didn't turn away. They stayed like that for what seemed like hours, but when Abby shifted in her bed, blissfully unaware of any danger, Wendy turned to make sure that she was still asleep. When she turned back to the window, he was gone. If she knew it was him, then why did she gasp when she saw his face? Abby wondered aloud. She sank down onto the bed. So he was there this whole time, yet no one knew? No wonder Abby felt alone. Abby continued to flip through the journal, reading about how many more mysterious things happened to her and about Wendy's depression and loneliness. But it wasn't until she got to the back of the book that Abby shrieked and let the book slip from her hands. Abby dropped to the floor, slowly opening the book again. On the back of the cover of the journal was a sketch of Jeff, dated a week before Wendy disappeared. But this was no ordinary portrait. He still wore the Joker makeup, but his face was more horribly mutilated. His eyelids, nose, and lips were all missing. Only color in the picture was the area around the mouth, where Wendy had scribbled in red ink. And underneath this picture, also written in red, was the last message: Jeff is here. When Tucker opened his eyes again, Jeff lunged at him. Tucker managed to dodge the knife, and he pulled a small pocket knife out of his back pocket. Jeff instantly recognized it as the same pocket knife he had thrown at Wendy that night. How the hell did he get it? Tucker pointed the knife at him. "Let's go, pretty boy," Tucker said through his teeth. Jeff stood up, a little straighter, and put his hand on his chest. "You really think I'm pretty?" he mocked. He chuckled and then crouched to prepare for another strike, but Tucker had suddenly gone pale. "It was you, wasn't it?" he murmured. "You were there, laughing the time I talked to Abby." Jeff shrugged. "She was quite amusing." Tucker gritted his teeth and swung his balled-up fist at him. Jeff casually grabbing it midair and squeezed it as hard as he could, causing Tucker to cry out in pain. But it wasn't the hand that was holding the knife. Before Jeff realized this, Tucker swung his knife, wielding hand around and stabbed Jeff in the side. Jeff howled in agony, but didn't loosen his grip. Jeff looked down at the knife and the practically black blood flowing around his wound. It had been a long time since he had felt pain like this. His victims rarely fought back. He sort of liked it. He brought his own knife down and swiped at Tucker, but Tucker pushed the blade deeper, causing Jeff to finally let go. He backed away and pulled out the small knife before Tucker ran at him and tackled him to the floor. Jeff dropped both of the knives as Tucker sat on his chest and started punching him in the face, roaring with every hit. Tears ran down his face as visions of Abby and Wendy's smiling faces flashed through his mind. Jeff flipped him over and punched Tucker as hard as he could. He wrapped his arms around Tucker's neck to choke him, but the sharp pain in the side allowed Tucker to gain the upper hand. Tucker pressed down on the spot where he had stabbed Jeff and pushed him off. Then he stood up, commencing to kick and stomp Jeff repeatedly as he withered around on the floor, cradling to his side. Getting exhausted, Tucker straightened up and walked to where the bloody pocket knife lay, crouching down to pick it up as he sighed. "She was the best person I'd ever met, and you took her away from me," he muttered dryly. Jeff sat up on one elbow and giggled as he wiped his face. Tucker turned and glared at him. "Laugh all you want. You won't be laughing when the police get here." Jeff stopped giggling. "The police are on their way, huh? Guess I better wrap this up." Jeff hopped up and marched towards Tucker. Tucker stood and aimed the knife at him. "This is for Abby and Wendy." Tucker swung the knife at Jeff 3 times, but each swung miss. It was clear that Jeff had been holding back before. Tucker held the knife over his head and tried to stab Jeff. Jeff simply sidestepped and struck Tucker back as he went past him, causing Tucker to fall to the floor with a loud thud. Jeff grabbed Tucker by his hair and stood him up. Before Tucker could react, Jeff hit him in the gut a few times. Then he banged Tucker's forehead into the nearest wall and let him sink to the floor. As Tucker tried to stand up again, Jeff picked up his knife and went over to the bed and sat down. He looked down at the dead girl and chuckled. "Not so tough now, is he now, Clarissa? I wonder wonder how I should kill him. He paused for a moment and then put his ear close to her slightly open mouth. What was that? Pause. Aw, but that's no fun. Another pause as Jeff tapped his cheek with his knife. You're right, it needs to be quick since the police are going to be on their way. Tucker finally stood up. He yanked Jeff up by his hoodie and slammed him against the wall. He raised the pocket knife, preparing to take a life for the first time. Now die, motherfucker. Tucker was about to sink the knife into Jeff's heart when a sound on the distance stopped him. It was the sound of police sirens, meaning that his saviors were almost there. He was only distracted for a moment, but it was long enough for Jeff to turn the tables on him before Tucker could move. He covered Tucker's mouth with one hand and held the knife to his throat with the other. As Tucker fought to get free, Jeff whispered in his ear, Now you can join Abby in the land of dreams and nightmares, Jeff said as he slid the knife across Tucker's throat. Sleep forever. Tucker's body went limp, and Jeff wasted no time in hoisting him and carrying him through the small door. He cringed a bit from the pain in his side, but he knew there wasn't much time. Though the door was much smaller and with nothing but a metal operating table in it, he would often use in this room to torture his victims before finally finishing them off. A small sound escaped from Tucker's lips. Abby, I'm so sorry. Jeff realized that he had still been hanging on to life by a thread. He laid him down on the table and quickly tied his hands and feet down. That way, if he could just lie and bleed to death, he ripped the bottom half of Tucker's shirt and wrapped it around his chest to use as bandage for his wound. Jeff started to leave as he heard the front door open downstairs, followed by two voices. But he had an idea. He wanted to leave his mark on this little town before he left for good. He dipped his two fingers in a pool of blood that was forming around Tucker's neck and wrote one final message on the wall. Jane, I got something over here, he heard a female voice yell. Time to leave. Jeff quickly grabbed everything he needed, which was only a computer and no other belongings besides his knife, and he blew out the candle. He slipped out of the room. He didn't need the light because he knew the house was in the back of his hand, and quickly hid in a trapdoor that blended in the hallway. Just as the two cops, an older male and a younger female, came up the stairs. As he had hoped, although they shined their flashlights on the door, they did not notice it. He waited there until they entered the room. As he crept down the hallway, as quiet as a killer in the night, he heard the female officer said, "He must have found out we were coming." Their conversation continued, but he didn't care to listen. He needed to get the hell out of there. As he crept down the stairs, he could hear more police officers coming in from the front door. He ducked under the table as they walked in. They spread out and searched, shining their flashlight at every little thing. He knew he couldn't stay under the table for long. Luckily, it was pitch black inside the house, so he moved through the darkness, ducking behind something when a flashlight beamed or a cop came in his direction. Although the computer was weighing him down, he kept this up until he finally was out the front door. He tiptoed outside and headed towards the cornfields, carefully to avoid two cops who were exploring the side of the house. As he reached the cornfields, he heard shouting coming from the second floor. It sounded like a female cop. She must have found Tucker and his little message. The two officers who were outside quickly ran inside, guns drawn. Jeff smiled inwardly. His job had been done. Just as he was about to make a run for it, he heard crying. He turned around to see a female officer run through the front door, followed by a male officer. He decided to put down the computer and hide in the cornfields to listen in. Mason, get yourself together, the male officer said, turning her around to shake her. I didn't sign up for this shit, Jane, she cried. The only reason I became a cop at this town because nothing like this ever happened. You knew exactly what you signed up for, he replied sternly. He let her go and combed her fingers through the gray-black hair. Murders and psychos are everywhere, not just in the big cities. The female officer pulled her jacket around her. Maybe so, but what kind of human being would do this to these poor people? And those kids, Jane. They were the same age as my daughter. They probably even went to the same school, didn't they? Yeah. Maybe, he said quietly. Come on, let's go inside and wait for the homicide to get here. As they walked back inside, Jeff decided he would stay for a little longer. Someone needed to teach all these cops a lesson for interfering. He especially wanted revenge on that old fart. Officer Jane, was it? Who'll teach that bastard a lesson for calling him a psycho, starting with his little daughter. Jeff wiped the blood off his knife and grinned as he slung back into the shadows to plan what he would do next. Tucker was beginning to wonder if Abby wasn't into him anymore. Ever since he tried to help her find what happened to Wendy, she had been acting strange. They'd barely hung out anymore, and she was returning his calls and messages less and less. At school, she was exclusive, and it seemed she wasn't concerned about her appearance anymore. She'd always been a tomboy, preferring to wear jeans and t-shirt over skirts and high heels. But there was something different now. Now her outfits looked thrown together instead of having some sort of cohesion. And her hair, it's like she hadn't combed it in months. It wasn't like she really cared about how she looked, but he knew that something terrible must have happened. Did it have something to do with Wendy? But worse than it all was that she was acting like someone was following her. Once, when he went over to her house to hang out, she insisted that they close all the curtains and double-check the locks on every single window and door. He had suggested watching a movie, but when he put it on, she was watching everything but. Abby kept glancing back and forth between the TV and the hallway, like someone would be walking through there at any moment. Not to mention that she jumped at every sound and her mind seemed elsewhere. When she would look at him, he felt like he wasn't looking right at him, but through him. If she was in some kind of trouble, he needed to know. He hated feeling like he couldn't protect her, and after all, there was a killer still at large. Granted, Jeff would be long gone if he knew what was good for him. Still, Wendy was missing, and Jeff may have had something to do with it. Tucker decided to go to stop by her house after school to confront her about what was going on. It had been 3 weeks since he hacked into Wendy's computer for her, and since then he had heard no more talk about finding her from Abby. As Tucker was about to leave the house for Abby's, he had heard the phone ring. He considered ignoring it, but then he remembered that his parents were on a date tonight. He dashed into the kitchen and picked it up on the 4th ring. Hello? Hello, Tucker? Abby, is that you? I was about to come over. No, don't come over. Why not? You've been acting weird lately. Are we still together? There was a pause, and he heard her take a deep breath. I'm really sorry, Tucker. I made a mistake. What mistake? Tucker asked, desperate. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to let you know that I love you, and also, thank you for everything. I love you too, but what's going on, Abby? Is this about Wendy? Have you found her? Is she coming back? There was another pause, and then, I don't think she's ever coming back, Tuck. What? Why? No matter what happens, Tuck. No matter what, don't come looking for me. Don't ask questions. I want you to keep on living and have a good life. What are you talking about? Where are you going, Abby? Goodbye, Tucker. I love you. Abby, wait! But she had already hung up. Tucker slowly put the phone back on the receiver and slumped against the wall. He couldn't be sure. Maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. Right before Abby had hung up the phone, he thought he heard an ominous male voice chuckling in the background. Tucker wasted no time jumping into his 1999 Chevy Silverado and speeding down to Abby's place. It only took about 5 minutes to her house from his. So when he got there and banged on the door, he was surprised that no one answered. Tucker looked through the window next to the door, but the house was completely dark. He called out to her, but still, there was no answer. He ran along the side of the house and even to the back door, but he couldn't see or hear anything. She was gone. After waiting almost an hour on the doorstep, Tucker scribbled a note on some mail using a pen he had happened to have in his truck. When he got home, he waited for hours, but she never called him. Finally, he decided to call her and really lay into her. Hello? This is Tucker. May I speak to Abby? I'm sorry, Tuck. She isn't home. In fact, I thought she was with you. No, ma'am. I haven't heard of her since we talked earlier. Well, that's strange. I wonder where she could be. Tucker paused for a moment, then, I didn't mean to alarm you, ma'am, but I think you should call the police. It was Wendy all over again. Abby had simply vanished and no one knew why. Some people wondered if she had gone to find Wendy. Others were convinced that her disappearance was linked to the other disappearances happening around town. But a small percentage, including Tucker, believed that a certain killer was a culprit, and Tucker was determined to find out if his suspicions were true. Tucker wasn't the only one who wanted answers. Abby's parents were sick with worry, and they were exhausted with every resource possible in order to find her. They called the police station daily, demanding any news that they had. They even had the police go through Abby's things, unlike Wendy. What the police couldn't understand was why. Just like with Wendy, none of her things were missing. It was as if she had gotten up and walked out. There was no note, no clues, nothing. By the time a month went by, the police were already ready to give up their search and label her as a runaway, despite the evidence against the claim. Her parents were frantic. As time went on, they felt more and more alone in their search. Search parties and calls with information were occurring less, and the police began to brush them off. They were never the best police force anyway, because nothing really happened in this town. But there was one other person who was already not ready to give up. Tucker began his own little investigation, beginning with asking about her around town. He picked a Saturday morning to begin, and by the Saturday afternoon, he'd gotten nowhere. No one had seen her the day she had disappeared. No one had ever seen her around that time because she barely went anywhere besides school in the last few weeks. Tucker was wondering what he should do next when he realized something. The day when everything changed was the day when he had hacked into Wendy's computer. There had to have been something important on there that she had found after he left. He realized that he would have to go back to her house and find out what it was. Instead of driving over to her house, he left the car in the house and jogged over to Abby's, in consistent contact with her parents, so he knew that Saturdays were when they were both out to do what they could to find their daughter, whether it's search for her, hand out flyers, or haunt the police station for any leads. Once he got there, he found the extra key hidden in a flower pot and headed up to her room. Glancing at the clock and noticing the time, he quickly went to work. Instead of searching through Abby's computer like he had originally planned, he instead logged into Abby's. He never told her this, but he knew all the login information because she wasn't as careful as she had been while trying to type it in. There wasn't much on her computer, but there were tons of research about the old house at the cornfields. It looked like she was wondering if she could get the internet connection from out there. Puzzled, Tucker checked through her files, and there he found a ton of pictures of the old house. Tucker began to wonder if that's where Wendy and Abby were hiding. But why? He decided he would check it out later, but first, he would check out her emails to see if she'd been communicating with anyone besides him. Upon looking through her emails, he found nothing, just the dozens or so of emails that he had sent her that went unanswered, and some other junk. But just as he was about to close it out, he caught something of her spam folder. After considering it, he decided it wouldn't do any harm just to check. All the messages were from an anonymous sender. Okay, it's weird, he muttered to himself. Tucker decided to choose one at random. You were warned, but you just couldn't help yourself, and now you know too much. Tucker narrowed his eyes at the screen. He then clicked on another, more recent one. Jeffrey's coming to get you. Abby, dear, you better not tell. Tucker clenched his fist and turned away from the computer. Jeff, he said through his teeth, voice dripping with venom. Turning back to his computer, he clicked on a few more, piercing together most of the emails. Tucker figured Abby had found out something about Jeff, and now Jeff was coming for her. He also knew in his gut that it had something to do with Wendy. She better not be dead, you fucker, Tucker muttered as he held his head in his hands. Fresh tears rolled down his cheeks. He didn't want to admit that he already knew it was true. I'll find you, Jeff. I swear I'll... Then it hit him. A simple connection. The common denominator. Of course, Jeff had never left. He had been living right under everyone's noses this whole time. Tucker clicked out of her email and brought the window that he had used to search Abby's most recent history. He brought the most recent search history, and there it was. The place where Wendy was found shivering in the darkness. The place that Abby had been more obsessed with. The place no one would think to look. The old abandoned house in the cornfields. That's where Jeff was. Tucker didn't stop to think. Instead, almost in a trance-like state, he put everything back in order and left the room. When he got home, he wrote a goodbye letter to his parents telling him that he loved them and that he was leaving to be with Abby. He wrote it, knowing that he may never return. Some don't come back when they set out to confront evil. Tucker pushed his way through the cornfields. He knew the way to the house like the back of his hand. He shook away the thoughts and tried to force their way into the head of him, Abby, and the other neighbor kids playing out there that were much younger. No distractions. They could still be alive, though the chance was slim. Either way, he needed to know everything, or else he would never find peace. It wasn't long before he could see the dark house looming before him. Once he had stepped onto the porch, he took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob. Run. Tucker rolled around, but there was nothing there, but the cornfields whence he came. Abby? He whispered. He could have sworn that he heard her just now. That was impossible. It must have been his imagination, or the wind whispering through the fields. Or maybe it was just a subconscious crying out for him to get as far away from this place as he possibly could, and it took on the voice of the person who he'd always had on his mind. It was too late. He was already there. The fear that gripped him and shook him to the bone was not enough to make him stop. Once he'd closed his eyes, he took a deep breath and opened the door. The smell of death and rot immediately slapped him in the face and forced him to take a step back. It was so strong that he actually gagged, and he had to force himself not throw up. Despite the overwhelming smell, he stumbled into the dark house and tried to find the way around. The house had 2 stories, including a basement and an attic. He knew that Jeff was most likely on the 2nd floor, where all of his bedrooms were. Tucker closed his eyes and he tried not to think about all the times he and Abby had snuck make out in the master bedroom. Strangely enough, the house was fully furnished with ancient furniture and old photographs. It was just the perfect place for a killer to hang out. But there was no electricity, so how in the world could someone survive here? Darkness. He was a creature of darkness, that's why. After finding the stairwell, he started to climb it only to slip on some sort of black liquid. Luckily, he caught himself on the railing, but was also covered in a warm liquid. Tucker quickly pulled his hand away, knowing what it could very well be. He tiptoed on the stairs, but stopped at the top. He cocked his head around to the side and listened. It was the sound coming from his right, a very distant sound, like something heavy was being dragged across the floor. Tucker gulped and headed down towards the sound. Eventually, he could see a flickering light coming through the window at the end of the hallway. There was also what Tucker assumed to be a blood trail and bloody footprints leading to the room. The room looked like any other room, except for a few things. For one, there was nothing in it but a large bed, a desk with a computer, and 1 candle on it, and another, smaller doorway. With what Tucker could make out in the dim light, the walls and the floor were covered in splotches of blood, some of them spelling out actual words. Tucker couldn't read any of the words, but it wasn't important to him as at the moment. What was important were 2 figures in the room that had stopped moving as soon as he stepped in. The first figure he saw was a young woman lying on the floor. She was dead, her body nearly cut in 2 and its contents spilling out around her. He could see her empty eyes in the candlelight, wide, staring. She looked to be very beautiful, with long, blood-stained blonde hair and gray eyes. Her hands were being held in one another, belonging to the one who dragged her broken body all the way up the stairs to this very room. It seemed to be in the middle of dragging her to the 2nd floor, because its hand had frozen in the middle of reaching the doorknob. This figure was standing just out of the candle's range, so it was consumed by shadow. But Tucker knew exactly who it was. Jeff. The figure dropped the girl's hands as it let the other one fall to the side. It just stood there for a moment, and then quickly chuckled, and then began to chuckle quietly. So, I see you didn't take her warning to heart, Tucker flinched at the sound of the voice. It sounded much more malicious than what he remembered, but he could still tell who it belonged to. What have you done with her? He demanded, sounding much more confident than he actually was. You should have stayed away. I might have left you alone. But now, stop fucking around and answer my goddamn question. The figure was silent for a moment, then he stepped over the corpse to his right. Tucker sucked in a breath as he saw Jeff for the first time in months. The boy he had known in the school was normal compared to the creature that stood before him. The long, unkempt black hair and bone-white skin were still the same, but now his face was horribly disfigured. His eyelids were gone, leaving behind emotionless eyes with black rings around them that seemed to stare right through Tucker's soul. His nose was gone too, but for some reason there were no holes where it used to be, just a small round hump. His lips were also gone, so now he no longer needed Joker makeup to give himself a permanent smile. His clothes were the same though, a white hoodie with fresh blood on it, and black pants. Jesus Christ, what happened to you? Tucker asked, a little more shaken. What happened? Jeff cocked his head back and let out a throaty laugh that sent chills down Tucker's spine. She happened, he said at last. Wendy? He said nothing. Why did you take her? Why did you kill her parents? What did you do to Abby? Jeff cocked his head to the side. His evil grin seemed to grow wider. You want answers? Well, I guess I can't confide in you, since you won't be around for much longer. Tucker wondered if he should just run. If he just left now, he might be able to make it out of there alive. But he couldn't. He needed to know, because the police should be on their way right now, right? Instead of immediately talking, Jeff casually turned to pick up the girls from the floor, placed her on the bed, careful not to spill anything. He then sat down at his desk and faced Tucker, who still remained in the doorway. I'll have some fun with her later. Now, where should I begin? Oh yes, ever since I was 12, I've had these urges. The urge to kill, specifically. I loved it, and ever since my first kill, I've been dying to do it more and more and more. It gave me joy like no other, to take someone else's life, that is, until I came here. Tucker was only mildly interested in what he had to say. He was in all surprised that Jeff was psychotic. He only wanted to stall and find out if Abby was still alive. But then, he thought maybe there was a way he could take him down himself, so he decided to listen carefully. As you can imagine, for 6 years, I'd been on the run from my past. I'd travel from city to city, have my fill of fun, and then move on. When I got here, it was easy to make up some bullshit story about living with my great aunt. In reality, I just hid out in some rich old bitch's house who I kept hostage for a while. Tucker stopped himself from rolling his eyes. He absolutely hated Jeff, a person who could kill without remorse or regard for someone's life. But in order to find out what happened, he had to listen. I enrolled myself in school to scout out some potential victims, Jeff went on. I usually try to pick people who I could gain something from. But when I met Wendy, she came frolicking into my life without warning, and suddenly everything changed. She was changing me. At first, I fancied her as my first victim here, but I began to fall for her. Several times I tried to kill her. The first time was after we had sex for the first time. She lay there, fast asleep, and I straddled her, pulled the knife out from underneath the pillow, but as I raised the knife to stab her in the heart, I hesitated. I know how beautiful she looked sleeping so peacefully, and hesitated. Tucker noted how Jeff's voice had changed over the course of him telling the story. He almost sounded normal, like a normal person struggling with their feelings. Too bad he wasn't a normal person, and this wasn't a normal love story. I hated myself for it. I started to slip. I went out killing spree less and less and began to spend more time with her. The second time I planned to kill her, she told me that she loved me. I couldn't bring myself to use the axe I had hidden underneath the table to hack her to pieces. And the third time I was really going to do it. Tucker perked up again at the change of Jeff's tone. He figured he knew what Jeff's story was about to tell now. I had to get rid of her, so that I would be able to freely do what I wanted. I couldn't allow myself to have feelings for her. It was changing me, and I didn't like it. So I planned everything out as if nothing would go wrong this time. While she was out partying, I killed her parents and then waited for her to come home. When she got there, oh, her face was priceless. It filled my heart with such glee to see her in such pain. Yes, the feeling was coming back. I knew I could do it this time. I followed her all the way here, wounding her in the process. I didn't want any chance of her escaping, so I made sure she wasn't able to run far. Tuck nodded somberly, remembering that the wound on the back of her knee was never quite healed, just like her broken heart. I was so ready to end her, but then Jeff scratched his arm and twitched nervously. Then she kissed me, and the urge was completely gone. It was like a shock that I couldn't do anything. I just had to get away from her. Tuck shook his head. If only he had let it change you. You could have been happy with her, but instead, I went back to the old lady's house. I couldn't stay there long because the smell coming from her basement was starting to bug the neighbors. I looked at myself in the mirror and cursed myself for being so weak. I knew I had to do something drastic. Think. And then I knew. It was my lips that had betrayed me. I had to get rid of them. So I did. And while I was at it, why not punish myself further? I burned off my eyelids. I had no real use for them anyway. And then I would never lose sight of my desires. And now, I would never lose sight of my desires. Jeff's serpent-like verse began to return now. And your nose? Tucker asked grimly. Just an added bonus to seal the deal. Jeff then stood up and looked Tucker square in the face. There was nothing stopping me anymore. I was transformed. I just needed to do one more thing to make sure I never went back. This time, I kept a safe distance from her. Instead, I sent her threatening emails and stalked her all night. I went to weaken her resolve by slowly driving her insane. And it worked. By the time I was through with her, she had no will to live and accepted her fate without a struggle. I had won. Tucker glared at him. What did you do to her? What do you think? Jeff said teasingly. I took her. Tucker looked so angry, stepping forward towards him, but immediately regretted it. And Abby? Why did you go after her? She went investigating just like I knew she would, and found out too much. I did the same thing to her, only she was much stronger than Wendy. Still, she eventually realized she couldn't escape from me. Should have hated Wendy's warning. Tucker felt sick. His head began to swim, and he swayed back and forth on his feet. How could something so evil exist in this world? By this time, he knew they were dead, but still, he had to ask one more time. Where are they? Where are Abby and Wendy now? Jeff's unholy grin grew so wide that it nearly split his face in half as he gestured around the room. Why, they're here. Jeff protruded a large knife from the pocket of his hoodie and advanced towards him. Tucker knew what he meant. It meant that the police weren't going to make it in time after all. Instead of running like his subconscious was currently screaming for him to do, he simply closed his eyes and thought of Abby. They're right here with us, Jeff went on in a harsh whisper. You can see them if you want. All you have to do is go to sleep. Officer Thomas Jane and his rookie partner, Jade Madison, walked lazily through the cornfields, occasionally flashing their flashlights at every sound they heard. Officer Jane hated nights like these, when teens prank called the station, yet he was still obligated to check on it. He knew he wouldn't find anything, so he didn't object when Officer Madison suggested to stop for coffee. Even so, according to the operator, the kid who called sounded really calm, and a natural sort of calm, like the kind of calm before a storm. He knew the kid too, the one whose girlfriend went missing after her best friend disappeared not too long after her parents were murdered. It seemed like ever since the boy came to town, there was one bad thing after another. But why would the killer stay here? It didn't make any sense. The kid had to have been mistaken. As soon as they reached the house, Officer Jane felt like there was something wrong. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something didn't feel right. He turned to his partner. Get your gun ready, Madison. I have a bad feeling about this. Officer Madison nodded solemnly and did as she was told. As soon as they opened the door, a powerful odor hit them. Officer Madison wouldn't know, but Officer Jane recognized that smell. It was the smell of death. Once again, he turned to his fellow officer. I think we're going to need backup. After calling for backup, the two officers cautiously entered the house, not knowing whether or not the killer was still there. They decided to stick together at first. They searched all the rooms on the first floor, eventually making their way to the living room. Officer Madison let out a shriek as she shined her flashlight over the couches. When Officer Jane shone his flashlight as well, all he could utter was, Mother of God. There were corpses everywhere, of men, women, and children of all ages and various stages of decay. There must have been a dozen of them. They were all posed in different positions, as if they were friends and families gathered together for afternoon tea. There were people slumped on the couch reading a book or sitting in a chair with the newspaper. Some even sitting on the floor, posed as if they were playing a board game. Their mouths were agape and their eyes were rolled in the back of their heads. Their mouths were agape and their eyes were rolled back in the back of their heads. As the officers began to examine them, they recognized a few of the missing posters they had skyrocketed in recent months. Officer Madison had to leave the house and throw up outside. Officer Jane remained inside, wondering why there weren't any flies surrounding the bodies. As the officer made their way to the stairwell, they noticed the dry blood on the floor and rail. They gave each other a look, and then continued on, guns out ready. Once they reached the top floor, they split up and checked each room. As they were in the same living room, more corpses all posed in various positions, their mouth and eyes agape. They were all in different stages of decay, some fresher than Officer J would have liked. Just what kind of sick fuck are we dealing with? He murmured to no one in particular. Jane, Officer Madison called from another room. Got something over here. Officer Jane followed her voice in a middle closet. Officer Madison wore a grave expression on her face, but she nodded towards the open door. Officer Jane took a deep breath and aimed his flashlight into the closet. Inside were the bodies of two teenage girls. One was a lot more decayed than the other, but there was something strange about the way they were positioned. They were leaning against each other, and their eyes and mouths closed like they would have been in peaceful slumber. They were holding each other's hands, and wrapped around the two bodies were red string tying them together. A tap on the shoulder startled Officer Jane, but before he could say anything, Officer Madison pointed above their hands at the bodies. Following her finger, Officer Jane saw the written blood with words, loved and lost. Officer Jane wondered what it meant, but he couldn't dwell on it right now. There was still one more room they hadn't checked, and hopefully the killer was hiding there. As they made their way to the end of the hall, they could hear sirens approaching. Their backup, finally. It would take them a while to make it through the cornfields. Officer Jane didn't have time to go down and give them a briefing. He had to see what was in the last room. He looked at his partner. He looked back at him with a determined expression on her face. He knew she was afraid, but he also knew that she wanted to take this person down as much as he did. He would never forget this experience for the rest of her career. She could no longer be considered a rookie cop. Today, she had seen more than half cops on the force. Things like this just didn't happen in this peaceful town. When they entered the last room, Officer Madison once again had to stop herself from throwing up. Lying on the bed was a young woman. Her abdomen sliced open and her entrails falling out. She was a fresh corpse. Officer Jane realized as he examined her. She was pretty too. Such a shame. They looked around for the killer, but they quickly realized he was long gone. There was a desk with the computer monitor on it, but the computer itself was gone. "You must have found out we were coming," Officer Madison sniffed. "Yeah, while we were out taking our time, he was escaping. I wonder how he was able to use their computer." "What?" Officer Jane said, turning to her. Officer Madison looked stunned. "The computer? How could he use the internet when there's no signal or any electricity out here?" "How do you know he used it?" "Well, why would he take it if he hadn't been using it? The monitor with no computer. That doesn't make sense." "Yeah." Officer Jane didn't have much time to think about it, as he could hear the other officers coming through the door and calling out to him. "I guess I'll go down and tell them the situation, seeing as how he's not here anymore." "Alright, I'll stay up here and look around some more." As Officer Jane headed to the stairway, he tried to collect his thoughts. He was ready for this nightmare to be over, but he knew that he wouldn't be for a long time. What's worse, the killer had escaped because they hadn't been taking the call seriously. Just as he searched the top of the stairs, he heard a shout coming from the room at the end of the hall. Officer Jane, followed by the other officers, had come back up and ran up to the room with their guns ready, but when they reached upon the room, it was empty, save for the young girl who was already dead. "In here," came a muffled voice from the small doorway. Officer Jane and the other officers slowly entered the room. A fresh metallic smell filled their noses upon entering. They all flashed their lights upon the living room. Lying on a bloody metal operating table was a teenage boy. His hands and feet were tied down, and his throat was slit. Officer Madison was leaning over him. "He's still warm," she said, her voice quivering as she tried not to cry. "This must be the boy who dialed 911. We came too late." "And that's not all," said an officer named Joe Rake. As Officer Jane confronted his partner, "It looks like we've got a confession." All the officers simultaneously aimed their lights where Officer Rake was pointing his. On the wall above the boy was written in blood was a message. Jeff was here. Wendy couldn't help but stare at the mysterious new kid whose locker was across the hall and diagonally from hers and her friend Abby's. She was also currently spacing out as Abby went on about her plans for her and Tucker's 2-year anniversary. "I was thinking about taking him to his favorite restaurant, since last year he took me to mine. What do you think, Wendy?" "Yeah." Abby slammed the locker door shut. "Wendy! What?" "I think it's a great idea you go to the restaurant where you had your first date." Abby stared at her. "That's not what I said at all, but that's a good idea. Glad I could help. So, what do you know about the new kid?" Abby glared over at him and cringed. He was just standing there, staring into his empty locker. He must have felt 2 pairs of eyes on him because he slowly turned to look at the girls. They had pasty white foundation, messy black eyeliner, and red lipstick that went on the corner of his mouth, giving him a creepy grin. Although Abby turned away, Wendy continued to stare at his charcoal black eyes through his messy black fringe. "He's so interesting. He's also a killer." Wendy swirled around and looked at her friend. "At least that's what I heard around town. Apparently he's on the run because he's suspected of murdering his entire family. Now he's living with some rich, distant relative across town." You don't believe that, do you?" "I bet it's just a rumor. I mean, come on." Abby once again glanced over at the boy who was still staring at Wendy. "Creeps me out. I'd stay away from him if I were you." "Oh, come on, give him a chance. I bet he was ostracized from his last school just because he was different. Still have a bad feeling about him when maybe those kids at school were onto something." Wendy rolled her eyes as Tucker strode up to them. "Hey ladies, what's going on?" "Hey babe," she said, kissing him. Tucker looked expectantly at Wendy, who had returned the stranger's gaze. Finally, Tucker tapped on her shoulder. "Ahem. Oh, hi Tuck. Happy 2-year anniversary. Thanks when I was..." "What do you know about the new kid?" Tucker shared a worried glance at his girlfriend. "You mean the Joker wannabe? I heard he's a serial killer and that this town was just the latest in a long series of murders he's terrorized." "Are you serious?" Abby gasped. "Nah, I'm bullshitting you, but I'd heard that he's dangerous." He took Wendy by the shoulder and turned her around to look at him. "I know you like weirdos, Wen, but he's bad news, so stay away." Ugh. Abby rolled her eyes and stepped out of his grasp. "Whatever, Tuck, you don't..." Why don't you guys go make googly eyes at each other or something? Abby smiled. Not a good idea. It's our anniversary after all, and this is our last year of high school. Why don't we have some little fun? She took his arm and pulled him towards the janitor's closet just as the bell rang. Wendy turned and pretended to rummage through her locker. She would never admit that she was jealous of her best friend's relationship since Wendy had so many rotten luck with them. But at the same time, she was happy for her and knew that she was in good hands because the three of them had just been best friends for a long time. All of her own relationships had never lasted long, but maybe she hadn't found the right guy yet. Wendy turned around to see that the hallway was just empty. The boy was still there, staring into his locker once again. Wendy started to head to class, but turned again to look at him. He would probably be teased and avoided by everyone else in the school. She remembered how no one would talk to her because she was different, and later Tucker came around. Wendy took a deep breath and marched over to him. Although she knew he heard her approaching, he didn't immediately turn around, knowing that it would probably be rude. She craned her neck to see what he was looking at. It was a picture taped to the back of his locker of what seemed like a happy little family. There were the parents and two smiling little boys, one with black hair and one with brown hair. Wendy guessed that the black-haired one was him. As he squinted at the picture, she thought she saw someone had scribbled a large smile on his face in red pen. Just as she was trying to get a better look, he turned around. Hi. The boy crooked his head at her. Wendy had to admit that up close he looked a little scarier. His eyes were bloodshot, like he hadn't slept in months, and his pasty white makeup made him look like a ghost. My name is Wendy. I wanted to let you know that if you ever need someone to show you around, I'm just across the hall. I know it's not easy being the new kid. He turned to close his locker and then face her again. Wendy shuffled to her feet. So, what's your name? Jeff. Wendy winced at the sound of his voice. It sounded dry, like he needed a glass of water. Well, Jeff, how about I show you around class first? As Wendy gently took the crumbled-up schedule from him, an image flashed through her mind as their fingers touched. It was of herself, and pointing an accusatory finger at her. What? Wendy felt woozy for a moment. She leaned against the lockers for support. You alright, Wendy? Jeff asked, amused. Yeah, she straightened up. Let's go, shall we? Wendy wondered what it meant when they walked down the hall. Could it be an omen? Did it have to do something with Jeff? No, that's impossible. Jeff seemed like a nice guy, and it's not like she actually saw a vision or something. It was probably nothing at all. Wendy ran as fast as she could. She had no time to stop at any of those houses that flew by as she ran, because she knew the darkness was closing in on her. Besides, this was all her fault, her grave mistake. She had allowed darkness into her life. She wasn't about to let it into others. Her parents had already paid the price for it. She blinked back tears as she remembered it. Just moments before, how she had walked in to find the disemboweled bodies of her parents lying in the heap on the floor, and how a dark figure had stepped on the shadow into the moonlight, holding a bloody knife and revealing himself to be. Wendy shook her head as she continued to run. Now was not the time. He was coming for her. She had to lead him away as far as she could from her little hometown as possible. All of her friends and neighbors were there. She could at least save them. Wendy had resigned herself to her fate. It was what she deserved after all. But how could she have known that the one she loved the most would turn to be something wicked? Wendy paused to catch her breath. She was standing in front of the cornfield that separated her town from the next one. Wendy thought back to when she had first met him. She'd always drawn to the strange people, and the new boy in town definitely fit the bill. Everyone stayed away from him at school, so she was the only one brave enough to talk to him. It wasn't long before she had fallen hard, and despite everyone, including her best friend Abby, warning her that he was dangerous, they'd begun dating. Looking back on it now, it seemed like she'd cared about him more than he'd cared about her. It was like he was void of any emotion. But Wendy didn't have long to reminisce. A wheezing sound interrupted her thoughts, and before she could turn around, she felt a sharp pain in her leg. She moaned as she fell to the ground. Upon examining her leg, she discovered a small pocket knife protruding from it. Looking up, she could just make out his silhouette in the distance. He always did have an impeccable aim. She gritted her teeth, pulling out the knife, trying to stand. Because the knife hit her in the back of the knee, she knew that running would be difficult. She also knew he knew this as well. The silhouette was getting closer. Wendy forced herself to stand, ignoring the pain, and limping onto the cornfields. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw that she was leaving a trail of blood behind. It would most assuredly lead him straight to her. He must have predicted this as well. Oh well, it doesn't matter. He was away from the town, her best friend. It's all that mattered. Finally, up ahead, she could make out what she was looking for. It was an old abandoned house in the middle of these cornfields. No one knows why it's there. Rumor has it it's been there ever since the town was first established. It certainly looked hundreds of years old. It also looked similar to a plantation house, only not as big. Still, as it was pretty big and spooky, no one as far as Wendy knew had ever lived there or ever had any interest in buying it. She and her friends used to dare each other to spend the night there when they were kids. Who would have known that it would be her final resting place? Since no one bothered to lock the doors, Wendy staggered inside, slamming the door behind her. The pain in her leg was becoming unbearable, and the loss of blood was starting to make her head spin. Wendy collapsed against the wall in the living room and glanced around the empty house. She waited for him to come. She wondered what she would do. She had come here without a plan, only wanting to lead him away. What about after? How could she be sure that he wouldn't simply go back? No, she wouldn't let that happen. He had let the wrong one in. He was her responsibility. It would all end here. Her head snapped up as the front door slowly opened. She was out of time. Using the windowsill next to her, she managed to stand. The silhouette entered, and after locating her, calmly walked in. Wendy pressed her back against the wall and held her breath. As she inched closer and closer, the closer he got, the more clearly she could see him, thanks to the lighting provided by the window. When he was just arm's length away, he could examine him in his entire body, the bloody white hoodie, the knife that was used on her pants, the long black hair covering most of his face. Wendy wanted to look at his cold black eyes, but he held his head slightly down, making it difficult. Instead, Wendy glanced again at the knife that he gripped in his hand, as his life depended on it. "Jeff," Wendy murmured. Jeff slowly lifted his head. She could only see one eye, but it stared burned into hers. Carefully, she lifted her hand and pulled his hair aside. His face was made up like it always was, like the Joker. She found his strangeness interesting, but it scared everyone else that looked at him. A demented clown is what their schoolmates had called him behind his back. "Jeff," she said again, "why are you doing this?" Tears rolled down her cheeks as memories of their short time together flashed through her mind. "I don't understand. What did I do wrong?" she went on. "I love you, Jeff. I thought you felt the same way." Jeff said nothing. He simply took a step back and raised his knife, preparing to strike. Wendy nodded, realizing that she might never know. "All right, Jeff. If this is what you want, just one kiss before I go." Before Jeff could respond, she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned down for a kiss. His lips were soft, like they had always been, but this kiss was different. He didn't return it. He merely stood there as she embraced him. Wendy dropped one of her arms to discreetly dig into her pockets. She gripped the pocket knife that he had thrown at her earlier, but did not pull it out. Up until a few moments ago, she wasn't sure if she could even use it on him. Now she was definitely sure she couldn't, no matter what she'd done. Wendy let go of him and leaned back on the wall. Wendy studied his face, which was now dumbfounded with his breathing quickened. She couldn't understand why, but it didn't matter. "Goodbye, Jeff." Wendy closed her eyes and waited, and waited, and waited. After what seemed like forever, she slowly opened her eyes. He was gone, without a word, without a sound. The front door was opened wider than it had been before, so she was truly alone. Instead of leaving right away, she sank to the floor and wept. This audio file is about the 2003 murder case. In order to protect the privacy of individuals and victims, in the following article, all names have been altered except the murderer. The details about the story have been adapted to make it smoother, but I will try to tell things. "Mr. Helen Otis," I called out to the boy who sat in front of me, but he didn't reply. He was wearing a light blue painted robe, his dark green circles under his eyes, his messy jet black hair, and his skin pale as paper. His gaze straight at me, like how a predator stares at its prey. I'm a psychiatrist. My job is to interview patients. He had been here for some time now, but I've never seen him communicate with other patients. He's always standing in the corner of the room. Needless to say, he was an eccentric child. This is a judicial psychiatric hospital. The only difference between this is the way we treat the patients with a criminal record, to prevent the patient from another infraction. His silence didn't help at all. Do you know this? I pulled out a picture in front of him. It showed a set of black-rimmed glasses on the road. This was the crime scene. He stared at the picture and spoke softly. This is from my best friend. Can you tell me something about it? I asked, but he just stared at me without saying a single word. Look, since you came here, we have not been making any progress. If you can tell me something about this, then just tell me about it, please. After I finished my plea, he heaved a sigh and said, It's a rather long story. His story is about a very quiet teen in his class who was accused of stealing a watch which belonged to a very popular classmate. This caused him to be bullied by a group of students. He and one of those students named Tom became friends, but later found that his friend had framed him. They argued at the rooftop and Tom accidentally fell to his death. This is the photo of Tom's glasses after the incident occurred. I tried to save him. I tried to pull him up, but he let go of my hand. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. He finished his story, then looked down at his hands. He seemed to be thinking about something. Recalling seemed to give him anxiety. I predicted this before he had said anything. The patients who were sent here as well as their cases were recorded on their files. Intriguing cases from high schoolers are very common for teens like Otis. Bygone memories of the past fade, but not in this case of Tom's death. Maybe that's why Helen couldn't forget the past or forgive himself. What happened after that? I continued my questions. At least we're making some progress. After Tom died, Halloween just was around the corner. The school had a Halloween party, and everyone had to dress up. I prepared a mask one night before the event. I was so tired, so I napped. And then I found myself here. In the file, it stated that he killed 17 people that night. No one knew why he had done it. It didn't rule out the fact more than one person was involved. Do you remember what happened during the party? Any details, I asked, but he shook his head and then continued to look down at his fingers. Doctor, why am I here? He asked quietly. Because you are ill, I answered. He rose his head in response. Come on, you're only 14 years old. Your future is still very bright. I gave him a pat and a smile, hoping to cheer him up. I want to let him know that I'm his friend, not his enemy. This was what I said to the boy. This was the first time he'd ever spoke more than a word. Well, at least he was talking now. We made very good progress here. The atmosphere always suffocated me. Maybe because this was a hospital. Not the best place for a sane person to stay for long. I get surrounded by different patients every day. I'd grown accustomed to it until now. I felt something unfamiliar. I feel like I'm a frail sheep amongst a pack of hungry wolves. I'm pretty sure this place is slowly eating my sanity a little by little. Something in Helen Otis's file stuck with me. I decided to ask him in person in the next upcoming interview. We met in a small room this previous time. I greeted him with a smile and he responded with a few blinks. I took that as a greeting from him. As I sat down at my place, I flipped open my nose on his case, looked him in the eyes. I questioned the femininity of his name. Helen, do your parents name you this? He thought for a minute, then told me that his parents had difficulty conceiving a child, and they were eager to have a daughter, but instead gave birth to a boy. Due to their mother's weak health and their financial situation, they couldn't have any other children as much as they hoped so. They decided to raise their only son as a daughter. As he finished his sentence, he fell silent. As I was thinking what kind of response I should have, he opened his mouth again. Not only does his name sound feminine, his parents also brought girl clothes for him when he was younger, raised him like a daughter instead of a son. Neighbors and children around the area did not know that he was actually a boy. When he reached the age of 6, he had to go to school. Afraid that the way he was raised would cause a huge concern, his parents tried to change their ways, treating him like a son. Maybe this is why he had some feminine characteristics. My parents are very fond of me, and I understand their difficulties, so I have not complained about them. I do not think they have any problems. His family is very dysfunctional. He grew up under his parents' twisted faith and over-high expectations, which affected his growth. He lost some basic human traits, but he didn't notice. Plus, he didn't seem to know how to express his feelings due to the environment he grew in. It's hard to change the patient's opinions on their family's faith. I wanted to tell him that his parents were doing wrong, but this wasn't the right time, so I kept my mouth shut. Although he rarely talks to other people in the hospital, he talks politely whenever he does. He chats sometimes. We sat on the white bench in the park. We looked like best friends. We don't always talk about things related to hospital. We talk nonsense sometimes, and it was these moments that both felt relaxed, especially me. I really felt the tension between us loosen. In this moment, patients will randomly pick fights with one another. He won't pick fights, but neither does he stop them. He always manages to avoid any form of chaos and live peacefully. That's pretty smart of him. In the year 2001, October 3rd, he was discharged from the hospital after receiving treatment for 7 years, and it's time for him to return back to society. He was now 21 years old. He's no longer the young boy I remember. I was the one seeing him off, thinking about how happy I felt for him. Don't you ever come back here, Helen. If you think I'm coming back here again, we will only meet when you are sitting in the electric chair. Those were the last words I said to him as I pat his shoulder and smiled. He nodded in response. He had a good nature, if you asked me. I remember the look of him when he left. He wore a dark blue windbreaker and a pair of black pants. His hair was still the same messy jet black. Won't he try to comb his hair a little? I truly hoped that he wouldn't be seeing him in this place again. After his discharge from the hospital, he was behaving well. We sometimes talk by email or meet up at a cafe. We talked about what we're doing now. He works at a mover and a cleaner as a part-time job. His body was quite muscular, looked much healthier than when I first saw him. He saved a small amount of cash and rented a small old house. The environment is quiet and nice. He had brought some art tools and started to draw. He told me he wanted to become a painter. He still doesn't talk much, but I'm happy that he found his goal in life. He said he never blamed his parents for what he had done to him, but he never once visited his parents after he was discharged. After we confirmed that he wasn't a threat to society anymore, we finished our observation of him. In 2003 of October, there were a few missing people's cases. Judy George and Maggie Wang, both aged 24, were a few of the victims who were missing. These cases were very popular at the time, but I didn't really care. A user posted this photo on social network. He set his CCTV in this picture on October 31st of 2003 at 2:30 a.m. and stated that someone tried to break in my neighbor's house. The police have no clue who is responsible for these cases. They thought it was some guilty pleasure freak behind them. No, there was no specific motive. It just seemed like they were all done for some sick satisfaction, making them harder to track down. Until the police found out the victims were all the same class with Helen Otis before he entered the hospital, as well as the survivors from the gruesome case from a few years ago. The police decided to investigate his home. When I saw the news, I felt my heart skip a beat. I tried to contact him as well, but to no avail. Something bad was going to happen. I sat in front of my TV, my mind jammed like glue. I can't think of anything or do anything. God, no. Please, no, echoed in my head. On the 17th of November, the night was dead quiet. That place was silent, which made his house in the middle of the fields look more eerie. The police broke the lock of the door and opened it slowly. A rotten stench greeted the intruders from the darkness of the house. One of the policemen shone a torch through the home. Surprisingly, there wasn't a piece of furniture in the entire structure. Apparently, no one had lived in the house for quite some time. They moved inside quietly to check the source of the smell. Suddenly, one of the policemen felt something brush against his shoulder. When he pointed his torch up, he saw something that scared his mind. An upside-down human with a twisted face was eyeing the police officer. The corpse's neck had been ripped right open. The policeman freaked out and called out to the others as he scanned the rest of the house with his torch. The house was full of such corpses, like a butcher's shop. Every single body's flesh was drawn canvas. The writing on top of it was the process of a victim and the killings. One of the body's jaws had gotten ripped away brutally. All the paint on the canvas was brown. This was proven later to be the victim's blood after analyzing, turning brown because of the oxidation. There was a total of 5 bodies in the house, including Judy and Maggie. The other 3 were the ones who gave witnesses about the murder case involving Helen to the police officers a few years ago. This home seemed to be more like a gruesome art gallery of the victims than a butcher's. All of the bodies of the canvases were facing the entrance, as if were greeting the ones who entered the place. The police couldn't figure out the intention of the murder other than him making a cruel joke. I fell into despair. I never felt like before. I really hope this was not who I think had done this. After the news was published, neither can I eat nor sleep normally. My health was sliding downhill, my sanity escaping. Can anything be worse than this? I really wanted to get back in time and punch myself. The next day after the news was released, I received a call from the police that they had asked me about the murder. They received Helen Otis's patient file from me. I told them everything I knew about him. The police took note that I was not well. I told them that I was terribly shaken by the discovery of Helen Otis. I told them that Helen is a really good person. He was just walking down the wrong path. I thought I had stopped him from going astray. The police found a letter at the crime scene. They asked me to stay calm. The letter was written for me. I asked to receive the copy of the letter from the police. They complied, and then they left. I stared at the letter, thinking of whether to read it or not. I was on the verge of breakdown, but I felt something in the letter could savage me. As I sat back in my couch, I didn't know how long I was staring at the letter in my hands. Then I slowly opened it and began to read. Dear Doctor, I finally remembered what happened at night after I looked at my mask. That night, 7 years ago, the day before Halloween, I kept fidgeting on my bed, unable to sleep. All the things that happened to me stung my mind like a needle. That time I thought to myself, I had to do something about it. Then it happened. I threw a turd on my hairdryer into the public bathtub. There were a lot of people present. I remember I used a simple fork to dig someone's eye out. I remembered I ripped someone's head from their neck. I attacked everyone who lived in the student dorm. I can't fully remember all the details. I just did what my mind told me to do. When no one was screaming or struggling anymore, peace fell upon me. A peaceful feeling I never felt before. I fell to my well-deserved slumber on a pile of dead bodies. When I opened my eyes again, I saw you, Doc. You said the reason why I was here was because I was sick. Well, I must be pretty ill for now, but I never felt so peaceful in my life. Maybe I am better off to be sick like this. You told me the next time we meet is going to be in the electric chair. What if it was the other way around? You must know that I have got my own way to meet you in person. See you soon. When I finished his letter, my mind went completely blank. What the hell was he trying to say? His last words sent a chill down my spine. I felt like a prey to him. I became one of his targets to hunt down. Wait, no. Maybe when he was still in the hospital, I was always prey to him. Maybe he longed for this day to come. God knows what's going on in his head. He never showed his emotion, even though I'm his doctor. I could never truly understand what kind of person he was, even though I thought I was his friend. Hell, I even said he was my own child. Everything we went through was just a lie? Why am I so fucking dumb that I forgot the rules of the hospital? They won't send any sane person to a fucking place. The police won't be on patrol at this time. My life is just like an unstable time bomb. Until the day he gets arrested, I will never know what he will do. My chances of getting killed by him will stay the same. I don't know what the worst case scenario will happen to me, so I wrote it down. At least I won't die without letting others know what will happen and what I think. I live alone. That's bad. I began to be paranoid about my environment. Even little things made me jump. Before any of this happened, he used to be the most harmless patient I'd ever met. But now, he can kill me at any second he wanted to. I'm like helpless prey. This is what I get for ignoring the fact that he's a criminal and tried to save himself. This is not a lost teen who walked down the wrong path in his life. He's actually a real-life criminal. And here I am, staring at what he was capable of. Maybe his stable behavior was nothing but an act. That moment that I felt happy for his recovery was only for me. I don't know how to face him anymore. I don't know what was going to happen next. I would truly hope everything will be okay. I just heard my house's door open. This article was written in Dr. Elmer Christopher's notebook in the drawer. There were some old newspaper articles attached to it. He already moved out of his house when the new house owner had found the post and posted it online. Additional information has developed. The above amended drawing of the murder suspect, known as the Bloody Painter, 25 to 35 years, approximately 5'10", short black hair, blue eyes. Any information from Inspector Abraham and Todd. This is Helen, 10 years old. He's a cheerful child who has a lot of friends. Like other children, games and laughter is everything to him. His best friend Phil often goes to Helen's home to play with him. Helen's parents are always busy with work. His father often travels for several months, and his mother always returns home at midnight. Compared to others, Phil is a rather more mature kid. Both he and Helen enjoy drawing. Both Phil's drawings is always negative and creepy graffiti. He said this is sort of venting and makes him feel better. On a snowy day, Phil, as usual, takes his drawing bag and goes to Helen's room. Helen opening up the heating and welcomed him. Although it is winter, the heating in the room makes Phil feel warm. You're sweating. Take off your coat. I'll hang it somewhere, Helen says as he sees Phil sweating everywhere. Phil hesitates for a second. No thanks, he shakes his head. Helen rushes forward to pull Phil's coat sleeve. He sees his wrist covered in bruises. Is it your father? Did he get drunk again? Helen says. Phil lowers his head, but doesn't respond to Helen's question. Come to the bathroom. I hope you applied analgesic cream, Helen says. They enter the bathroom and Phil took off his coat. His neck and back are full of bruises. Helen's hands rub the salve on his back. Helen could not imagine how Phil's father treated him. Phil's father is a drunkard. He was very violent to his wife and his child. Phil's mother couldn't endure it anymore, so she left the family. After then, the mother remarried and lived a happy life. Occasionally, she would bring some gift to Phil. His father complained about this. He distorted the truth, pushing all the blame to Phil's mother. You should stay away from him. He isn't fit to be your father, Helen says. I know that, but I don't know what to do. We're just children, Phil says. I just don't want to hurt brother. Phil goes silent for a second and replies, Things will get better, right? He says, smiling bitterly. Helen doesn't understand why Phil doesn't fight back, and why he always pretends nothing is happening in front of everyone's eyes, even if it's something severe. One morning, Phil wakes up before his father does, prepares to go to Helen's house. He puts on his shoes, walks out, and after walking for a few steps, he sees something waving to him. Phil, my dear, it's Mom, Phil's mother says. Phil rushes to her for a hug. Mom brought new clothes for you. It's cold in winter. Remember to wear warm clothes. His mother has bags full of new clothes, toys, watercolor, and pastel, as well as carrying words that come from her loving mother. Being able to meet his mother is the happiest thing for Phil. After chatting with him for a while, she's prepared to leave. Mom, can't you stay with me for a little longer? Phil says. I'm sorry, dear. My husband is waiting for me in the car. His mother leaves the gifts to Phil and proceeds the car to where her new husband is. Phil picks up the gifts, proceeding to the park, and sits on the snow and gazes at the sky. He doesn't know what to do. Once, when he took the gifts back home, his father was very angry with him, and he threw the gifts into the fireplace and burnt them. He didn't want this to happen again. Just then, 3 kids came to him. You had the bitch's garbage again? One of the kids says. What did you say? Phil looks at him. We saw your mother. My parents told me she's a bitch who abandoned her husband and child to live with another man. No, she isn't, Phil says, angry and shouting at them. That's the truth. The hell can you do about it? He says aggressively. He pushes Phil's shoulder to provoke him, but Phil punches him, which starts a fight. One of the kids picks up a stone and throws it at Phil's head. The stone, as well as white snow, gets dyed with red. Phil falls to the ground, eyes open, and stops moving. Oh my God, what did you do? I fear. I just hope he fucking stops. What should we do now? Perhaps we can bury him. At this time, Helen waits for Phil. He looks out the window and sees nobody coming. He rushes out to look for Phil. He's worried about him, but he couldn't find him. He comes to the park and sits on the bench. That's when he sees some unusual colors in the snow, with some of them being red. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He takes off his gloves and digs in the snow with his hands. He then sees more bright red. This is not good, he thinks. Next, he thinks he's touching something. A nose, and then a face. Phil's face. Helen's best friend is buried in the snow. Oh no. Helen touches the face and cries. Just then, he hears footsteps. He sees the 3 kids standing beside him. They look at him with a despising manner and run away without saying a word. Helen doesn't know what to do. Helen doesn't know what's going on and doesn't understand what it means. Helen cries for a long time beside the body, until someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. "Are you Helen Otis?" Helen turns around and sees a police officer and his mother. The 3 kids framed him as the murderer. Helen doesn't have any evidence to prove that what he was doing. They know, however, Helen threw a stone at Phil's head, killing him, and tried to bury him, according to the 3 witnesses. After the investigation and interrogation, Helen goes home, entering his home, and sits on the bed, and after a few minutes, his mother comes in and sits beside him. "Mommy, I didn't kill anyone." Helen's blue eyes showed fear. "I know, but the situation is not good for you." His mother hugs her child as she speaks with a choking voice. There is no clear evidence that Helen killed Phil, but as an accused person, doesn't have any specific argument to refute. He doesn't even know what happened. The next day, Helen sees other children playing in the park, and all of them look at him. "Hi, what's up?" "You killed Phil. My parents told me to stay away from you," a kid says. "Dad says you're a killer." "That's not true," Helen replies. "We can't be sure. Maybe you're lying," one of the children says. Helen knows whatever he says is going to be in vain. All the friends back away from him. No one believes him. Everyone regards him as a murderer. "Helen, good news." Helen's mother wakes him up in the morning. "There was a witness to the whole thing. He's willing to testify for you." Helen is surprised. He can't believe that someone had to have witnessed the whole thing. He explained everything and finally let the whole thing end. "Helen, I want you to thank them tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? Maybe you can become friends." Helen's mother prepared some gifts for the witness. "No, I want to stay home and draw." Helen has given up making any friends. He's changed. He's become indifferent, with his drawings full of negative and strange graffiti. When it comes to the snowy days, he will remember those dreadful eyes of the corpse that was in the snow. That memory that is what he cannot forget, even if he wants to. The witness, Vic Stephen, 3 years later, has changed his name to Tom Stevens. This is Helen, 14 years old. His dark circles fell as he hadn't slept enough. He didn't care about his messy black hair, since he didn't put much effort into tidying himself up. It's unnecessary. His seat is at the back of the classroom, next to the window. He always sits there drawing quietly, as it is like everything to him. He doesn't like to socialize with people, making him a lonely one. There was a person behind pushing to the door after school. That's Tom, who's always the victim of bullying. Not because he did anything before, it's just the dislike around him. These things happen often, and Helen is used to it. Though he does feel bad for Tom, he doesn't want to interfere. This is quite bothersome. During recess, Judy says she's missing her watch as she searches for it. Helen doesn't help her, since it's none of his business. Suddenly, someone sees something flashing in Helen's bag. "What's this?" Ben says, as he puts his hand into the bag. Takes out a watch that is trimmed with fake diamonds. Helen is very surprised to see it, as he does not know how it got there. "Ah, that's my watch!" Judy receives the watch from Ben after seeing the situation. Both of them stare at Helen with a weird glare. "It's not me," says Helen, who is still drawing on his notebook without raising his head a bit. "Yeah, right." Judy leaves the classroom with Ben as she concludes. The following day, as usual, Helen sits at his table drawing. He notices that the atmosphere didn't feel right around him. People start whispering about him, and even a few start calling him a thief. He decides not to explain himself, as he knows it's useless to do so. As time passes, Helen becomes the new target of victim for people to bully. Everything he does now is being exaggerated. He doesn't like it, but doesn't resist. He keeps the feeling in his heart, keeping silent. Till one day, Ben comes to him and snatches his notebook, with his unfinished drawings on it. "Always doing these meaningless things," says Ben as he tears down a few pages of his drawings, tearing them into pieces, wanting to see Helen's reaction. At this rate, the feeling that he had been holding bursts out. He punches Ben in the face and starts the fight. Helen isn't that powerful. However, he was beaten up in no time. Other students want to see the fight without stopping it. Some people even stomp him in the face and stomach. Right after the bell rings, everyone stops what they're doing and went back to their seats before the teacher came. Helen returns to his seat as if nothing happened. The teacher enters the room later on. "Oh my! Helen, notice! What happened?" Helen has so many visible bruises on him that the teacher notices right away after she enters the room. Everybody turns to look at him, waiting for him to give a response while glaring at him with a murderous look. "I fell from the stairs, miss," Helen replies as the glares disappeared. After returning home from school, his parents also ask him what happened, and he responds with the same answer. The blue jacket he is wearing covered in bruises other than those on his face. His parents believe without doubts. Usually when Helen's parents ask how he was at school, he'd always say fine. He even lied about making a lot of friends, living happily every day. Helen refused to tell his parents the truth, since he didn't want to make his parents worry about him. A few months later, he had gotten used to the negative comments about him, and getting hit or humiliated had been a normal event for him. He's completely immune to those things right now. Who framed him in the first place? Why would the culprit do this? This doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. "Hi, you there." Helen received a message from an unknown user on Facebook. "Who are you?" he replies. "Tom, your classmate." Tom had never interacted with him before. This surprised him a bit. "What is it?" Helen says. Are you alright?" "It's none of your business," Helen concludes Tom's question. Tom types for a while before coming up with, "Listen, I know how you feel right now. You're in the same situation I am. I really want to help you, but I can't. Sorry." Afterwards, Tom and Helen text each other for a long time, and Helen feels much better after telling him all the pain and feeling he had been through. He can even tell him jokes around Tom, often using a smiley face to show his happiness. This is the first time he thinks he's made a friend. It is warm weather in the afternoon. "Come meet with me on the roof in the first period in the afternoon. We need to talk. Don't ask me why," texted Tom last night. Following his instructions, Helen meets Tom on the roof, waving his hand and walking towards him as he says, "Hey Tom, what's up, friend?" I have something to say. Something important," says Tom with a serious face. "Remember the watch thieving incident?" How could Helen forget about it? That was how he started suffering. Helen nods to show that he remembers. "I was the culprit." Tom looked down, scared to look at his eyes. "What?" Helen is shocked. "I stole Judy's watch and framed you as the culprit." "Why would you do this?" "With you as the new target of the victim, my life is better." Tom smirks. It's true, however, that when everyone decides to bully Helen, they wouldn't bother Tom anymore. He's just an abandoned toy. For him, that is totally perfect. As long as he keeps silent, he will be able to live his school life safe and sound. He succeeded. The plan was outstandingly perfect. Helen grabbed the collar of his shirt, and after pushing him around a bit, they ended up near the edge of the roof. Tom slips and falls from the roof. Helen instantly grabs his hand and tries to pull him back up, but Helen does not have the strength to do so. "I'm so sorry, Helen." Tom falls. Helen closes his eyes, scared, as to look at what had happened. He cannot imagine what happened to the one after falling from a 6-story tall building. After the policemen arrive, they have an interview with Helen. She's too terrified by the incident, however, to say even a word. Once again, Helen becomes the topic of discussion between students. Some people think Helen's pushed Tom off the roof, but most of them think that Tom committed suicide, and Helen failed saving him because they saw him grab Tom's hand before he fell. That night, Helen was in his room crying, shivering, and could not stop the guiltiness from growing inside of him. He needed to calm down, and suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. It's not your fault that Tom died. He deserved to die. That makes him feel much better, and his guiltiness fades away too. Helen creepily smiles. Tom had his punishment. I suppose this time, for others, to have theirs, isn't it? His cries turn into laughter in the dark. Helen's classmates decide to have a party on the day of Halloween, but it's not to celebrate Halloween, it's just to have their friends come over to a party. Of course, Helen was not invited to the party. That night before the party of Halloween, Judy and Maggie were texting each other on Facebook. Both of them live in the school dorm, and Judy's room is right next to Maggie's. Judy, who's coming to the party tomorrow? I'm so excited. Most of our class will be there, but I texted Ben so many times, and even though all the messages I sent are read, he just never replies to me. The hell is wrong with him? He's probably working, I guess. Something weird is happening. I've been hearing footsteps coming from my door for a long time. I think someone's walking around the dorm. Wait, I'll go check. Using the hole in the door, Maggie saw something unusual. Oh my god, there's a guy outside who's wearing a mask and a blue jacket. He's holding a knife. He's all bloody. Fuck, he's knocking on my door. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Just calm down and find a weapon or something. Protect yourself. He's turning the doorknob. Good thing I locked it. I'm scared. Maggie, what should I do? Maggie, listen. Save me. Calm down, Maggie. Maggie? Maggie? You there? The message is shown to be read, but Judy doesn't seem to see Maggie's response. Suddenly, Judy hears the sounds of her door opening. The instant she turns around, she feels a terrible pain in her stomach. A bloody person who was wearing a mask and a blue jacket burst into the room and stabbed her. That night, all of her students who were in the dorm were murdered. No one knows what the killer did it. The murderer used the victim's blood to paint on the walls of the dorm, most of the paintings being the face of a smiley face. Many of the corpses were being chopped and smashed, probably to get more pigments. Helen noticed the culprit is still missing currently. However, in the chat where Judy and Maggie text each other, a message was written that responded to Judy's first message at 9:03. Don't be excited about tomorrow, because there will be no tomorrow. So, a couple years back, my buddies and I tried to stay at the park after closing time. Our plan was just to take pictures. Nothing sinister or anything like that. We just wanted to be able to say we did it, you know? Basically, we snuck from bathroom to bathroom, corner to corner, and managed to stay there until they closed the gates and the maintenance team got to work. We were really surprised we didn't get caught. It was almost strange considering how much talking up Disney security gets. Our hearts were beating like crazy, and we sat there for a while, hiding behind a tombstone by the haunted mansion. We noticed that, it's true, Disney staff had signed their names on every single one. So finally, we got the courage to roam about, still being careful as to not be seen. It was really eerie. The occasional guard or maintenance worker would walk by, and we would just duck or hide behind a corner. It worked for about half an hour. Of course, we couldn't keep it up for long, and yeah, they caught us. I mean, give us props for even attempting and succeeding. That's not what the story ends. So the first thing we said when we got caught was, "Are you gonna take us down to the dungeon?" And we laughed. The security guard chuckled too, so the mood wasn't too dreary. He told us we weren't the first people to try and sneak in after hours, but he wanted to know how we did it. We explained the situation, and he actually laughed and said that it wasn't a bad plan. He told us he had to take us to Disney jail to be further interrogated, which we thought was odd, but we figured from the beginning that if we had gotten caught, they'd take us down there. It might have been our plan all along. Maybe we wanted to see Disney catacombs more than just we wanted to see the park after hours. So he called for one worker to come and help him escort us, and we went on towards Toontown when they took us down to the elevator, right into hell. The first thing we noticed was how expensive looking the elevator was. I don't know what makes sense, but it's hard to explain. It was like a stainless steel interior with mirrors all around, and the floor was the tacky red carpeting. But it looked expensive. There were only 2 buttons on the elevator, not counting the emergency button. One said up, the other said down. I'd forgotten to mention that they never handcuffed us or zip-tied our hands. They just kind of walked behind us expecting we'd follow. Not that we would have to try to make a run for it. I mean, these people seemed decent. Like, how are we supposed to know what was going to happen? The elevator stopped and we started walking down the perfectly shining, bleach-smelling corridor. There were no doors on the other side. It was just a plain, empty corridor. We walked from what seemed like an eternity, and no one was talking any longer. It was me, my friend, the security guard, and 2 other maintenance workers. Finally, we reached a heavy metal door that had a security code and a card reader. One worker put his card in and typed the other code on the keyboard. I watched the code he typed, 121566. I only remembered it because I found out later what its significance was, and it makes me laugh looking back. Strange. It's strange that I could laugh. They led me and my friends into another corridor. This one had doors down the hallway walls. Each door had a little plexiglass square, a 10 by 10 inch window at the top right corner. Looks sort of like a psych ward, to be honest. Not much like a jail. He led us to the room 1901, and inside is a single desk with surprisingly 3 chairs to me and each of my friends. Then they had us there alone, closing the door on our way out. We sat in the chair like obedient little children and waited for them to return, but they never did. 2 hours went by and no one came back for us. My buddy Tim went to the door and surprisingly, it was unlocked. He didn't open it though. He was worried there'd be a guard on the other side and they'd think that we were escaping and we weren't looking for any more trouble. So about 25 minutes go by when we get restless and finally decide to leave the room. The hallway was empty like before. No signs of people, nothing. We started calling out, "Hello? Anybody there?" No one answered our calls. Every door looked the same and each one had a specific number above it. They weren't in order like, say, room 1 through 10. They were scattered numbers. For example, our room had been 1901, but the next door was 1205. We got to thinking and finally assumed that they were just randomly chosen, and we had no idea where we were going to go, what we were finding out, or even if it mattered. We noticed surveillance cameras were placed above every door, and we got to wondering if there were any living souls in the place at all. We should have left right then and there. But then again, whoever does the right thing in this kind of situation. My other buddy, Guy, decided we should just leave. He said that if they really wanted us there, they'd come back, and maybe it was just a scare tactic. Maybe they just wanted to trick us into thinking that we were being arrested, and they were waiting for us outside to laugh. I felt wary of the whole situation, and Tim was just being quiet the whole time, nodding his head here and there. He went more intensely into looking into the door's little 10 by 10 inch windows. That wasn't a good idea. I tried to tell him, but of course, no one listens to reason whenever they're freaking out. And we were definitely freaked the fuck out at this point. The camera above the doors were capable of motion detection and followed us as we wandered down the desolated corridor. A little red light at the bottom of the lens blinking each second. No noise filled the air. All we heard was each other's breathing. Then it happened. We had reached the end of the hallway. Unfortunately, the door at the end had another pin code reader. I tried the pin from before, the one I saw and typed in, but it was invalid. At that moment, the light in the hallway shut off, and we had heard the doors. God damn it, I could still hear them to this day. The fucking doors opened, all lining up along the corridor. They made a subtle creak and then a boom as they hit the side of the wall with force. After I entered the invalid code to the keyboard, the light shut off and the doors opened, except for the door with the keypad. We also noticed the doors open. Each doorway had a little glint of light seeping from its open pathway. We stood there, stunned for a good 5 minutes, not knowing what to do. We figured we tripped some alarm and that was just protocol. Standard drill, just in case an attempt to escape. What were we supposed to think? So we turned the other direction, away from the locked door. A sense of panic hit all 3 of us for some reason, and we got the urge to run. No one agreed to running. It was just like we all knew what we had to do at the same time. Some sort of instinct, like a baby gazelle knowing when to run from a lion. We were in the lion's den, all right. It wasn't until the 10th door we passed that we began to look into the doorways as we passed from them. Standing in the doorway were people in costume. We were running past Donalds, Mickeys, Goofies, Plutos, and all different kinds of Disney characters. It was insane, and we screamed at the top of our lungs. I know we never look behind as you run, but I did. They were leaving their rooms and following us, not running, just casually walking towards us. I think that is what made it much more terrifying. It was like they knew there was nowhere to go. Now, I don't know if it was all in my head or just sheer panic and fear at the moment, but I could swear on my mother's life I heard "It's a Small World" playing over the intercom. I had a fear of dolls, and the ride always gave me the creeps my whole life. Now I could see them, the little robotic standing in the doorways as we passed, still following me were the costume characters. The dolls weren't chasing after us, thank God. I would have died from a heart attack if I've seen the dolls following suit, but they didn't. It didn't make the situation any more better, though. I mean, how many times have you been followed by a group of costumed individuals seemingly out the fucking eat you alive? At least that's what I was supposed to keep myself moving. Stopping men being devoured by fucking Donald Duck. I don't know about you, but I don't think I'm going out like that. Tim was crying. Guy was sweating and breathing heavily as I keep turning my head to see if we were being followed. And of course, we were. I'm not sure how many doors we had passed at this point, or if they were all different characters at each point, but I knew the hallway had to end at some point, and we were getting the fuck out of that place pronto. Easier said than done. I looked back after another minute or two of running and noticed that there was nothing behind us anymore that we could see. I heard footsteps, but figured they had gone so far ahead that they were just walking casually like before. The hallway was still going on for what seemed like forever, and God needed to stop, or he was going to faint from exhaustion. The store beside us was open, with the light on, but nothing inside. I decided we would hide in there till we caught our breath and continued onward. As we closed the door behind us, I noticed the room was 1966. Again, that meant nothing at the time. Tim was prancing around the room. Guy was laying on the floor, still breathing pretty hard, and I was looking at the window. Looking out, I saw nothing. No more music, no nothing. It was dark out and hard to tell for sure, but I figured I would have seen figures, shadows, or something. Still, I kept watch. After 15 minutes or so, Guy said he was good to go. Tim was the only smart one enough to pull out his Razor cell phone. No signal, of course. He opened the door subtly, quietly, but hearing no footsteps. Nothing was following us anymore, but we weren't taking any chances. We got back to running. It took us another 7 minutes to reach the door, give or take. It had no keypad, and it was open. We entered the corridor from before, and thank God there were no doors. We ran for the elevator and got in, pushed the up button, and stood there, looking at each other dumbfounded as to what had just happened. None of us spoke. We just waited till the elevator opened, back to Toontown, and started making our way to the front gate. We kept a low profile, using the same duck and hide technique that had gotten us this far from the get-go. Maintenance workers and security guards were still about, but we couldn't take any more chances. Finally, Tim lost it and took off with a sprint. I couldn't imagine what set him off until I looked and saw everyone in the park just standing there, staring at us with blank faces. We heard a voice over the intercom explaining that 3 fugitives had escaped from captivity and needed to be escorted back to the jail cells below. We booked it, catching up to Tim, costume characters appearing from the shadows, workers and guards chasing after us. Everyone was sprinting for us. I couldn't see well, but I imagined drool dripping from their jaws. They wanted us back down there. We had to escape. They were pissed. The gate was just up ahead. The creepiest thing about it all was that besides the voice over the intercom, the park was dead silent. No chat from the workers could be heard. Even now, as we were running for what we assumed was our lives, from the characters, the workers, the guards, no one bothered to shout after us. No one yelled. No one said stop. Nothing. Just footsteps and the occasional cough from Guy. As we made it past the park's front gate, we didn't stop until we got to the parking lot. Our car was gone, and we were left scratching our heads. We continued running down the road, which meant for miles, stopping occasionally to catch our breaths. We made it into a little corner store where Tim used his cell phone to call a taxi cab. When it finally arrived, we took the cab back to the hotel we were staying at, paid the fare, and went to our rooms. In the end, the next day, we got a call from the hotel's front desk, so we headed downstairs. There were officers waiting for us. They said our car had been impounded and we needed to pay the fine. They didn't ask us any other questions, and we didn't bother telling the police anything that had happened. Even now, on the random board, people who don't have a reason to believe me don't believe me. So how can an officer of the law be expected to? We didn't bother. We simply paid the fine and drove home. We didn't talk about what happened the whole drive back. It wasn't until a couple weeks later that I got myself into a search for numbers. Curious, I guess. As you all know, Walt Disney was born on December 5th, 1901. The room we were in was 1901, and the door next to it was 1205. Also, he died December 15th, 1966, which was the key code that the worker had put in to let us to the main corridor. What a strange coincidence, I decided. Whether any of this was real at all, I couldn't tell you. Maybe our imaginations ran wild. We were tired. It was around 1 a.m. when we made our escape, so it's plausible that the answer, I never forget it though, and I haven't been back since. A few months ago, I went outside to check the mail. I have one of those really old mailboxes that is right outside the house. I leafed through the mail. It was all bills and filers and magazines. Then I noticed something else at the bottom of the mailbox. A videotape. Now, something I find in the mailbox like bugs, garbage, and things like that. A few years back, we had found a squirrel and made a nest in there. But a videotape. Really? I picked it up and looked at it. It looked like a normal videotape. I looked at the side. There was a shiny sticker of a butterfly on it. I peeked into the mailbox, hoping to find some explanation for this videotape, but found nothing. I walked inside and set up my VCR. which had been collecting dust by then. I inserted the tape in and waited until it finished rewinding. When it was finished, I pressed play on the remote. It was 10:30 at night, and I grabbed some popcorn and a soda, plopping myself onto the sofa. I was ready to watch what this mysterious tape was. The video started with one of those WNED indents. I had last seen the incident when I was maybe 6 or 7. What followed was an advert to the theme park Marineland to an old advert of the 1990s. During the advert, the screen kept flashing. I couldn't make out what it was flashing because it only lasted for a quarter of a second. The Maryland ad was cut off and it went to pitch black. It was about to rewind to see what it was flashing when a familiar thing popped up. It was PBS Kids. There was a brief advert for Chuck E. Cheese, and I smiled. I watched my childhood return to me. Suddenly, it faded to what show was coming next. Coming up next, Dragon Tales on PBS Kids. I'm sure most of you know the show Dragon Tales. It's better that you've at least seen 5 episodes to the show before you understand any of this. The intro of this show started. Everything was right, except for there was no sound. It cut off in the middle of the intro into a picture of Max sitting in a chair with the words Dragon Tales crudely written above him in red. The thing that frightened me the most was Max's facial expressions. He was pale and his eyes were tiny. He sat there as if he was trying to smile, but needed to cry. Almost all the expressions of a man about to hang himself. The episode started. It showed an outside view of Max and Emma's house as it always does. The sky was dark red, and the sun was orangish color. Max walked in holding his elbow. "Ow," he explained. "I bumped my elbow onto the table." Emmy stood as she had a frown on her face. "Maybe if you had fucked me then, your elbow wouldn't hurt so much," she replied. I was shocked at what I had just heard. She had said what I thought she had just said. More significantly, there was no credits or episode title. Then Max said, "Emmy, Mommy told us not to say that word." Emmy took a deep breath. Before she could speak, Max screamed, "Don't do it, Emmy," he cried. "I don't want to live through this anymore." Do what? I wondered. What was Emmy going to do? I was starting to get scared at this point. I knew I was about to watch a normal episode of Dragon Tales. They continued their conversation, but the rest was barely audible. Finally, Emmy suggested in a clear voice, "Why don't we go to Dragonland?" The dragon wallpaper was black and bright red. The dragons on the wall had gigantic smiles on their faces. They held each other's hand in hand and chanted, I wish with all my heart to fly with dragons in a land apart." They all arrived in Dragonland. They looked for their friends. They found Ord sitting behind a rock. Max approached him. "Hey, Ord, want to play with my new truck?" he asked. Ord turned around. I could hear bits of radio static. At first, I couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but I began to hear what the man on the radio was saying. What I heard was, "Well, Jim, this is a terrible situation we have here. Police have confirmed the Air Force One was hijacked by a few members of Al-Qaeda. The plane crashed into the Statue of Liberty in New York City, the city where President Obama was supposed to appear. We are unsure who else was on the plane, or if there were any casualties. I don't know anything else, but all I can tell you is that the Statue of Liberty is in flames and the plane was carrying President Barack Obama." During the time the radio was playing, Ord was sitting behind the rock. He had no expression on his face. He was just sitting there, lifeless. He wasn't dead, but his face almost looked like it. I thought back Max's expression on his face. Once the static ended, Ord walked away. He was expressionless as he walked in a straight line around Dragonland. The room was bloody red. Ord then gave a slick smile. A gigantic scream erupted out of nowhere. It cut to a zoom in on a photo of a realistic image of a now incapacitated lord lying dead, with his eyes ripped out and a message carved out in his head. In Ord's blood it said, "Hail Satan." It cut to black at that second. It then faded to a church. The bell rang in a distorted deep tone. The sky was still blood red. Radio static coming back. "Breaking news," the anchorman proclaimed. "President Barack Obama is dead. He was killed this afternoon in a plane crash along with Vice President Joe Biden and 55 other government officials. Also on that was rock and roll legend Chuck Berry and 40 others. Air Force One was hijacked by 5 Al-Qaeda members, whose names have not been confirmed." The anchorman's voice shook with terror as he spoke. "This is a terrible, shocking day, not only for the United States of America, but for the entire world." The response was, after that, it went to static. It showed paintings on the outside of the church. At that moment, I assumed that this was something to do with the death of Obama. It zoomed in on the coffin. It had photorealistic stuff. The voice of Zach suddenly shouted, "Casey, no!" It cut to black and white video. It was silent except for a random beeping noise. By silent, all you could hear was a film projector running. It showed Casey walking around in a white background. She kept walking, the beeping sound getting louder, and Casey stopped. She walked over towards the screen. I could hear her breathing. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her teeth were broken. Her hair was shaved off. At this point, I thought Casey could hear me. She opened her mouth. What followed was the most ear-piercing sound that I could have ever heard in my life. It wasn't like a scream, but a really messed up beeping sound that was louder than any human could hear. My ears sometimes still ring from that. That's how bad it was. In fact, I'm lucky I'm not deaf. Casey continued to stare at me. I was getting scared at this moment and didn't want to watch anymore. I tried to shut it off. Said Casey in the voice of a crying and choking woman. "We must pray to Satan." Then it faded to black. It faded back to a dragon tune. For those of you who don't know, the format was 2 10-minute episodes and a song in between. I hoped that the nightmare had ended. It didn't. The song was an organ track that began looping. The video quality wasn't very good, so I couldn't see what was really going on. There were about 500 dragons in a gigantic circle chanting, "Casey, Casey, Casey." Casey then smiles and jumps into the fire. The video quality suddenly improving. It shows Casey's flesh burning. She looked at me and proclaimed, "You did this to me," before her skin was burnt to ash and her entire body turned to rubble. It actually showed her being burnt. Suddenly, hundreds of dragons pounced on her remains. They began to scratch at each other. They devoured each other. It showed dragons biting each other's skulls, dragons ripping out flesh of other dragons, and fleshless dragons crying blood. I began to wonder how this was a dragon tune. The scene changed back to Max and Emmy at their house. "I need my truck," exclaimed Max. "Well, hurry up," said Emmy in an angry voice. Max then fell in the toy box he was searching. Emmy, I'm locked. Help me." Max screamed. He was crying, like actually real crying. Emmy screamed, "It's stuck." You could feel the pain as Max panicked to get out. To make a long story short, he didn't. Cut to a gigantic cage. It showed Zach and Wheezy on all fours drinking water from a dish. They began to sing. The singing was muffled, so I couldn't understand their words. After a while, the song became more clear, and the voices of Zach and Wheezy now sounding like an old man with a gruff voice, and a little girl no older than 4. The last verse went something like this. "Praise thy devil, for he is thou. Let him possess unto thou, for pain and torture. Are we all we can see? It's better you than him and me." Then they paused. The little girl started to cry. It was actual singing, not actual stand-up. The man said in a gruff voice, "I said stand the fuck up so I can rape you again," the man shouted. You could actually hear the man rape the little girl. You could feel her pain as she said she was forced to do something illegal. Her screams and cries echoed. Finally, the screams and cries stopped. "Stand up, you little piece of shit," the man yelled. "I want my mommy," the girl cried. She was screaming. Out of the blue, a loud gunshot rang. The girl continued to scream loudly. 5 shots were fired, whispering in the man's voice, "Oh shit, what am I gonna do with this body?" The video cut to the surveillance camera room. Videos of different angles of the Air Force One crash into the Statue of Liberty. I began to wonder how the girl's rape and murder and the terrorism act both connected together. It cut to pitch black suddenly. A face came out of the shadows. It was a terrifying figure from one of the worst nightmares I had when I was 5. It looked like Satan. His eyes were bulging now and he had a big smile on his face. He opened his mouth and let out an ear-piercing sound that I had heard earlier. I was able to stop the video now. I didn't want to see the face of that terrible demon anymore. I shut off the VCR and stayed up all night on my computer. I threw out the videotape, but after I took some photos of the episode before garbage day, I made sure the video was in the garbage, but it wasn't. I searched the house and it was nowhere to be seen. I never had seen the tape again, and I warn you to never pick up a mysterious videotape you find. Most people don't believe in theories of Disney's secret corruption. They think it's a whole bunch of bull. However, I believe. My aunt's deceased boyfriend had apparently worked in a Disney park unknown as Duck Pond. Many don't know of its existence. Disney did everything in its power to hide it. It was unique from most Disney parks because it was actually located under a pond. The premise was that it was like Disneyland, but all about Donald Duck and its co-host Mickey, occasionally visiting, though he was there every day. There was just one mascot costume of him, while everyone else had multiple. My aunt's boyfriend had a journal, and after constantly nagging her, she finally let me borrow it. Its excerptions below. Journal log 1. It's my first day working at Duck Pond. I'm so excited. Journal log 2. Today was great. I love my new job. Log journal 3. Today was bad. Some hyperactive child ate away too many sweets and threw up on the floor. Had to clean it up. Journal log 4. Super fun. I love this job. Journal log 5. It's been a week since my last log, but my job seems pretty fun. Log journal 6. Wow, it's been a year since my last log. This job isn't fun anymore. Journal log 7. Today something weird happened. We did a head count of the costume employees, and there was one extra Donald. We did a recount, and he was still there. Since we didn't have many costume people, we did one last recount, and he was still there. We called security, but when they got there, he was gone. Journal log 8. We've been getting death threats and bombing threats. He refers to himself as the man in the Donald costume. Could this be the man who had the extra Donald costume in our head count? Journal log 9. Man, I'm about to lose my job. This place is getting closed. It's not forever, then a long while. Someone used the Donald suit. Now, 4 children are missing. I heard that this man may be after me next. This is rather unsettling, to say the least, so I decided to do some investigating on a killer who dressed up in a Donald suit. After at least 2 hours of searching, I found an online page about 3 candidates for the Donald Duck killings. Their names were Taylor Saper, Woody Lindargo, and Arnold Fork. After some investigating, I discovered that Arnold Fork is actually in a prison about 20 miles away from here where I live. I decided to go do some interviewing on him later, but first I needed to find more evidence. At first I couldn't find anything, but then I figured out you could still enter Duck's Pond, but not legally. However, they literally never checked there. I'd been by the area. I decided to go check it out. I drove near the area, but out a mile away and walked. I couldn't let any evidence of me entering be seen. I wore all black clothes because wearing all black clothes actually glitches out the cameras into not picking you up on the feed, so I could sneak in without being traced back. Once I arrived, I got into a little rusty submarine that led into the underwater park. Once I got out, I got my camera and started off. Nothing too special, just some abandoned stuff. After 2 hours of searching, I could find nothing of value and left. About 3 weeks passed and I couldn't get any more information about the corruption of Disney. Until I passed by a garage sale. I saw some old lady with a few VHS tapes. I went there and nothing seemed to be of interest till I saw a VHS tape labeled Donald's Hell. Intrigued, I tried to buy it. The lady said it was free, and soon I left with the tape. I put it in my VHS player and started watching. A costume of Donald wanders into Duck Pond. There he walked depressed. Suddenly, a flashing picture of, oh Lord, dead child popped up on my screen. This kid was horribly mangled. Both his eyes were ripped out, and HF is written in blood on his forehead. HF? That could have stand for Harold Hobb. Where have I seen this before? Hi everybody, Good Buddy Q here. I'm not really used to this. Sorry for my nervousness. I'm not really sure about how to go about this. I mean, it's sort of out of the blue, but I wanted to at least put out what happened there for other Italian fans like myself. I guess I'll just talk, type or whatever, just to get through this. As much of an interesting experience this was, I'd rather not remember it and continue with my derp life. Alright, so, this happened a while ago, before school started, that it went down. But I should probably go back even further to when it first started. It was when Axis Powers Italia was in full swing. Second season was still bounding through the fandom and giving out new glorious episodes every Monday. My older sister and I were both involved in the series, which was a rare occasion since we didn't often share interests with one another. Oh sure, I would force myself to get into whatever she was getting into so we could at least have a reason to hang out. but this was the first she came into my fandom without me working for it. It was really nice. Considering it was still unknown in our small town, it was even nicer just to have someone to relate to. She and I cosplayed it together, watched episodes together, got merchandise together, the whole kit caboodle. Though she was always able to get more stuff than I was because she actually had a job. At some point, she actually bought a bootleg DVD of Hitalia so she could watch it at any time, picture of which I provided to her thanks to my mother lending me her camera for a second before she had sold it by next week. Of course, all the episodes had just been ripped from the internet sites and that it had been dubbed. I watched one or two episodes with her, but really I was content with watching them online, so I left her to it. About 2 or 3 days ago, she got the DVD. She acted really weird, is the best way I can describe it. In a drop of a hat, she dropped the whole Hitalia series, setting aside her merchandise and selling her Hitalia cosplays, even selling some of them. When I tried to ask her about what was up, she said she didn't want to talk about it, to the point of she'd just glare at me if I mentioned it. I was extremely disappointed at losing my sister when it came to sibling bonding in the fandom. At this time, I'd figured she'd grow out of it or found something even better. That mindset especially fit in when she started to read Homestuck soon after it to have something to do. Now here's where it gets even weirder. Now it's been a while since then, probably like a month or so. I'm not sure why, probably a phone call from my best friend. I got the urge to watch some episodes with some classic good old Italy. Though currently the internet was being worked on by my father, since he was changing to phone providers and all that mess, so I decided to look for my Hitalia DVD that my sister had. It took me a long while, but I found it shoved in the back of the DVD cabinet. Not sure exactly why she had it shoved back there. Well, at the time, the bootleg wasn't really bad. It had fan art of everyone as chibis around the world with the little title on the top, same as the disc, just printed on with some fan art. I popped the DVD in the player in my room and decided to look through the episodes to find a really funny one. Maybe the one when Romano is first introduced. As I went through the episode choice option though, I found something really weird between episode 23 and 24. For those who don't know, it's the Liechtenstein and Switzerland episode. Very cute indeed. And the 24th has the conclusion on the Axis Island art thing. But there was another square choice like an episode, but there really wasn't a title next to it, what number it was or the episode was about. Though it wasn't that it was an untitled that caught my interest, but the screenshot of it. It was Italy smiling, looking upwards in a content daze. His eyes actually opened, mind you, with glistening eyes and what looked like sand, like perhaps he was laying in it. This blew my freaking mind, for this was something new. I craved for something new in the fandom always. Perhaps this was a hidden chapter I wasn't aware of, like a bonus episode. I bit my lip and trembled with excitement, and I knew I had this all to myself. Wait until my friends heard about this. I was going to be more knowledgeable than anyone else. Of course, when I look back, I wish that I hadn't found it. I clicked the select button on my remote to watch it. The title and animation appeared as always, the large orchestra blaring out a few seconds to show the Japanese katakana of Hitalia with the Axis power next to it. Soon after, it shifted to the view of the island that the Axis were stranded on, Japan and Germany sitting against the shade of a tree, while Italy just laid in the sand, soaking up sun that the cute dumb look on his face. Now, before I go on, I've read stories like this before about lost episodes of cartoon stories that I don't believe in until now, honestly. And I know how they went off about it being extremely bad quality. This actually wasn't too bad. Sure, it wasn't the best quality. It was still quite pixelated from being ripped off a site, then burned onto a disc. But it was okay. The sound was just a tad muffled, nothing too out of the ordinary. Of course, this just kind of made it creepier later on when it was able to be seen better. But I'll get to that in a bit. Back to the episode. While Italy was sunbathing in his jacket and shorts, the camera cut over to Germany and Japan, though both looked a tad upset, if not a bit worried, and then they just started to speak. Two things threw me off. One was there was no subtitles, so I had zero idea of what they were talking about. And two, their voices were actually those who voiced them in the series. I was extremely impressed of such raw footage. I was a bit miffled there were no subs. Oh well, as long as Hikori Yusamoto, Germany's voice actor, kept talking, I was happy all the way. The two seemed to be chatting about something serious, Germany clutching his stomach from time to time in pain as Japan would nod and set a hand on his stomach as well. My guess was that they had run out of steady food on the items that they were starving. That was kind of a downer start to the episode but it was only the beginning. There was probably a fun way to getting food later on. Just then Italy called out, having the two of them look back to where he was, which was now currently running towards the ocean. He waved to them, the two of them waving back unenthusiastically before the other went back to just playing in the water and sand. I didn't notice this until then, but the only thing playing in the background of this was the ocean waves. Something not uncommon, but it certainly kept the atmosphere kind of static, especially when the focus was in the hungry and worried nations in the shade. But either way, I was too sucked up in just the beautiful new material I didn't question it. I didn't even care that I didn't know the bulk of it. I mostly cared about the action anyways. The nations were quiet for a while before Japan had seemingly asked something to Germany, looking to him in shock, almost exclaiming before being quiet, hushed by the island nation, making him whisper the line instead. Ooh, what was Japan thinking, I thought. But Japan had repeated the Japanese statement in much quieter and clearer tone, not taking his eyes off Italy in the water. For a few moments, the two of them discussed the issue, obviously talking about the Italian, though soon enough the two of them nodded in agreement. At the moment, even though it was just a few seconds, Germany had made the saddest face I'd ever seen, like he could burst out into tears at any moment, but he kept it back. Honestly, I inwardly flipped my shit at such emotion, even though it was short, though it made me wonder even more what brought it on. The scene changed to night. The three nations huddled in the forest fire for warmth, though they seemed to at least content with their jackets on. As usual, Italy was fast asleep next to it, sleeping contentedly while leaving the other two nations to their thoughts. Still on the sound of the ocean crashing against the shore was heard in the background as the two of them were silent, though soon enough the camera panned over to them, giving each other a subtle nod. In unison, the two stood up, going over to Italy and picking him up very carefully, not wanting to wake him up. At this point, I was extremely confused. What were they planning to do with him? Were they going to a new location? Quietly, they shuffled the sleeping nation over to the ocean and carefully set him face down. Japan setting his hands over his head so it was pushing against the water surface. It didn't take long until Italy began thrashing around, bubbles popping furiously onto the water next to his head, only having Japan press his head further, while Germany was looking away with his eyes closed and his lip being bitten on too hard. While this was going on, my mouth was hanging ajar. Japan and Germany were drowning Italy? Why? As I watched this insanity, I recognized the words German still, Italy, come from Japan. Sorry, Italy. What the hell? About 15 seconds later, which felt like almost forever of watching the poor nation, Italy's limbs fell with a plop in the water, the bubbles ceasing to rise anymore. The deed was done. But why? Japan and Germany picked up the waterlogged Italy and brought him to the shore, placing him next to the fire. While Germany sat aside, just staring at the fire as he contemplated what he'd just done, Japan unsheathed his sword and kneeled down next to the corpse, taking off his own jacket and setting it aside. With one more look into the blonde before backing down, Japan took a deep breath before making an incision from the base of his neck and towards his belly button, cutting it a bit more so he was able to flip the skin back, revealing the bloody organs of the once living nation. At this, I had to pause the episode, feeling quite lightheaded at this point. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I mean, I read and looked at gory Hitalia stuff, but seeing it down in Studio Gene style and done in official voices, it was just too surreal. And while I had the TV paused, I had a good chance to look at Italy's insides. God, that sounded so weird as I typed this. And they looked so real. Not that they were hyper-canned, but as if the artist had started at the inside of anatomy of a person for hours, drawing every little curve to making it realistic. I wanted to stop watching. I wanted to turn off and abandon that TV and the DVD inside, but I had already gone too far. I had to see this through to the end. It would haunt me for the rest of my life if I had stopped there. After taking a short breather and drinking some water, I pressed the play button on the remote to resume the madness. Instantly, I was greeted by a slurp sound of Japan sliding his hand into Italy's body and beginning to pull out the organ. It looked like the liver, with it so detailed it was hard to not mistake the organ. Japan sighed as he cut the connection strand with his sword and set a mess of organs to the other discarded jacket before going back and setting aside a kidney, both of them. While Japan searched around, Germany reached over with some sharpened sticks as he pulled and gathered earlier and penetrated the sharp end with each organ that Japan had let out. With a satin sigh, he set the organ kebabs on a range of the fire so it could get cooked, which I didn't know that was even possible. Once more, after a seemingly long period of time, Germany pulled the now-cooked liver out of the fire while handing it to Japan, who accepted it with his arms still blood-smeared, a kidney. Both of them with silence before Japan murdered Ikadakimasu, and both took a large bite from it. Ugh, it still makes me feel weird when I think about seeing this scene, but that lightheadedness faded as I heard something that made me gasp. Doisu? Nihon? Both turned back in shock. The camera panned over to show that Italy was awake. What? How was he awake? They drowned him! How is he still conscious? Hell, I wasn't even sure what was going on, and it seemed like the other two had no idea either. Germany and Japan tried to explain themselves, but Italy began to grow more panicked, slowly getting what was happening and began to scream in pain. Fear and sadness. I couldn't even pinpoint what emotion was there, but it was still weird to hear him like that. It almost sounded like the man voicing him was in a large amount of pain himself. Germany and Japan went over to him, trying to get him to be quiet. Though, after large confusion of everyone yelling at once, Germany was the one to finally scream for everyone to be quiet, shaking Italy to try to make him quiet, resulting to just tugging the curl and making him stop momentarily. At this point, when I should have laughed, I was practically at the point of tears. Germany talked, trying to appear strong and try to explain the situation. My guess was the situation was they have no food left, so they were going to eat Italy since he was the weakest. Though, he was a nation, right? They were all nations. Why did they have to resort to that? Was that why Italy woke up? Germany confronted Italy while being harvested. Screenshot taken by Fia. Soon enough, Italy gave an understanding nod, whimpering in pain and fear as well. He spluttered out something, pausing at the moment to cough, blood drooling down his chin. Now it was Japan's turn to talk, seemingly tried to confront him in a soothing tone. After his small speech, Italy nodded once more before looking down, seeing that Germany was gripping his hand tightly. With another nod from the German and Japanese nation, Japan went back over to scoop his hand to now somewhat functioning body, pulling and cutting out his spleen and setting it aside. Italy almost screamed, reducing to a sort of mixture of whimpering and sobbing. The camera cut to a view of him and Germany's hand becoming more constricted against each other. The shot panned up from the frowning Germany, who was glancing to Japan's work before speaking again, calling Italy's attention. He spoke for a bit, trying to smile, and soon Italy smiled back at him. For once, the series actually opened his eyes to reveal their golden honey color, called the familiar word he used to call him, Captain. There was a time skip, and soon a large portion of organs was lying on Italy's jacket. Things I could recognize being intestines, pancreas, bladder, practically everything but the brain, lungs, and heart. Japan wiped an arm to his forehead, smearing the blood accidentally before impaling them to a stick and sticking near the fire. He turned to Germany, who was still holding Italy's hand. He crawled over to get a closer look, and Italy had seemed to pass on again, his eyes slightly glistening and staring blankly upwards with a small smile on his face. Italy smiling even in death. This shot was the very one showed in the menu. Japan looked up to Germany, seeing that he was frowning, blue eyes glistening with tears as he tried to get over having this happen to him. Japan set a hand on his shoulder, murmuring something seemingly comforting, making Germany nod in agreement and sigh shakingly. Japan frowned slightly at the moment he moved aside, grabbing his dead Italian free hand and squeezing it slightly, saying something to Germany before looking to the fire, which the organs were roasting on. Germany glazed back to the fire for a moment before looking up to the sky where Italy was staring. The camera panned upward toward it, past the stars and everything until it was completely black. And then the next episode started playing. Just like that, no credits or anything. Just left the episode on a cryptic or optimistic note. I had no idea. I wish I could have it on my computer and get screenshots, but the disc refused to play on here for some reason, and I don't really have a good camera to snap a clear shot. My friend Fia was kind enough to get 2 screenshots for me. Through the disk only worked on her computer for so long, but I'd rather not look at it again. It may not sound as bad as you read this, but it made me get away from Hetalia for a while, honestly. Though I'm not as weak-stomached as my sister, I still love the series and I will continue to love it. But since then, I refuse to watch any anime episodes. I would prefer to see fan-made gore over official ones of any time.
Lou Woods was a good boy. He always did as told. He got good grades. He always tried to keep his younger brother out of trouble. And he had his passion for art and poetry. Good boys didn't end up where he had been, but he had ventured himself because he loved his brother too much to let Jeff go in the place. He had been a lonely, terrifying experience. Now it had been weeks since Lou had been released from the horrible place, only to see his little brother in such a desolate state. He visited as often as he could after school. Jeff couldn't speak, but that didn't stop Lou from trying to keep his brother entertained. He told him about mundane things like what he had for lunch, about how he still hadn't made any friends. This one boy kept calling him a prison reject, and how he was saving up to buy a new game for Jeff. All Lou could think about at school was his brother, stuck in the hospital. Jeff did not have a hospital roommate, but Lou had the feeling it was just as lonely for his sibling without him, as it was for Lou when he was in that joke of a correction facility. Time passed by quick enough, though, and the doctor was ready to release Jeff. Lou felt nervous as the bandages were slowly removed. He had to remind himself that no matter what his brother looked like now, he was still the boy who would play fight with him, play video games with him, and relied on him as a role model. The cloth was removed as his mother's scream told Lou that what he saw wasn't an illusion. He swallowed back the feeling of his lunch crawling up his throat and told his brother, "It's not that bad," his first lied to his brother. Jeff's reply and laughter only marked the teenager's hair stand up on his neck. That night, Lou fell asleep after some thought. He was sure he had already gotten used to Jeff's face. It was still only his brother after all, no matter what he looked like. He woke up to the sound of a thud. There was a gut feeling in his stomach, informing him that something wasn't right, but he ignored it and tried to go back to sleep. There was no success in calming himself down, looked up again. A hand roughly covered his mouth, making him lash out until Lou was pushed over onto his bed. His assailant pinned him down. Some kind of liquid hit his forehead, and he realized 2 things. The person above him was Jeff, and that he was bleeding from freshly made gouge in his cheeks. The kitchen knife reflected in the dim moonlight coming from the window as he thrashed, trying to scream under his hand. "Shh," his young sibling cooed softly, like a mother talking to her newborn. "Go to sleep." The pain of the knife digging into his chest slightly was painful. The cut was following on his abdomen was the worst kind of pain the boy had ever felt. Not even the time Lou had cut himself deeply with the knife compared to the burning sharp pain. The blade slid across his belly, increasing the pain and blood pooling around the sheets. Jeff seemed to have given up keeping him silent, moving his other hand to Lou's abdomen. The older boy was still screaming his head off as the lunatic stuck his hand inside the incision and gripped something inside. "My organs," Lou thought as the horror set in with the world blurring and finally going dark. He wasn't sure if he had heard Jeff say "Goodnight, big brother" or not before passing out. Lou's eyes fluttered, his thoughts too scattered to form anything coherent. "Oh good, he's awake," a female voice. Everything was blurred and out of focus as a shadowy blob passed over him. "Hey kid, take it easy. I know everything's been rough on you, but don't worry, you're safe now. He won't be able to touch you here." "He?" Lou thought for a moment to process the word. He who? Who's he? Where am I? Oh God, it hurts. "Calm down, kid. You're going to drive your heart monitor crazy." His soft pleasure gripped his hand and Lou's eyes closed, trying to relax. "I'll tell the doctor to up your dosage. You're lucky, kid. That psycho bastard had already killed quite a few people. He looks like a demon or something from the police sketches. Wouldn't want to run into him in an alley at night." Lou frowned. He? Oh, right, Jeff. His brother had said goodnight to him after finally coming home, and then... Wait, did he just call his brother a demon? His eyes snapped open wide. It was now he noticed that the loud, rapid beeping noise of the heart monitor as he caught sight of the nurse by his bedside. He hadn't even realized he had started to sit up until she pushed him back down. Lou's eyes trailed to her tool by the bedside. "Kill her," a voice insisted. "Wow, you're really rowdy. Please try and calm down before I have to get the—" She didn't get to finish her sentence as Lou stabbed scissors from the tray, jabbing it into her eye. "Shut up," he said slowly. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." His voice picked up as he pulled back, stabbing her again to the lullaby of her screams. And again, the fourth time, he lost track after he had already fallen to the floor, her good eyes staring up at him blankly and his hands covering her blood, dead. "Get out of here." Lou didn't think twice. He got up, stumbling his way to the chair as he had fresh clothes on. There was a little card that said, "Get well soon, Billy." He threw it aside and quickly got dressed, hissing in pain where he tried to bend the wrong way on his stitches. One look in the mirror revealed his body was littered with stitches. "Those are new," he thought as he finished pulling his shirt on and walking back to the corpse. "You're so goddamn annoying, and my brother is not a bastard or a demon." "I beg to differ, but whatever." The voice was ignored as he shoved the corpse under the bed and used paper towels from the bathroom joined to the room to try and clean up the blood as much as possible. Hopefully that would buy him time as he left the room and slowly navigated the hospital for the exit. Every once in a while his stomach flared up in pain to protest, but Lou knew he couldn't turn back now. Jeffrey Woods was a murderer. Lou Woods was too.
On a hot summer night, Jeff the Killer took another victim, this time a young wife, and also leaving her husband with a massive skull fracture as a result of blunt force trauma. The only people to survive were the couple's 4-month-old baby and the babysitter. Alongside the child, police found a letter which was written on the back of a paper grocery bag in black Sharpie marker, and a Motorola droid, faintly illuminated under the baby's blanket. The babysitter, who was locked in the closet during the time, claimed she smelled the lingering odor of a woman's cheap perfume and found body glitter on the baby's crib. But who was it from? Police were able to decipher the writing on the grocery bag, and here's what it said. Jeff, if you're reading this, know that no matter how many innocent victims you claim, or how much innocent blood you shed, I'm still coming for you in the end. All the men and women you so viciously slaughtered and disemboweled, I beat you to it. I killed them not because I hate them. I imagined those victims were you, so I took their lives. It was mere vision of you that made me kill them. I never did like you, you greasy-head, grinning, smug, arrogant son of a bitch. My black eyes may look like I'm void of vision, but I'm not stupid. Just remember the night that you crept into a poor girl's bedroom. You're gonna fall head over heels down the fucking stairs with your guts caught on the broken glass of the window that I stabbed you with. Tonight, when I reach you, evil will battle evil. Winner kills all, and the only one who will not get out alive is you. I'm coming for you. Sleep well. Signed, Jane the Killer. Jeff crawled silently through the bedroom window of his latest victim and gradually crept over the foot of the bed. His last encounter hadn't gone so well. The kid's father had intervened, and Jeff had lost one of his favorite knives when he threw it at the old man, whom startled Jeff when he brandished his shotgun at him, so it was his fault. The knife had missed its intended target and embedded itself into a David Bowie poster that hung on the boy's bedroom wall. Just one of life's little ironies, Jeff thought, chuckling to himself. Luckily, he had remembered to bring a spare with him that night, and hiding behind a bush, he applied his early eye drops, which were the only way to keep his eyes moist. Since the night he had removed the eyelids with a carving knife, it seemed like a good idea at the time. He applied extra drops this time, as the last struggle, followed by the long, hard run that it took to flee the scene, had dried up his eyes significantly, to the point where he had almost gone blind. "I'll get them later," he muttered to himself shortly after they escaped. After all, his father had always told him to finish what he had started. Then again, old Dad gotten himself carved into coleslaw, so how smart could it have been? Jeff was feeling hopeful about this next venture, though, and he raised the knife high above his head, taking a moment to savor the murder he was about to commit, as he liked to treat every slaying like a Thanksgiving dinner. But as he was about to plunge the knife into the helpless victim, revealing the sensation of his hands submerging themselves in a fresh open stomach, and giggled at the pitiful gasps of shock and pain that usually followed, he heard a voice that made him stop in his tracks. "Hi there, Smiley," the voice said. "It sure took you long enough to get here." It was the voice of a man in the bed. It spoke in a really soft but level tone, without a hint of fear. "Go to sleep," Jeff demanded in his own grainy and intimidating voice, the voice that struck helpless terror into the hearts of the victims all over town. But this man just chuckled casually. "I'm afraid you're in no position to give orders, son," he said, revealing a very subtle southern drawl that Jeff had not noticed a moment ago. Jeff remained frozen. Now he wanted more than anything to kill this man and get it over with, but he could not move. For the first time since acquiring his deformity and finding employment as the local homicidal maniac, Jeff had felt the icy grip of fear clutched at his spine. I said go to sleep," he bellowed. His voice was shaking as was his entire body. He was shaking so violently that he couldn't hold to the knife and dropped it from his hands. Suddenly, the man sat up. The moment was so sudden that it startled Jeff as he stumbled back a couple paces. Jeff could still not make out any of the man's features, only a vague outline of his upper body. It was as if the man was deliberately shrouding himself in darkness. The figure turned to face Jeff, and although he could not see them, he could feel the man's eyes staring directly at him, penetrating into the deepest regions of his being. "You may not know who I am, but I've been waiting for you for quite some time," the figure said. "You see, I've known about your little regime of terror for quite a while now, and I intend to put a stop to it tonight. But before you die, perhaps, I should take a moment to introduce myself. My name is..." A cold shiver ran through Jeff's spine upon hearing the man's name, a name consisting of what Jeff immediately recognized as the last two words he would ever hear. Excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. "I had a dream that I woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that from the reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There in the little ray of light illuminating from between my curtains were a pair of two eyes. They weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth, a long, horrendous smile that every hair on my body stood up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman would speak. He said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream, and that's what sent him at me. He pulled a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around trying to knock him off of me. That's when my dad bursted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if it weren't for the neighbors who had alerted the police. They drove it to the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out to see him vanishing in the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes, that psychotic smile. That'll never leave my head. Police are still on the lookout for this man. If you have seen anything that fits the description in the story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be the best to live out one of their fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain though. A new, better house, what was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of the neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce you to my son." She turns around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, and this is my husband, Peter, and my two sons, Jeff and Lou. They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them over to her son's birthday party. Jeff and his brother were about to object, but their mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family were done packed, Jeff went up to his mom. "Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you hadn't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," said his mom, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to the party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything about it. Whenever his mom had said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at the ceiling. Then suddenly, he got a weird feeling. Not as much of pain, but it was a weird feeling. He dismissed it, as he thought it was just some random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get his breakfast and get ready for school. As he sat there eating his breakfast, he once again got this feeling. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but once again, he dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and suddenly, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. "Hey, what the hell?" The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it in his hands. The kid seemed to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, it looks like we got some new meat." Suddenly, 2 other kids appeared. One was super skinny, and the other was huge. "Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith." Jeff and Lou looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have, and he's Troy. They looked at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. "And I," said the first kid, "am Randy. Now, for all the kids in the neighborhood, this is a small price for bus fare, if you catch my drift." Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of this kid's eyes when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. I had hoped you would be more cooperative, but it seems you must have to do this the hard way." The kid walked up to Lou and took the wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. Now, it was truly strong, a burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. "Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else." Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his knife. "Oh, and what will you do?" Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed, and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hands. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Luke could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. "Jeff, how'd you—" was all he said. They saw the bus was coming and they knew they would be blamed for the whole thing. So they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over the Randy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit there and listen. Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up the few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge just to hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help feel happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school. Even as he walked home due to that whole thing near the bus stop and how he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked how their day was, and he said, in somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." The next morning, he heard a knock at the door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at his door, his mother looking at them with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't a regular fight, and that they were stabbed." "Stabbed, son?" Jeff's gaze fell onto the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knife from me and Lou. We found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, one having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene." Now, what did that tell us? Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but there was no proof that it was not him who was attacked first. They couldn't say they weren't fleeing because, truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. Son, call down your brother. Jeff couldn't do it since it was he who beat up the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cops looked at his partner and they both nodded. Well, kid, looks like you're in juvie. Wait, says Lou. They were all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their gun and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those punks. I had marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises as he were in a struggle. Son, just put down the knife, said the cop. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did? Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them. I was the one who beat up the kids. Jeff's mother held her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please. You don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back to the house, seeing his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just wanted to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Lou at JDC. His friends, he had no friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That is, until Saturday, when Jeff was awoken by his mother with a happy sunshine face. Jeff, it's the day, she said. She opened up the curtains to let the flood of light into his room. What's the day? Jeff asked as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. He was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go see kids' party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up these past days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room, downstairs to get herself ready. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father dressed up. His mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? Son, is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him as she hid it with a smile. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back to his room. I don't want any of these fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what could be called fancy. He picked up black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts, none of which could go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and her father at the door. They crossed the street over the Barbara's and Billy's house. They knocked on the door as it opened with Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are out in the yard, Jeff. How about you go meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a backyard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting at each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and a hat. Hey, want to play? He said. No, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face. Please, said the kid. Fine, said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend to shoot at the kids. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that could get his mind off Lou. So he played with the kids for a while, until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. Hello, Jeff, is it? He said. We have some unfinished business. I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you and my brother got sent to JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that day, but not today. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him, and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulling out guns out of their pockets. No one interrupts, or guts will fly, they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabbed his foot and twisted it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. Need some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As he tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly started kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. Come on, Jeff, fight me. He picks up Jeff and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. Fight! He throws Jeff into the living room. Come on, Jeff, look at me. Jeff glances, his face riddled with blood. I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now we're gonna sit here. And now you're gonna just sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed. Jeff started to get up. Oh, finally. You stand and fight. Jeff is now at his feet, vodka in his face. Once again, he gets this strange feeling, the one that he hadn't felt for a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happened. Something inside Jeff snapped. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he could do was kill. He grabbed Randy and pile-drived him into the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight into the heart. The punch caused Randy's heart to drop. As Randy gasped for breath, Jeff hammered down on him, punch after punch, blood gushing from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze to point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns chained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out one final round of bullet, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more fragile than Troy, though. He ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He grabbed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. It burned both of them, and they started to scream. Jeff wiping his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head as he lay there bleeding to death. He let out an ominous smile. What's so funny? He asked. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. What's funny? He said. Is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol. Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw down the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flame ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach burned his skin, letting out a terrible screech as he caught fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everyone started to scream, and they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother, and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that when he was in some tube on his arm, when he tried to get out, he fell out. The nurse rushed in. I don't think you could get out of bed just yet, she said as she put him back in the bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there, with no vision, no idea what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. Honey, are you okay? She asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed to trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go. That made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again. Jeff's mother hugged Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see what he would look like. As the doctors wrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seat. They waited until the last bandage holding the covers of his face was almost removed. Let's hope for the best, the doctor says. He quickly pulled the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screamed as the sight of his face. Jeff and Lou's dad stare awe stuck on their face. What happened to my face? Jeff said. He rushed out of the bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face, it's horrible. His lips were burned to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color. His hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. It looked back at his family and then back at the mirror. Jeff, said Lou, it's not that bad. Not that bad, Jeff said. It's perfect. His family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay? Okay. I've never been more happier. Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me. He couldn't stop smiling. He stroked his face while feeling it, looking at the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, sanity snapped. Now he has gone crazy killing machine. That's how his parents didn't know. Doctor, said Jeff's mom, is my son alright, in the head? Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have been taking a large amount of painkillers. And his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks. Bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test. Oh, thank you, doctor, Jeff's mother said. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Jeff looked away from the mirror and his face turned into a crazy smile. "'Kay, Mommy." His mother took him by the shoulder, took him into his clothes. This isn't when I came in, said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black pants and white hoodie his son wore. None of the clothes were stained with blood and stitched together. Jeff's mother led to his room and made him put the clothes on. Then they left, not knowing the final days of their life. I can't fucking read because my itchy ass are. Later that night, Jeff's mom woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. Jeff, what are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't stop smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever. Jeff's mother noticed his eyes, ringed in black. Jeff, your eyes! His eyes were seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired, and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so I can see your face. She ran to the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. Honey, get the gun, She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding the knife. Mommy, you lied. The last thing they hear is Jeff rushed them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by the noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the board of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up and saw a hand cover his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, Jeff said. Just go to sleep. Mark sighed and looked out the night sky. He was standing on the roof of his apartment building, 4 stories up. Sometimes Mark just liked to stay up there and reflect. It was quiet and peaceful. Looking down, you could see the normal hustle and bristle of the city life. But if you looked up, you could see a beautiful sky, sometimes even a full moon or some stars. Mark walked along the border of the roof that helped keep him from falling to his death. It was pretty late, so he was going to go back to his apartment soon. Then he saw something waving in the wind a few meters away. Mark walked over and picked it up, seeing it was today's newspaper, and began to read the front page. Young man found dead near woods. Earlier today, John Parkers, age 20, was found dead near the northern woods. His family stated that he had never had any real enemies, but he was a little bit of a troublemaker. Still, they did not know who would want him dead. His death seemed to be caused by blood loss. The scars seemed to be from a large animal, but was later found out to not be the cause, as a symbol was found carved in the man's forehead. The symbol was the... Mark put the newspaper down where he found it. He didn't want an article like that ruining his night. He walked along the border with his arm on it, looking up at the sky. 20 years, so young. He felt sorry for the kid. He himself was nearly 30. He thought of all the things the man would never be able to do now that his life was gone. Mark tried to get it out of his head. He didn't want to be depressed. Without knowing it, Mark's hand bumped an empty cardboard box that was on the edge. He tried to catch it, but it was too late. It was sent falling down towards the street. It was odd. He didn't see any cars. Only one lonely person walking along the sidewalk. "Hey, watch out!" he cried, but it was a bit too late. The box fell on the person's head. Well, at least it was just an empty cardboard box. He was about to call down his apologies when what happened next made him freeze. The person who was on the sidewalk looked up at him. He had a black hoodie and a black and white striped scarf. That, of course, was not what made him freeze. The person also had a particular mask, half pitch black, half luminescent white. He managed to get back his voice as he was going to shout his apologies. Maybe this guy was just out from a strange party or gathering when he was yet again frozen with what he saw. The man said something that Mark couldn't quite hear. Then he jumped onto the wall. He began climbing up the side of the building, similar to the style of a spider or a lizard. Mark was just frozen, mouth agape, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The strange man, no, monster, reached the top of the building and crouched on the border's edge. Mark now saw how he was able to climb on the building so easily. He was wearing white gloves, but they were long, black, cat-like claws extending from the end of each finger through the gloves. He saw that the mask had a face on it, but only half a face. On the white side of the mask, there was the shape of an angry-looking eye and a mouth curved into a frown. They just stared at each other. It was only for a few seconds, but to Mark, it felt like an eternity. Then something strange happened. The monster's mask changed. The angry mouth and eye disappeared. On the black side of the mask appeared a happy eye and a strange smile. The monster cocked its head back to one side and said... Mark screamed and ran towards the little door leading to the inside of the building. He prayed that the monster wasn't following him. He reached the door and threw it open, bolted inside and slammed it shut. Panting, he leaned up against the door to shut it. After a while, he wondered if the monster was still there, and why he didn't try to force the door open. He had no idea what it said to him, but there was something odd about the way it said it. It seemed happy and playful, but also angry and malicious. He gathered up the courage and decided to open the door. Putting one hand on the knob, he took a deep breath, slowly opened the door, ready for whatever was on the other side. Mark expected to find himself face to face with the odd mask. Instead, he saw the monster was still there where he had left him, sitting on the edge of the roof and smiling that odd and somewhat malicious smile. The monster said again. Mark slammed the door shut again. His legs fell from beneath him and he sat on the floor. He didn't like the way the monster said those things to him. He sat there for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. Well, it was late. Maybe he fell asleep on the roof and had a nightmare. He decided to check one more time. Mark stood up and slowly opened the door. Part of him said that the monster would be in the exact same spot, say the same thing. The other part told him that the monster would be right in front of the door, claws unsheathed and ready to slash. He was wrong. The monster was gone. It was nothing but the light of the city and the sound of the few cars driving by. He let out a sigh of relief. was all just a dream. The door slammed shut in his face. He made a sound of pain as the metal door whacked him on the forehead. Mark rubbed his head and fell to the ground. "What the hell was that?" he shouted to no one in particular. He didn't close the door, even if he wasn't that clumsy. The wind wasn't that strong enough to close it. He told himself that maybe it was just a freak gust of wind. His mind quickly digressed when he heard the laughing again. The noise came from right outside the door, a little above it. A monster must have been standing on top of it. Mark woke up confused. He was in his apartment, in his bed. He looked around to see if it really was his place. It was. He sighed again. It must have been all a dream. One of those odd dreams that you could have sworn were real because it felt so real. But then you realized it must have been a dream because it was so odd. Mark laughed to himself a little, as if monsters actually existed. A sudden pain in his forehead appeared, which made him stop. Maybe it was real, and he just didn't remember coming back down. Mark quickly dismissed the idea. Maybe he'd fallen down in his sleep and gotten back up again. Things like that happen. Mark got up and went to the fridge to get something to drink. Grabbing a glass on his way there, he opened up a carton of orange juice to have for breakfast. He tilted the carton to pour into a glass when the juice spilled out of the container. He paused and stared at it, confused. Then he realized that there was a thin gash on the side of the carton, so that when it was tilted, the juice didn't reach the top, but spilled to the slit instead. There it was again. It came from inside the apartment. He turned around quickly, scanning the room for the monster. Then he stopped, realizing how paranoid and foolish he was being. He was obviously imagining it. The cut in the carton, his girlfriend could have done that. He'd recently gotten into a fight with her. Mark cleaned up the mess and decided he wasn't going to have anything for breakfast. He didn't feel like eating. He was worried how he was going to make up to his girlfriend Beatrice. He loved her and wanted her to understand how much he loved her. He turned on the television and watched for a couple of hours, forgetting his troubles. It was now noon. He got up and walked to the kitchen, leaving the television on. He opened up the cabinet that he kept his alcohol in, taking out a bottle of beer. He poured some into a glass and nearly dropped the bottle when he saw that it wasn't beer. It was just plain water. He frowned and drank a little bit to check, and it was just plain water. He stared at it angrily and grabbed another bottle, another, and another. The contents had all been replaced with just normal water. He sighed angrily, and there it was again. Mark jumped a little. It was just that laughter again. He told himself again and again that he was just imagining it. He was just getting paranoid because his dream felt so real. Beatrice couldn't have done this too. There was no monster. He dug around the cabinet to see if there was anything left in there. In the back, he knew there were 2 bottles of wine and 1 bottle of champagne, but he wanted to save those for when Beatrice forgave him. He saw the bottles and was about to close the cabinet when he had to do a double take. One of the bottles of wine were missing. Mark looked at where he kept the wine glasses, and one of them was missing too. Beatrice could have done this too. She was pretty mad, Mark said to himself quietly. He swore to himself that he would make it up to her, even if it was the last thing he ever did. He heard it again. It came from the living room, where he left the television on. He knew he hadn't imagined it this time. That laughter was real. He closed the cabinet shut and ran into the room. Sure enough, there was the monster. He was sitting on the couch drinking a glass of wine, watching television that had been left on. The monster paused and looked up at Mark, smiling. It picked up another bottle of wine in one hand and shook it a little towards him. Mark paused, staring at the monster. He quickly snapped out of it and ran back to the kitchen as quickly as possible, as he could. It was real. He really expected the monster to get up and come after him to kill and eat him, because that's what monsters do. The monster remained in there. He could hear it laughing at him. Mark was afraid. He had to get out of this place and get it out of his life. He looked around the kitchen to find something to use. Panicking, he grabbed the nearest knife as he could and ran back to the living room, ready to fight. The monster was gone. There was no trace. The evidence was the missing bottle of wine and the wine glass. He tensed up. Maybe he was going crazy because of that dream. No, I'm not crazy. That can't happen. It won't happen. I won't let it. He rambled to himself. He went back into the kitchen and put the knife away. He walked back to the living room and sat on the couch, picking up the remote and turned off the TV to think. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe I'm going crazy because I'm depressed because Beatrice is mad at me. The strange dream just happened to mix with it. Mark got up and grabbed the phone to call her. He dialed her number and waited for her to pick up. Mark was so excited about making it up to her that he didn't notice someone slipped through the window and watched him. "Hi, Beatrice? It's me. Sorry about the fight we had. No, I'm really sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you. I swear I'll..." He set the phone down. She had hung up. Only then did he see something in the corner of his eye, but when he turned back, it was gone. "I'm going to make it up to her," he told himself, grabbing his jacket and putting it on. "I'm going to apologize in person." Mark paced around the apartment, thinking of what he was going to give to her. Then he realized and opened the cabinet to grab the bottle of champagne. But when he opened, the bottle was gone. He thought to himself that his sincere apology would be enough and went out the door to see her. Mark walked along quickly, rehearsing what he was going to say. The entire time he was walking, he felt that someone was following him. He told himself that he was just being nervous. Mark reached her house and stood in front of the steps. He was afraid that she wasn't going to forgive him and break up with him. He reached out first to knock on the door, but quickly drew back. He was afraid. Mark sighed and swore under his breath, telling him that he was a coward. He turned around and walked away, not noticing that the laugh that happened right behind him, followed by the sound of an opening window. Mark left the bar he was at. He had come to this bar to have a little bit of a drink before he faced Beatrice, but didn't feel like drinking at all and hardly touched what he had bought. Mark told himself that he would go and apologize like a man and set off towards her house. Mark reached out his fist and knocked on the door loudly. He waited. No one answered. He pressed the doorbell several times and could hear it ring through the house. Still, no one answered. Getting worried, he knocked on the door and shouted her name. Still, no one answered. He tried the doorknob, and it opened. It was odd. She usually kept the door locked. The first thing he noticed was when he entered, the door was open. The wooden boarding on the sides of it seemed to have a lot of claw marks on it, like a cat had been here. He walked into the dining room, calling out her name. He paused when he saw the bottle of champagne on the table. It was the bottle that he'd had in his cabinet. It was open. He picked it up and examined it. There was a note taped to the side of it. The note read, "Beatrice, I'm so sorry about our fight. I really want to make it up to you because I love you with all my heart and soul. Mark." Mark stared at the note, looking at the little heart following the word soul. He didn't remember sending this to her. "Beatrice?" he shouted. He walked around the table and his blood ran cold. He saw her, his darling Beatrice, on the floor. She wasn't moving. Shards of broken glass around her. "Beatrice!" Mark shouted and fell to the floor to pick her up, ignoring the cuts given to him by the shards of glass. He saw from the shapes of them that they were from the wine glass. Tears streamed in his face and he hugged her. He knew she was dead. That's so sweet of him. Mark paused and looked up. There it was, the monster. It was sitting in the windowsill, intimidating her voice. "I'm so sorry we had the fight in the first place." Mark stared at it, anger boiling inside. Then she drank it. Then she died. "It's poison." It laughed hard, putting its hands up to his face to try and stop. "You think this is funny? You killed her. I'll kill you." He stood up and grabbed the bottle. Mark threw the bottle, but the monster jumped out the window before it reached it. He was going to kill it. He would make it pay. Mark walked over to Beatrice's dresser. He knew she had kept a pistol in self-defense. He pulled it out and opened the clip, seeing that there were only 4 bullets left. That was all right. He only needed 1. Mark ran out the door. There was no sign of the monster anywhere. He knew it was going back to his apartment, though. Mark ran as fast as he could, ignoring the crosswalk signs of other people, and just ran. He reached his apartment building and ran up to his floor, slamming the door open to his apartment. He was right. The monster was there. He was lying on top of the bookshelf, holding a glass of wine, the wine bottle in the other hand. Mark flew in a fit of rage and pointed the gun towards it, shooting a bullet. It sprung up and jumped to the wall, leaving the wine glass and clinging to it with its claws so that its back was facing Mark. He shot a second time, and it flipped over so it was now facing Mark. Its left arm and leg dangled further than a normal human's. He shot again and it dropped to the floor, now on all fours. Mark shot yet again, and it did a roll to dodge. Then it jumped onto the wall, staying there and staring at him. Mark walked over to it angrily and pointed the pistol towards its forehead. He pulled the trigger, but it only made a clank, indicating there were no more bullets. The monster began to laugh. Mark was enraged and swung the gun towards its melee attack, but the monster crawled to its side, picking up the wine glass where it had left it on the bookshelf. It threw the wine glass at Mark. Mark dodged it. Then it threw the wine bottle and hit him square into the eyes. Mark passed out. Mark regained consciousness. He was face to face with the monster. It was clinging to the ceiling, its arms and legs bending back at a 90-degree angle so it was facing him. Its mask changed again. The luminescent smile on the dark side of the mask disappeared, and the angry frown reached on the white side of its mask. Then he said in a dark voice, lacking the happy, pitiful of before. It made a low growling, hissing sound and pounced. Later in the day, the police arrived at Mark's apartment. A neighbor had called because they had heard gunshots. Mark was found dead, claw marks all over his body and throat, and his throat clawed out. The kill seemed animal, and the claw marks were found along the walls and ceiling. Bloody footprints were found headed towards the window, so it was determined that it was done by a human. Upon further inspection of the body, they found something carved into the skin of his forehead. Do you remember that old Playhouse Disney show, Bear in the Big Blue House? Well, if you remember the show, then you probably remember Luna the Moon. Deep inside Luna, she is soulless and bloodthirsty. I was working at Walt Disney World in Florida as a janitor, as I was cleaning inside a soundstage when I encountered a tape of Luna from Bear in the Big Blue House. The label said Luna 666, written in red ink. I put the tape in a nearby VCR and hit play. The picture faded in. It said Killer Luna in big red letters. The show started out normal with the intro, but the film had a red tint and it got darker and darker. After the intro, it showed a stroller with maggots and a layer of dust all around it. A round object of white glow was in the stroller, with loud, crunching noises. It cut to a faded image of Luna with red foam coming out of her mouth, and there was extremely loud screaming in the background. It showed Luna eating, and then it cut to Luna screaming for 5 minutes, and then it faded out. The tape rejected. I vomited. Apparently, one of the writers that used to be an animator had a history of poor mental health. He used this animation skill to create the Killer Luna tape. The man then crawled into his bathtub with a gun and committed suicide by himself in the... I quit my job and have never told anyone this story. Not until now.
There are many different variations of this game. Begin the ritual at 12 a.m. or it won't work. You will need a candle, a wooden door, a drop of blood, preferably your own, paper, matches/lighter, and sea salt. If playing in a group, each person requires their own supplies and must perform all steps of the ritual themselves. The candle must be white. It is said that red or black have very unpleasant results. You may want to do this part in advance. Write your full name, including any embarrassing middle names, on a sheet of paper and add a single drop of blood. Once the blood is dried, turn off the lights before approaching your chosen door. At 12 a.m., place the paper with your name in front of it. Place the candle on top of the paper. Knock on the door 22 times. It must still be exactly 12 a.m. when the last knock sounds. Open the door, blow out the candle, and then close it again. This has allowed the Midnight Man into your home. Immediately relight the candle or you will suffer a horrible fate. The game has begun. You must look around your dark house with the candle in your hand. Your goal is to avoid him until exactly 3:33 a.m. If you remain in one spot during the game, he will find you. Keep moving. If your candle goes out, it means the Midnight Man is only a few steps away. You have 10 seconds to relight it. If you fail, then you must immediately create a circle of salt around you. I can't promise this will save you.
You must remain within it until 3:33 a.m. It is said that the Midnight Man will create a hallucination of your greatest fear. If you leave the circle during it, then you are lost and belong to him. The Midnight Man will leave at 3:33 a.m. You should now cleanse the house with sage and salt, as you would to rid yourself of any unpleasant entity. Do not use any electrical or battery-powered light during the game. Do not go to sleep or leave the house during the game. Do not use a lighter instead of a candle. Provoking the Midnight Man in any way is an extremely bad idea. He especially dislikes things being mocked or unbelievers. It is also said that once you have opened the gateway into your home, it can never be closed. The Midnight Man must obey the rules and cannot return once the game is over unless you call him again. Other entities from the same place are not bound in the same way. If you play this game, be prepared for visitors. Although this is said to be an urban legend, it is similar to much older rituals that call upon a different person entirely. Its purpose was far darker than a game. In it, you used a drop of someone else's blood and wrote their name on the paper. If you win the game that follows, then the next night, the entity will visit the named person that you have written on the piece of paper and take them back to its realm. If you lose, then you will accompany him instead. I won't post specific instructions in the game because firstly, I don't want to provide a how-to curse guide, and second, this is so much conflicting information out there that I couldn't be certain I was given the right ones. For anyone interested, I found the ritual I'm talking about in a book on the occult in my university library.
I heard recently there's a new killer. I was surprised when I first heard it for the first time. I first thought it was a crazy fan of Jet the Killer because of her appearance, but after doing a thorough investigation of her, I discovered that it was far worse than a monster. Things went well after that. I read it from a local newspaper. Strange and unexplained murders have increased for several months. They had investigated that the suspect was a killer. No shit, honey. The investigation found a witness who said that it was not one killer, but two killers. He said that both of them are attacking different cities. It is still unknown if they are working together or separately, but luckily, I was able to find another witness from the hospital. He told me what happened. Here's what the witness said. It happened one night, the guy narrates. I was walking from my work to home. I'm rereading that because that's fucking stupid. I was walking from my work to home, and I was alone in the streets. Then I had decided to take a shortcut because I want to get home quickly. But it was a big mistake. When I was already halfway to my home, I began to feel that I was being watched, and I heard footsteps. I turned quickly, making sure that a thief was not following me, but I found nothing. So I just thought that it was just my imagination. I continued walking, but the feeling of being watched became stronger, and I heard footsteps close. I noticed something approaching then. Suddenly, I saw a black-haired girl with a magenta streak in her hair. She looks like she's 16 or 17, though her face did not look human. Her skin was very pale, and her eyes looked at me with thirst for blood. She had eyes that are very wide with a strange, disturbing look. Her smile was so dark, I was afraid. I stood still for a moment. I felt great fear running through my body. Did you really? She didn't say a word. She just stood there for what seemed an eternity, and finally the girl just gave a speech she made. What? She didn't say any word. She just stood there for what seemed an eternity, and finally the girl just gave a speech as she moved her head to one side in a way that a psychopath would. I can't move my head to crack my neck, what the hell? I immediately felt nervous. Go to sleep, my prince. Oh yeah, I forgot there was her shitty saying. Then I quickly ran to the opposite direction. I ran as fast as I could. I ran as fast as I can, but it was not enough as she was too fast. Then I suddenly felt her dark presence, followed by a sharp stab through my arm. I fell to the ground with a groan of pain. Then she released a hysterical laugh. She used her knife and she stabbed into my shoulder. She managed to slice off my shirt, making my stomach bleeding. But luckily, I heard the voice of a policeman who had come. He was holding a gun, but the girl just smiled to it, and the police fired several bullets in her direction.
but the girl avoided it rapidly and she ran quickly while laughing. I saw her climbing on one of the houses, then disappeared. I was never able to forget that face, let alone that laugh. After my interview with him, the young man was found dead in his house. His body was chopped into pieces. It was full of blood everywhere. In the room where the body was found on the wall was found written with blood that said, "You didn't go to sleep, my prince." This is the origin story. Nina Hopkins is an 11-year-old who transferred to a new school so that she could be closer to home. One Sunday morning, a day before her first day of school, she woke up and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. She went back to her room and took her laptop to connect to the Wi-Fi. Nina was not the type of girl to be cheerful. She was not the type of girl that would open the window and let the light into her room and do something productive. No, she just enjoyed sitting down to watch animes or listen to music like rock, J-pop, or K-pop, playing video games, or just playing guitar. So she liked to be herself and loved her family and friends. Oh, really? Then why the fuck she become a killer? But this time she did not want to do any of those things that is considered normal. This time she wanted to read Jeff the Killer Creepypasta for the 1,000th time. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. She adored him. It was her favorite. And no wonder both of these are shit. She felt a strange attraction to him. She had an admiration for him more than anything. A fake creepypasta. Slenderman! Every time she read it, she felt a strange desire. But she didn't know why she enjoyed the strange desire, because she's probably 14 and probably hormones and shit. When she started to read it, the door suddenly opened. She quickly saw her little brother Chris and his beautiful green eyes. Nina thinks Chris is her prince. Ew. She loved calling her brother Prince because when she was little, her mother would always tell her fairy tales about... Damn it! Her mother would always tell her fairy tales when it's bedtime. She liked this type of story, and she thinks the prince in her fairy tale looked like her little brother Chris. What story are you thinking of? Chris had dark black hair, fair skin, and light green eyes, like his late father. However, Nina had light brown hair, fair skin, and light blue eyes like her mother. "Sis, it's time to eat," the child said with an innocent smile. "I'm going, my prince." She pinched the cheeks of her little brother. She left the laptop on her bed and went to eat, making it burn out because fuck that. I'm already so fucking sad. Blech. I'm taking a sip of my drink. This is 16 minutes long. I'll probably make this longer because I keep talking over it and messing up. See, this is some fucking shit. Next morning, Nina and Chris went to school. How old is Chris? Like, little brother, how old is that? I think Jeff was 13, 14. And the brother was like a year, maybe 2 under. It's still undefined. I'll read that later. I keep getting distracted because I want to talk about the history of these two, and it's fucking weird. Reading it again. I'm sorry. The next morning, Nina and Chris went to school. Nina got up and dressed in a shirt that is her favorite, and she took her bag. What's the shirt look like? I don't fucking know. She felt something strange, like a strange desire. She did a strange little smile that formed on her mouth. Suddenly, she heard her mother's voice, and she was in reality again. She immediately took her bag, and she completely ignored what happened. She quickly went downstairs. This reminds me of a middle school paper that half the time... Because I'm even writing a story, and I can tell you, it's always and, like. But at the same time, when you're going through it, you have to reread it and be like, hey, we know she's talking, we know she's doing this. You can always say, suddenly, hearing her mother's voice brought her back to reality, which immediately made her take her bag and completely ignore what happened. Taking a bunch of the she's out is so much better, and it's just one of those, it's like, it's not a nitpick, okay? It's trying to better yourself to not have so many words that just make the story 16 minutes long. This video is probably going to be 20-something minutes, I don't know. I'm Still trying to figure this out. This is just like the Rari with Pinky and the Braid. I'm so like shocked and appalled by this because this was supposed to be a serious video. That's why I kept saying fuck shit. And then now I'm just like, fuck it. This is a raw read.
Take a sip of my not drink.
Oh, I just read like what the mother said, and it literally says ask the mother.
Okay, get serious. Are you both ready for school? Asked the mother. Yes, they both responded. Well, good luck in school. No. And her mother went back to the kitchen. Okay, bye, Mom. Oh shit, this is the next line. Bye, Mom. They both responded. They walked to the school because Nina thinks taking the bus is annoying. Wait, what? Nina thinks taking a bus is annoying. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I thought it was correct for a second. They both went to their... Damn it. They both went to their separate ways. You mean classrooms? Nina went to high school while her little brother went to elementary school. Don't make it worse, please. Nina didn't really like attending classes because she thinks it's boring. Okay, then drop out. Wait, you're 14. You technically can't drop out yet. Oops. When the siblings finished taking classes, they decided to find a quiet place to eat without having to worry that students are playing around them. Okay, so she found a garden behind the school where there are no people, no teachers, or even students. They sat and eat. I almost said that correctly. They sat and eat, thinking they would have a peaceful breakfast. Wait, this is breakfast? This is breakfast? What? This is breakfast?
Hold on. Finish taking classes. Fuck. Why is breakfast? What?
But they heard footsteps. Nina looked up and met a girl much older than her. She had black hair. Thanks, sweetheart. Nothing about her matters, I guess. Well, what do we have here? New students, announced the girl. My name is Claudia, and I rule at this school. No, you don't. And if you do not obey what I say, you will suffer, she said as she pulled a knife from her jeans. Okay, that took a turn. Then suddenly 2 guys came out from a nearby tree. They were known as Malcolm and Yanni.
I don't know how to say that name. I'm terribly sorry. Yanni? Uni. Is it Uni? Ah, fucking hell.
Nina sat up quickly and stood in front of Chris to protect him. Why is Chris...
Fair point. Why is Chris coming from the high school to elementary? Unless this whole school is small and that everyone is in the same, like, freaking class, that this could happen, especially since they're having breakfast. It's not lunch. It's not, like, after school shit. And Jeff, I have to keep going back to this. Jeff the Killer, they were waiting for a bus stop, and during that, they had no idea who these kids were. They didn't even, like, probably announce their names. I'll have to read the original story, too. But they literally did not say who they were. They just were like, give me your money, and then, like, shit happened. And even then, I believe that story more, that Jeff beat them up than anything. And Nina's over here just like, life is pain, life is creepypasta, Jeffy. I'm over it, because I'm already 12 minutes in and I'm like, I don't even know how much I'm into the story. I'm not even like halfway, probably like a good beginning of it. Fuck me. Okay, reading because I'm sidetracked. Hey, we don't want any trouble. We just want a peaceful breakfast. How the fuck is this breakfast? Nina clarified. I see, but you shouldn't be here. This area is ours. Okay, Claudia said as she approached them. That's stupid. You have no right to make us go away from here, Chris said while confronting Claudia, but Uni punched him in the stomach. Chris collapsed, but Nina quickly held him. Why are you punching a kid? Someone call the police. Chris, said Nina while holding in her arms. Yeah, I read that right. Fuck you. Well, if you don't want to
be next. I recommend you obey and get out of here, claimed Claudia while pointing Nina's face with a knife. Pointing Nina's face with a knife. Oh, whatever. Nina did nothing but punch Claudia's face. Claudia collapsed to the ground. Nina took Claudia's knife and stabbed her shoulder. Oh shit, okay. Jeff the killer over here punching because near death's brother. Nina stabbed girl because punch Chris. Oh shit. Then Nina gave a strong kick on the crotch of Malcolm. He quickly fell to the ground, but Nina didn't stop. She quickly released several kicks in the boy's face. The boy's face was now full of wounds and blisters. He had a nosebleed. You could have just said bruises. Whatever. Uni became frightened immediately when he saw how Nina attacked Claudia and Malcolm. He started to run away from her, but Nina immediately noticed it and quickly ran to him. She used Claudia's knife and quickly lunged it at the boy, targeting his stomach. Nina, she heard the voice of her little brother. Nina immediately turned to him and she got confused as to why her little brother had a very surprised look on his face. Maybe because you fucking stabbed 2 people and beat the shit out of another. Have you ever thought of that? Most people, when they're trying to defend themselves, they immediately take the one they love and run. I understand those 2 tried to get you, but, you know, you kind of brought it upon yourself. Both parties did, except for Chris. I don't know why Chris even had to say anything because he's a little fucking kid. He most likely would hide behind his sister, but, you know, fuck me. Nina decided to let Una go. Oh, apparently she didn't stab him. Excuse me. Nina decided to let Una go and stepped back. She looked at her bloodstained hands. She felt like a monster, but she had to admit that her killer's side was extremely good. She turned back to her brother. Oh, you mean your little brother? No. Okay. Her brother was surprised at what he saw. He was shocked at what he saw. Wait. Her brother was surprised at what he saw. He was shocked at what he saw. Nina ran to him and took his arm. Come on, we can't be here for so long, I said. Wait, you said? Who's I? Who is I? You mean Nina? Is the author trying to be like, it's me, your boy, Skinny Peas? What? Then we left the garden. Now it's we? Like, we went just from, like, Nina and Chris to now I and we. Who is Chris? Is Chris someone you know? Oh my god, like, what? After that, Nina went to wash her hands. She knew she must avoid telling everybody, avoid telling somebody or even mentioning what happened. Her little brother Chris thought it was just self-defense, and it kind of was, but she knew something else was going on there. She knew that was something stronger and horrible is starting to form inside her. That feeling of being powerful and strong. The need to hurt someone. Actually, just realized something. You left one of them to probably bleed out to death. Sorry, Claudia. The day passed quickly, and when the siblings returned, they sat down to eat with their mother. Well, how is school? Asked the mother with a sweet smile. Chris stayed quiet and didn't answer the question. Great, Nina commented with a psychotic smile. Nina went upstairs after eating and opened her closet, revealing her collection of Jeff the Killer. Oh, dear Lord. She had several Jeff posters, Jeff clothing. Wait, there's no... Well, yeah, technically it's Jeff clothing, some Jeff notebooks, Jeff dolls, and Jeff stuffed animals. What the fuck do you mean? She took a doll from her closet and put it in her bed. She looked at the doll. She couldn't tell the doll's sinister smile intimidating her or amusing her. Then she whispered, Jeff, you made me do this. Not really. Kind of was... The other people... I'm going to keep reading because I'm still getting pissed off the more I talk about this. We're not even fucking halfway through. Jesus Christ. After the incident, Malcolm and Claudia were found unconscious. No shit. But they didn't find the culprit. They didn't say anything? Or were they afraid? They also had no idea that Nina was the one who did it, an 11-year-old. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna save that right here. An 11-year-old. I'm going back up here to read this.
She is an 11-year-old. I thought she was 14. Okay. 11-year-old in high school. 11-year-old in high school. What? Oh my fucking god. An 11-year-old in high school, mind you, an 11-year-old in high school. I'm getting more pissed off the more I talk about this. Continue on. So she had that advantage to avoid suspicion. And since it happened the first day of school, many couldn't tell if Nina was there. Okay, hold on. I don't know how this one's gonna work. I guess it's part 2, I guess. Okay, reading along. Many couldn't tell if Nina was there because a lot of people didn't know much when it comes to new students, and it didn't gain much attention. Also, a lot of students didn't know whether it happened on the first day of school or not. One day, Nina opened her locker. She found a note which said, "I know what you did, but don't worry. I will not tell anyone. You're very skillful, but also very dangerous." Nina didn't find a signature or anything to identify who wrote the note, but she had the nose that someone saw her but decided not to reveal her name. It's basically uni, maybe. Meanwhile, Nina's insanity didn't improve, and she took a knife in the kitchen and hid it in her pocket while sleeping in her room with her brother and mother. I thought they slept in separate rooms. Okay, whatever. One day when Chris was playing with his new friend in the park, Nina's mother, whose name is Monica, oh, thank you for telling me this, near the middle, noticed that it was getting dark, so she asked her daughter to tell her brother that they were going home now. Nina went to look for her brother, but she didn't saw her little brother. Thank you for that. She became worried, so she went over to Chris's friends and asked them where his little brother was. His little brother, god damn it, people, make up your mind. They responded that a black-haired girl took him. Nina became very worried and went home to take the knife in her room that she hid, so the mother couldn't find it. So you didn't even tell Mom, "Hey, someone abducted my fucking brother?" Nina spent a lot of time finding him. She was getting desperate, and she hopes that her little brother is in a safe place. No, she's been taken by some girl with black hair. Then she saw a car coming. When the door of the cars opened, she saw something that was thrown away in the ground. She's surprised when it was Chris who was in the ground. He just fell through the ground like a glitched out character. Then she heard laughter coming from the car before the car went away. Nina quickly held Chris in her arms. Her little brother was brutally beaten and his clothes ripped apart. "Chris, what happened?" she exclaimed while holding the small body of her brother. "Is he gonna die? I feel like you eat them, Nina, at me to play." Okay, what? Even a child would be like, "Yeah, I was fucking stabbed," said Chris while trying to speak to Nina. Nina tried to control something that was screaming inside, over and over and over and over again. She felt that she needed to control her anger. No shit, honey. Nina quickly took him to the hospital. Nina called her mother and informed her what happened to Chris. Her mother quickly went to the hospital. The doctor told him that he has internal bleeding and swollen wounds was found in his body. What? The mother of Nina... Why do you keep saying Mom? You already said the mom's name is Monica. Okay, whatever. The mother of Nina began to cry, but Nina just kept quiet in the situation. She wanted to avoid hurting someone just for revenge. You kind of know who did it. The next day, Chris was released from the hospital, but the doctor told him to rest for 3 weeks. I would have kept that fucker in a hospital. He's internally bleeding. And he never had surgery to fix it either. This is so bad. Nina didn't go to school because she wanted to take care of her little brother, even though we don't know what Mom does. She would tell Chris some stories, and she would help him by making sure he would take some medicines. Medications. I'm so sorry. Nina went to school again after 3 weeks, I guess. She received a new note which read, "I'm sorry about your brother. I hope he recovers. You must never think you're alone. I'll be here. I'll be your friend." Nina suddenly blushed after reading it. She checks the letter again, but she didn't find a signature. Whoever's doing this is like always watching her 24/7, like a stalker. Like, not even a stalker. Maybe it's a love interest, but at the same time, I'd be like, however big the school is, considering that you're an 11-year-old in high school, that there must not be a lot of people that don't know who's putting shit in your locker, okay? So it's fucking weird. Wait, now weeks had passed. God damn it. Weeks had passed and the arrival of the school's picture day arrived. Nina was ready for the picture day. She wore a short black skirt, black stockings with deep red stripes, a sleeveless t-shirt that has black and blue stripes, and a bloody red ribbon in her long ponytail hair. But she felt that something was missing. So she looked in her closet. She sees her favorite purple hoodie, which reminded her of Jet the Killer hoodie. Jet the Killer's hoodie is white, so she put it on. She went downstairs and sees her little brother waiting in the stairs, glitched still from whatever happened after that one incident. They both left the house and said goodbye to their mother. The siblings went to school, but this time they went to the bus to avoid meeting the trio again in the road. What if they went on the bus? What if they were on the bus? Then you just fucked yourself. When they arrived in the school, they saw the trio. Oh, so maybe they had different buses. I don't know. Okay, whatever. This shit does not make sense. First, it's 3 weeks. You could have had, like, how she's feeling in those 3 weeks looking at her brother. Then you skip to picture day. Now, after this, I'm reading a little further. Now, after this, it's another few days. Like, what is this? Jeff the Killer was more consistent that it was, like, a few days that this shit all happened. Even then, they were the new kids on the block. This doesn't even tell, like, what mom thinks or anything, so it's like, this is 25 minutes, and I'm already pissed off. Claudia, Malcolm, and Uni are walking in the hallway. They seem to be searching for someone. I doubt that. But Nina was aware that the trio are searching for her and her brother, Chris. The siblings decide to stay away from the hallway and must avoid being seen by them. The days passed quickly, but unfortunately, the trio found them. Nina felt that she was being followed. I wonder why. When she turned her face to her back, she received a punch in the face and fell to the ground. When she saw her brother, he was caught in the arms of Malcolm. Nina tried to get up, but received another punch in the belly. I thought it was your face, but whatever. She fell back to the ground and she looked up. She saw Claudia. "At last, I found you, you bitch," said Claudia while standing in front of Nina. "This is my revenge for attacking me last time," she said while pointing a gun. Where the fuck? The knife, the gun, where the fuck? "I don't want to fight you, even though I kind of had to last time," Nina said while trying to stand up. Claudia immediately shot Nina using her gun, but Nina quickly reacted to it and she avoided the bullet. Nina stood up and ran as fast as she could to the abandoned house nearby. It was locked inside, even in leaving her brother in the hands to be shot. So she climbed up the stairs. The trio tried to shoot her with a lot of bullets, but they couldn't successfully shoot her. Nina went inside in the bathroom and she was trapped there. She wanted something to defend her. Didn't you always carry a knife or something stupid like that? "Nina, are you going to stay there? Did you forget about what I did to your little brother, you idiot?" Claudia shouted from outside of the abandoned. I thought they followed her. Nina suddenly felt a combination of hatred and anger and that need to kill someone. Do you even remember what that need to kill someone was? Nina looked around the room. She saw an iron rod. A twisted smile formed on her face. She took the iron rod and left the room. She quickly dodged the bullets and hit Yoni through the head, releasing a stream of blood. What the fuck? Yoni, no! Some of the blood went on Nina's face, and went on Nina's face, period, and there, ... Something that changed her. Something broke, like a thin thread had broken. That thread that divides sanity from insanity. I fucking hate you. Malcolm and Claudia took a few steps back. Nina turned to their direction, showing a psychotic smile, making even Chris shiver with fear. Claudia tried to run along with Malcolm, but Nina hit Claudia in the head. She fell down, and Malcolm decided to release Chris from his hands. But Nina didn't stop the violence. She attacked Malcolm in the head a lot of times, making his head full of crimson blood. Claudia tried to get her gun in the ground, but Nina prevented her. Nina pointed the iron rod to Claudia. Nina, do you feel good? I bet you she feel fucking great, Chris said as he felt afraid of his big sister. Nina turned her face to him with a little more relaxed look, but she didn't stop smiling. Do I feel good? I feel great. My prince, let's go home. I thought she was going to say, let's go, Homer. Nina said to her brother. Nina and Chris returned home. Her mother saw Nina full of blood. She quickly went to her room. Nina grabbed her laptop and wrote a note that perhaps no one else will ever read. I don't think that's true. It was midnight. The mother of Nina and her brother was sleeping. However, Nina could not sleep, so she got up. She looked in the mirror and smiled in a twisted way. She went downstairs, and she was ready to do the craziest thing in her life, actually get some mental help and tell the police what she had done. Nina walked into the kitchen. She drank a bottle of vodka and put it on the table. Then she started to search for a bottle of bleach in the cabinets, but she didn't find any bleach. Where's the bleach? Nina groaned as she looked for it. Oh, great. Now she's Jeff the Killer. Oh, cool. Whatever. Regardless, she was always a wannabe. Did you look for these? Nina heard a voice behind her. She turned around and she was surprised to find a guy at the entrance of the kitchen. Is it fucking Jeff the Killer? I swear to God if it's Jeff the Killer. He was holding a bottle of bleach. The boy had an extremely pale skin. His hair was black and he had a disturbing smile. Ah, you're Jeff the Killer. Oh, fuck me. I had been observing you for a while. How did you manage to get into school? I don't know how many kids are in here, but how did you manage to get into fucking school? I've been observing you for a while. I think you have become a killer like me. Ha 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 ha. Jeff said, you're right, so I need that bottle of bleach. Nina said, oh, let me help you, Jeff said as he opened the bottle and poured the bleach in Nina's head. He just cracked her skull open and put it inside. Then Nina felt another liquid running through her head. She looked up and saw Jeff had a matchbox in his hands. Nina smiled at him. What are you waiting for? Do it, Nina said with a passionate smile. Also, in between do it, it's ... Okay, whatever. Jeff grinned and he threw the burning match in her face. Go to sleep, said Jeff as Nina's face began to catch fire. The flame started to spread around Nina's face. She screamed loudly. It was very painful to hear. She looked around, but Jeff disappeared. Nina collapsed on the floor. She saw her mother and brother quickly going downstairs. Both of them immediately saw a bucket of water. Wait, what? Both of them immediately used a bucket of water to pour out the fire. When the fire on her face was gone, her mother called the ambulance, but a lot of neighbors came to their house since they heard Nina screaming. And it's like, what, 1:00 in the morning. Nina fell unconscious when they put her on the stretcher and she taken to the ambulance, not the hospital, the ambulance. Among the neighbors, there was a boy that has a black hair, a pale skin, and has green eyes. His height is slightly thinner than Nina. The boy looked at her with some concern, but he didn't how he can help her. The boy watched as they put Nina to the ambulance. Fuck me. Nina woke up after being unconscious in the ambulance. She tried to move on her own, but the bandages prevented her from moving. I doubt. Suddenly, a nurse came with her mother and her little brother. It will be better if you stay still. You shouldn't move around, the nurse said. Her mother and her little brother came to her and encouraged her that it's going to be okay. After a month of recovery in the hospital, the doctor decided that it was okay to take off the bandages on her head. Her mother and her brother felt Her mother and little brother were anxious to see her face, but luckily her face was kept intact and was not entirely damaged. Well, Miss Nina, the burns were not severe. You still had some of your facial structure, including your nose, but if the fire on your face kept burning, your face will suffer great damage, the doctor said while removing the last bandage on her face. When the last bandage was finally removed, Nina's mother was terrified that she saw while little brother was hiding behind her mother. What? What is it? Nina said while she was getting up from the hospital bed. She ran towards the bathroom and she looked herself in the mirror. Her face, it was different from before. Her skin had turned completely white. Her hair used to reach to her knees, but now it's on her back. Ew. Her skin was very soft like a marshmallow. I don't think that's no. Her family was very surprised at her face. Sister, Chris said while hugging Nina. You still look beautiful as before, Chris said, but the child knew that he lied to his big sister because he actually felt afraid more than afraid for his sister's disturbing face. And also he knew that his sister was going to be fucking psychotic. Oh, Chris, you're so nice. I mean, he tried to be nice. And he said, well, looking at him in the way so disturbing, but I want to be more beautiful, Nina shouted. Nina's strange behavior confused her mother and little brother, but it also made the doctor confused at the girl's behavior. This face is perfect. Oh, my dear Jeff, you gave me this beautiful face, the girl continued shouting. Doctor, is my daughter okay? No! Nina's mother asked the doctor. Well, usually things go well after a lot of resting, but if her mental health doesn't improve, I'll give her a psychotherapy. I'll just give her it. Make her take two of these a day. 2 of these a day. I understand, Nina's mother said. Nina's mother grabbed Chris's arm. We have to go now, Nina's mother said. Ha, sure, Nina said while looking at her face in the mirror. Okay. The nurse had her clothes, which is her purple hoodie with a short black skirt and her black stockings with red stripes. Excuse me. Nina dressed up and left the hospital. She went home with her family. She didn't know that she had become a monster that would kill anyone. Oh no. Like, didn't before? Okay. They came to the house and Nina kept smiling in a disturbing way. Then she noticed a boy in one of the windows in the house. He had a black hair. He just had a black hair and has green eyes. The boy was watching her but he quickly disappeared. Who's this supposed to be? Like, who is this kid supposed to be? Like, for real. If it's supposed to be Lou, then that's one thing. But who is this kid? That night, Nina's mother woke up after hearing the sobbing of a girl. Her mother gets up from the bed, and she wanted to find the source of the loud noise she heard. She walked quietly and saw the door of her daughter's room was open. She went inside the room, and the room was very dark. She turned on the lights. Then Nina's mother saw something terrible at her daughter's room. Nina kept stabbing a lifeless body of a girl. She kept stabbing her with a knife while smiling. Her intestines and internal organs was removed, and Nina put it on her bed. Her entire clothes were stained with blood. She was staring at the ceiling. You used to bully me at school, Nina said as she kept staring her eyes at the ceiling. Mommy, I'm becoming more beautiful, she exclaimed as she turned her head to her mother. Her face was really bad. Her smile was shocking and her eyes were very wide open. I get tired of getting worried. I get tired of being sad and suffering all the time. Now, I'll smile always, and people will see my beautiful smile, my beautiful face. This is the face that Jeff gave me. Am I beautiful, Mama? It's Mommy! Whatever! Nina asked her mother. Nina's mother could not help but take a few steps back, shaking her head. No, Nina, you've become a monster. You've killed someone. Nina's mother started to run. Nina quickly followed her mother. Killing people when they run is funny. Oh, shit. That is a funny sentence. Nina said as she followed her mother. Nina's mother tried to run at Chris's room. Just run at it. It's paper thin. Run at it. To wake him up. But when she
was just about to touch the knob of the door of his room. Now they live in separate rooms. What the fuck? Nina quickly stabbed her mother's skull with a knife, and her mother fell immediately to the ground. I'm very kind of sad that Mom does not believe I'm beautiful. How sad? Okay, Nina said while pulling the knife out of her mother's head. Chris woke up in his room. He felt he was in danger and he was scared. Nina slowly opened the door, revealing her shadow. When Chris realized that its sister, he took his sheets off to see his sister. But when she saw his sister is holding a knife, Chris became scared again, and he hugged his pillow. Chris, Nina said in a whispery tone. Then Nina asked her little brother a question. Am I beautiful? Nina asked him. Chris stayed quiet as he held onto his pillow. Oh, come on, Chris. I didn't do anything bad. She hides her hands in her back while crossing her fingers. It's a sign that Nina was lying to her little brother. No shit, honey. God damn it. Whatever. You know, I feel much more better now. Let's start a new life. Will you come with me? Alabama. Nina said as she gets closer to Chris. Her little brother, Chris, nodded at her. Oh, good boy. If you want to join me, let's go to sleep, my prince. Nina kicked the front door of the house while carrying her little brother on her back. Chris was dead. What? What? Chris was dead. His dead body was smiling. That looked very innocent, but his eyes were wide that make him look like still alive. But in reality, he's already dead. He was covered in blood in multiple stab wounds. Nina took a few steps at the entrance and slowly looked at his little brother. Chris, I'll kill more people and make them all sleep, Nina said as she put her little brother in the ground. Then she walked away to the streets. Oh my God. Oh my God. What? If you wanted your brother to be like you, you don't kill him. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so sad now. What? Poor Chris. At this point in the internet, nearly everyone who has been on YouTube knows about PewDiePie. I personally found his videos to be okay, which most people constantly brawl about in the comment section. A few days ago, I decided to check out his channel for any new updates, and I found some. The average surgery simulator, horror game stuff as usual. I scrolled down until I saw a video I hadn't watched before, which was strange because I remember watching most of the surrounding videos. The video's thumbnail didn't surprise me much, it just was black. I thought it was a little strange, but I didn't care much. I didn't get to see the video's title because near instantly after clicking it, it went to a full screen. It looked like any other PewDiePie video, with his face in the top right corner of the screen. At first, thinking about it was a mistake on Pew's part. There was no game, just a black screen in Pew's webcam. He narrated like any other game, reacting to everything I couldn't see. The video was 10 minutes long, so around 5 minutes in, I paused the video and scrolled to the comment section to see what was going on. Every comment was basically what you see on every other one of his videos if he were actually playing the game. I was in the middle of writing a comment, the video unpaused. I assumed it was me accidentally pressing the space, scrolled up to the video to watch. PewDiePie was looking straight towards me. PewDiePie is usually looking left and down since it was how his camera is angled, so it was just weird that he was suddenly right in front of the webcam. He continued to do nothing for the next 30 seconds, in which he broke the silence by resetting his usual intro lines, even though the video was nearly 6 minutes in. When he was about to do his famous speech when he said his name, the video went black. The video was black until 7 minutes in. After the video resumed, I could see a terrified looking PewDiePie in the top right. He didn't say anything or do anything, he just looked at whatever he saw, obviously scared beyond belief. This wasn't how PewDiePie normally was when he was afraid. He would usually just screech and laugh it off a few seconds later. I could see that he was genuinely afraid. He started looking around as if he had just heard something. I could hear a few muffled footsteps in the background of the video, which was probably why PewDiePie looked so paranoid. He got up from his seat and looked around. The video cut off there, but that was only 8 minutes in. After a minute, the video was back on. As far as I could tell, it was just being recorded from a poor quality miniature camera. PewDiePie was running around holding the camera, so I could basically just see the ground until there was only a second left in the video. He pointed the camera towards himself, tears in his eyes, and repeated the words, "For lack the mig," until the video ended. I don't know what happened or why no one saw what I saw, but I decided best not to bring it up in the comments. Just before I started writing this, I translated word for mig. It was Swedish for "forgive me." I will update any new information I find about this.
Oh, not you! Close the door. Stop. Close the door, bro. Alright, that's He goes through doors.
Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade game released in 1981. The game was created by a mysterious company called Sinnoschlen, German for sense deletion, and was a puzzle shoot-'em-up somewhat like Tempest. It was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was supposedly very popular, with people forming long lines to play it. However, players reported strange things about the game, such as hearing a woman's crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corner of their eyes. Players would also have nightmares, experience nausea, headaches, blackouts, even develop amnesia. Some even committed suicide. Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became an anti-video game activist. According to one owner of the arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to collect records from the game. They did not take any money, simply data on the gameplay. Because of this, the leading theory is that this was some sort of government experiment using subliminal messages. The game remains in obscurity as around 1 month after its release, all the cabinets suddenly disappeared. One cabinet reappeared in an arcade in 1998, but quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate the game, no one has ever found the original ROM. It had been 2 months since my previous investigation of the abandoned duck pond park. I stopped because I hadn't really had any reason to continue. Well, that was before I found out my aunt had some audio recordings of her deceased boyfriend's investigation of the place that he had recorded before he died. Apparently, he did some investigation of his own after the 4 children were murdered. I had asked my aunt for the audio recordings for at least a month, but she would never let me have it. Thirsty for knowledge on Disney Plus, I stole the audio tapes from her. They are below. Recording 1. Hello? I was a former worker at Duck Pond. After the 4 children were murdered there, I decided to do some investigation. I'm gonna go check out that place tomorrow. Recording 2. Hello? I entered the abandoned duck pond today. I haven't really found anything, and I had to leave early because I had footsteps, and I didn't want to get caught sneaking into the park. Tomorrow, I will do some investigation and tell you a story from when I worked here. Recording 3. Hello? I haven't heard anything else, so I'll just tell you a story about when I worked here. There was a huge party at the park, and it was jam-packed. Once the party was halfway done, there was a big feast. It was most unhealthy things that I'd ever seen. There were literally no healthy foods, only sugary junk food. There was a lot of sugary food there, obviously, and a lot of young kids there, so you can see how this would escalate. There were children everywhere. These children were also the sloppiest eaters I'd ever seen. One child I remember ran up to me. He had icing all over his face and chocolate on other sugary foods covering his hands. He grabbed my leg. He was twitching so fast, he was jittering, and I almost lost balance. He was twitching so fast and was so jittery that I lost my balance and fell over. Most children were like that too. Literally, only 2 weren't. But one of the said 2 was just a little bit spazzing and hyper, and the other was still super hyped up. He wasn't covered in sweets. Not one child calm. The only reason I'm telling you this story is that when I got up after I lost my balance and fell, I looked to the side and saw a man in a Donald suit. His mask was covered in blood. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. He was gone. Recording 4. I found a lead. Apparently someone named Jade Fershin has an intel on some sort of secret area on an eighth of the size of the park underneath the park. It is referred to as SR-142. I don't know what that stands for, but it could be Secret Room 142. But you can never be sure. I'm gonna interview Jade tomorrow. See what I can find. Interview 5. I interviewed Jade Frishin today, and she said that you can easily access this area by going to the giant Donald Duck portrait in the main hall and press his left eye twice, his left foot once, and his right foot once, his left eye 3 times, and his right eye once. Then the portrait rolls away like a hidden bookshelf with a secret area behind it. There is an elevator that leads to the secret area. I'm going to investigate that area tomorrow. Recording 6. I went down the area today. There, I saw some creepy stuff. There was a Mickey Mouse plush with 2 eyeballs ripped out and sat on top of a box. Apparently, this belonged to Jade, but it was stolen while she was on shift at Duck Pond. Anyway, while I was searching, I found something that I will never unsee. Remembering this hyperactive kid who made me trip back in recording there? Well, I found him dead. He was still like he was that night. His mouth was covered with frosting and his hands were covered with chocolate. However, there was one difference. The frosting and chocolate were mixed with blood. I was so sick. I will continue researching tomorrow, because of what I saw today, I really didn't want to. Recording 7. I went back to the area. I was on the search for any more things that I saw like yesterday. I didn't find much of what I was looking for. Well, I did find some interesting stuff, but I can't put into words. Anyway, after a while, I smelled the stench of dead bodies. I followed the smell reluctantly and found more dead bodies of children. As the only 2 non-out-of-control kids at the party, both were hung by nooses. I left again. I'll go back tomorrow. Recording 8. I know who the killer is. His name is... Go away. Leave me be. He's after me. If anyone gets this, go down to SR 142. Oh my god. This startled me, and I located and talked to Jan Frishin. She told me all about where I needed to go, and about some safe down there with the combinations of 1293, that apparently, in her words, would help in the investigation of this creepy duck pond. After this, I immediately packed a backpack and snuck down to Duck Pond. I did the secret combination on the Donald Duck portrait and went down to SR 124. There, it was creepy. Old abandoned toys, mascot outfits, and storage boxes remained. This place had an unbearable odor, and I nearly puked. There was random junk lying all around. I tripped on a metal pipe. When I got up, I saw a Donald Duck head staring at me. It didn't move, and it was just the remains of a costume without a body. Not going back, I continued my search. The smell suddenly got 10 times worse, and I followed the scent to a little closed-off room. I opened it, and I saw something horrible. Dead bodies. Tons of dead bodies. All lying down dead. I did a count, and there were 10. But most spooky part were 4 children hung by nooses, and the rest of them, there were 4 children killed by the Donald Duck killer? After a while, I found a safe Jane had told me about. I entered the combination and opened it. I found a newspaper saying it was some park named Jack Sparrow's Super Sea. It was closed down by the police for the alleged suspicious activity for possibly drugging guests, unsafe equipment. The Jack Sparrow animatronic of the park had been tampered with and causing many problems. Then I found a file that said all Jack Sparrow's Super Sea things will be turned into Donald Duck type media. This is gross negligence on Disney's part, as they know the things that were in Jack Sparrow's Super Sea were dangerous, but continued to reuse it, endangering the guests. I left and would tell Jade what happened, but I found her dead in her room with a broken spine. Called the police, but by the time they arrived, she was already dead. After an investigation, it was ruled out that she had died in an accident. One thing I had noticed that in the picture of her dead, there were eyeless Mickey plush heard in the audio recording. I went to interview Howard Falk, who only was willing to tell me about the things he murmured to those kids. Disney made me do it. One month after my investigation of SR 142, I'd given up. Figured that after the events of the previous investigation, there wasn't much more Disney could have hid in Duck Pond. Lord, was I wrong. Once the newspaper arrived at my house, I brought it inside. I put the newspaper down on the table and started to read. And famous child murderer Harold Falk has gone missing. I was disappointed. With the man on the loose, Disney could use him to murder more children. Anyways, I'd gotten a letter from someone. I looked closer at the email and I found out it was from Harold Falk. I put the letter down below for reference. Urgent notice. Dear James, I understand you've been doing some investigation of Duck Pond. Though I'm in jail right now, I feel as though I'm being watched. Random people visit me that I don't even know. The strange thing is that they're always wearing Disney merchandise. I don't feel like I'll be around much longer, so I had to send you this. Listen, there's something you don't know about. Secret Room 156, SR 156 for short. I've been there once. Let's just say there are a lot of bad things down there. I want you to go there and find out what's there for yourself. Disney can't go unnoticed forever. If I were to go anywhere, someone else needs to know what's in that room. If you want to go in, here is how. Next to the painting of Donald that leads to Secret Room 142, there is a door. It is locked, and there is a keyhole. The key is located in a box I put next to the dumpster by the abandoned duck pond area. You will know which box is the box you need because I spray painted an X outside of the box. Inside the box is a Donald Duck key. Get the key and use it to open the door. Then you're in. There's also a recording I left inside SR 156. Listen to it and you'll understand why I did the terrible things I did. Good luck, James. I know you can do it. Once I read this, I had some internal conflict. While I wanted to find out the evil things Disney did in this room, I didn't know whether or not I could trust the child murderer. I decided to sleep on it, and decided in the morning. I went to sleep, and then I had a nightmare. I was back in SR 142. I was walking around with a flashlight. Then, all the dead children from the start started to move. They started to attack me. I was screaming, and I looked up and saw that bloody Donald Duck suit. I woke up screaming. Let's just say I woke up with a start. I decided that it couldn't hurt to investigate SR 156. If Harold was lying, it's not like anything could negatively affect me. I would have just wasted a little bit of my day. So I got in my car and drove off. I arrived at the dumpster outside of the Donald Duck Park. I searched around the dumpster for a while until I finally found the box with the letter X. I pulled out the key. It had the Donald Duck on the outside of the ring, and it seemed to have a chain, like it had been connected to a keychain. It looked a lot like a toy key, though it looked fake. This whole situation seems fishy. I still went inside the abandoned park to go inside the door. I arrived inside and made my way to the Donald painting. I had some unwanted flashbacks of horror I saw in SR 142 that I tried desperately to not think about. I went to the door Harold told me to go to and examined the lock. The lock also looked like a real lock. I didn't know how my plastic toy Donald key would open the door, but I had nothing to lose. I put the key in the lock hole and surprisingly opened. It suddenly made sense why Disney had to set up the key to look fake and the door lock to look like the key wouldn't open it. They didn't want anyone inside. The door opened and I walked inside. I was greeted with a small room with nothing but a hole in a wooden door nailed to lock my way, with a wooden board nailed to block the way down. I at first couldn't go down, but after a while I stomped on in. The wooden block finally broke and the way was open. There was nothing but a ladder going down. I climbed down. It was extremely dark down there, so I turned on my flashlight and I could see. The walls were faded and cracked, and the area smelled disgusting, like something down there was dead. I walked down a while and I saw something horrible. Harold Fuck was on the floor dead. He was killed gruesomely as his organs were splattered around. He didn't escape. Disney sent some people to take him out of prison. If Harold were to get out, he could report what Disney did at Duck Pond. I looked around on a shelf and saw an audio recording. It was what Harold left for me. I put it below. Hello? If you're hearing this, I sent you to come down here. Listen, I know I did those murders at Duck Pond, but I didn't want to do it. One day my family was gone missing. My wife, my kids. I had gotten a letter from Disney saying that if they wanted me to see my kids and wife again, I'd have to kill children at Duck Pond Park. I did it, hoping to get my family back, but I was wrong. Disney really had no idea where my family was. They just sent me to do their dirty work. Then I had been promptly arrested. The most likely people to report me were Disney, because they were the ones who knew what I'd done. Let me tell you, there isn't one day that I don't think about this and regret what I did. I was let out of prison on parole, and I came down here. I then saw my family in the pit by a statue of Satan down here in SR 156. This had been used as a satanic ritual place since the beginning. For all we know, Disney is a satanic cult. I was arrested again for a framed murder, probably from Disney. Now that you found this, go down the hall and ritual area. Go. I did as I was told. I went there to a giant hole, surrounded by torches, right by a statue of Satan. Inside the hole was literal hundreds and hundreds of dead children.
Hello, my name is Russell Goodwin. I'm still one of the cameramen for Steve Wilkos' show as of 2013. I can remember that day working as a cameraman for Steve Wilkos' show, receiving $8.50 an hour, including take-home pay, which was pretty sweet. Of all the guests on Mr. Steve Wilkos' show, one that was really disturbing, that still makes my blood run cold, and led him to take matters into his own hands. This guest made every child molester, deadbeat parent, baby killer, rapist, abusive spouse, and hardened criminal look harmless. It was a chilly November night in Chicago, and I was looking forward to it being Friday and going home to my wife and daughter. The one thing I had in my mind was taking them out to dinner and watching some movies we ordered through Netflix. Now, before I continue on with this guest, I want to let everyone know on behalf of Mr. Wilkos, executives, producer Jerry Springer, and Rachel Wilkos, I would like to say that because police didn't do anything about this felon, Mr. Wilkos resorted to vigilant justice. The topic of the episode was called I Gave You Drugs and Erased Your Life. It dealt with a psychopathic young man who gave powerful narcotics to a random woman for mandatory gain and robbed them blindly, not only of their material possessions, but their memories and lives. Not killing them, just robbing them of their freedom and stealing their virginity. I will give you a description of the show, which is below. Steve, welcome to the show. My guest with me at this time is Anthony. And Anthony, why are you here? The guest appears as an emancipated Korean-American young man between 20 to 25 years old, up to his mid-30s, with long raven hair, black hoodie, black sweatpants, and sneakers. Anthony, well, Steve, in 2009, I robbed an ex-girlfriend of mine of money she was saving towards getting a vehicle and used her as my own personal sex toy. Truth of the matter is, I felt bad about it afterwards. Anthony gets a weird look from Steve. Because of what you told me, I'm gonna have to ask you to stand up. Yes, sir. Steve moved the chair away as Anthony stands up. You know, of all the guests I had on my show, you are by far the most polite and cooperative. Thank you. So, Anthony, you called in the show, correct? No, sir, my mother did. Your mother? Yes, sir. Is your mother here in the building? An unrecognizable Korean-American woman speaks off screen. Camera pans to her, revealing the woman to be in the audience. That would be me. And you're Anthony's mom, Nora? Yes, Mr. Wilkos. Mom, may I invite you up on the stage? Certainly. Nora is led up on the stage by one of the security guards of the studio. I'm gonna get you a chair so you can sit, okay? A stagehand brings Steve a chair for Anthony's mother to sit in. Thank you. Nora sits to make herself more comfortable while her son stands. Okay, Mom, you called the show. Spoke with my producers, and from what you told me, you're here to clear your son's name? Yes, Mr. Wilkos. Can you tell me more about this, please? Yes. Anthony had stolen money from an ex-girlfriend of his. Money she was saving towards getting a vehicle to feed his habit. Right. On many occasions, he would give her sherm, that embalming fluid mixed with marijuana, and he would also have a friend mixing cocaine with pot to create another cocktail. After what happened, he called me up that night crying, said he felt guilty for what he had done and was scared to go to the police. Why is that? My son has the mentality, and I don't mean to speak badly about him, because it's true. He has the mentality of a 5-year-old child. He doesn't know what's going on half the time, and his mental illness is to blame. So when I explained to the local police department, they left Anthony alone. I understand where you're coming from, and you're being a real nice lady and devoted mother. I can see that no parent would want to see their child convicted of any crime, let alone in jail, and your devotion is unsurprising. Any parent who loves their child that much would go to any great lengths to keep their child from being sentenced. I know my son has done some horrible stuff in his past, but I still love and care about him nonetheless. People may hate him, but deep in his heart, he's still a good boy. If all mothers were like Nora, I think the world would be a better place. Mom, if I may, I would like to continue, so you're gonna send you backstage. Okay. Nora is led off stage by studio team members, presumably to the green room. You know, it's a damn good shame that a woman, a loving mother like yours, would give birth to a piece of crap like you. And you being inhumanely polite, being nice and buddy-buddy with me. Something isn't right. From the looks of things, it sounds like me and you came into the studio high. I was extremely nervous and had to smoke a joint, man. Alright, first off, you don't call me man. You call me Steve. Damn it, I ain't one of your stoner buddies, pal. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. That's what I like to hear. So anyway, your mother told me that you gave your ex-girlfriend sherm. And you know, if it was real embalming fluid, your ex-girlfriend would be dead. It was actually liquid PCP. And this was in your possession? No, sir, I got this from a friend of mine, who also helped me brew a cocaine/pot cocktail. You were totally unaware of your health hazards of this while you were giving it to her? It wasn't at the time. I was high and wasn't thinking straight. So you had no regard for her life and decided to give those narcotics to her anyway? I never said I wanted to kill her, but you continued. Did you not care she ended up in the hospital, in the gutter, laying dead somewhere? It wasn't in my nature to kill her. I loved her. Oh yeah, a real knight in shining armor gave her fair mating drugs that would have eventually killed her. If you really loved her, you wouldn't be doing that. I still cared about her, even if I was high or not. If that was your daughter and I found out what you had done, I would have made sure your ass paid for it. I would have gone to your crap shack myself and beaten the living hell out of you. Steve Wilkos at this point is cooling down, still angry, but trying to compose himself. And I sure as hell wouldn't be the one to let you off the hook because mommy or daddy didn't want to see their little boy suffer. My father never cared about me, so even if it mattered that I went to prison or a fucking detention center, I didn't give a shit. Let me tell you something, Anthony. If you were my son, and thank God you're not, I would have made sure your ass went to rehab and stayed there. Prison would be too merciful a fate for you. More power to you. When we return, we're gonna read the results of your lie detector test. We'll be right back. The audience applauds, cutting to commercial break. I felt so much anger and hostility coming from Steve, almost as if he wanted to kill Anthony himself. If I were in Mr. Wilco's shoes, I'd put the stoner loser out of his misery too. During the commercial break, Anthony noticed me and tried to engage in conversation with me during the break. Something I did not want to take part of. This is what transpired. No hard feelings? Anthony asked. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I replied. Come on, you're still not upset over me stealing from Stephanie, are you? Stephanie is my daughter's name. Anthony did not know she was related to me. Well, let's see. After your little meat puppet's ass bandage, Johnny and Alan promised me I would be the new lead singer of Hell's Asylum, stealing and ultimately plagiarizing lyrics I wrote. I say I'm perfectly fine. I was sarcastic, but he was too fucking oblivious to notice. As long as everything is okay. Sorry I didn't introduce myself to your aunt. I did not mean to be rude that night, Anthony said. Are you high or just brain dead? Everything I said was true, and you're trying to let bygones be bygones. Piss off. I was so irritated. He left a very irritable Aurora in the studio. It wasn't visible on their faces, but I could tell that besides the production staff, producers, security guards, the studio audiences wanted to put Anthony out of his misery. They wanted a piece of him like a pack of rabid bulldogs wanting to tear a steak to shreds. I, myself, wanted more than anything to see him in the obituaries, but right now, me being behind the camera helped me maintain my composure. Here's part 2 with the transcript. Steve Wilco's show logo fades in, transitioning to the stage. Welcome back. We're going to review the results of Anthony's lie detector test, but first, let's bring Nora, Anthony's mom, back out. Nora comes onto the stage. The audience applauds. Thanks for coming back, Mom. I trust you were comfortable in the green room? Yes, thank you very much. I understand you didn't want to hear anything being shouted to your son, so I figured that the green room was the perfect place. I did this for you because you are a wonderful lady, and the world needs more moms like you. We're now going to read Anthony's lie detector results. Steve gets the envelope containing the lie detector results and opens the envelope. Win or lose, I still love you, son. Anthony, you have a wonderful mother. Don't take her for granted, reads the page. Here are your results. Anthony, you were asked during your relationship with your now ex-girlfriend, Stephanie, did you sleep with other women? You said no. You were asked during your time as an audio mixer for the now defunct death metal band Hell's Asylum, did you embezzle money up front to feed your drug habit? You said no. You were asked when Stephanie was under the influence of drugs you were planning on letting your best friend rape her. You said no. Were you also asked, did you plan on killing your ex-girlfriend if she threatened to turn you into the police? You said no. And the results of your lie detector test is, you did not tell the truth. The audience boos. Anthony, I never said I was going to kill her. If she called the police on me, I was high, I said stupid stuff. High or not, you were planning to kill her. She loved you and you ruined her life. I did not ruin her life. I made too many dumb decisions. Blame my father. I'm getting so sick and tired of playing the blame game. Your father's real proud of you. I've heard too many excuses. Get the hell off my stage. Thunderous applause from the audience as Steve orders Anthony to exit the stage. Camera cutting to Steve talking to Anthony's mom backstage. I'm so sorry about my son, Mr. Wilkos. You don't have to be sorry, Mom. I know this must be difficult for you to accept the fact that Anthony did something wrong, but one thing you have shown is endless love and devotion through a difficult time. I pray that things will work out for the better, and as far as I'm concerned, the only thing you have to worry about, the one thing you have to focus on, is the love for your child. I have never seen a parent love their child so much, and you've shown that tonight. I really appreciate that, and as I mentioned to my son before, that win or lose, I will still love him. Listen, if you need anything else, you call me and I will help you any way I can. God bless you, Mr. Wilkos. She hugs Steve, and Steve hugs her back as the credits roll. The credits roll as the show went off air. Everyone was ready to leave. It was already 11:30 at night, and the audience members going back home. Some who took a trip to to Chicago returned to their hotels. Nora went back to her hotel room before Anthony said he would meet her there. Before I left for the night, I headed into the green room with one of the cameramen to have a beer. God knows I needed one after that night I had. A few minutes later, as I was about to get a ride in the limo with Steve, his wife Rochelle, and Jerry Springer himself, we noticed that the parking garage that we were in was almost pitch black except for the gleam of the city lights beaming through the opening of the levels. As I stood trying to figure out what was the cause of the lights flickering on and off and ended up pitch black, I smelled a lingering stench. It smelled like fried cat shit. I knew that well. It was pot. Was someone getting stoned after dark? A homeless man, perhaps? Steve got a text on the phone which read, "Your wife is gonna like the cocktail I'm gonna give her." That was Anthony. Was he asking for a death sentence? Provoking Steve Wilkos on stage was one thing, but doing it when the show goes off air, that was the dance with the devil. "Where is he? Where's that rat bastard at?" Mr. Wilkos said, screaming at the top of his lungs. His face looked beet red and there was a vein on his forehead that was about to explode. I'd never seen Steve this angry, not since the Devil Mom segment. This was personal. "What's wrong, Steve?" Jerry Springer asked, with a look of concern on his face. He could tell something was wrong. And he's been really good friends with Mr. Wilkos for a lot of years. "Remember tonight's guest? Yeah, the Anthony kid. What about him?" Springer replied. "Look what this little shithead sent me." Steve showed his phone to Springer. "Oh my god. If that asshole lays a hand on Rachel, I'm gonna make sure he's pushing up fucking daisies." Steve shouted. He pounded the trunk of a random car out of anger. He looked like an executioner ready to perform his brutal task. His wife Rachel tried to calm her husband down, but to no avail. He was going to defend his wife one way or another. Just then, another text appeared on Steve's phone. "Ruby will like my new organic green candy." Ruby is Steve's 10-year-old daughter, born in 2003. He told me and everyone else on the set so many times that he would kill anyone who dared mess with his children, especially his daughter. I myself know Ruby and Steve's son Jack. They call me Uncle Russell because I grew so close to the Wilkos family since 2003. I consider Jack and Ruby my godchildren, and I felt the tension and animosity coming through Steve himself. The very thought of Anthony turning Ruby into a junkie at age 10 and sentencing her to white slavery made my blood run hot. I felt the adrenaline freeze in my body over the thought of poor little Ruby being drugged and molested by this fucking stoner prick. Steve went to a nearby police station where a fellow officer friend of his was sitting and asked for a Mossberg 590 shotgun that was secured up front between the driver and passenger side seat where officers would sit. When his police officer friend asked what was going on, Steve confirmed that Anthony was about to meet his maker. He was going to kill him for a personal gain. It wasn't going to be out of profit, duty, or fun. This was personal. At the moment, his cop friend knew that Steve was going to exact vigilant justice on him because the Denver Police Department let a psycho go free and commit sexual solicitation against multitudes of women for monetary gain and possible child molestation. The Denver Police Department didn't do a damn thing to convict Anthony, all because of his mother crying and pleading not to let the cops arrest her son. Anthony is from Colorado, by the way, but originally from the Carolinas. I have family that live in the Chapel Hill, North Carolina. So after Anthony found out what happened, he left North Carolina out of fear of being caught by the police and went back to Colorado. I swear to God, if you so much as lay a finger on my wife and daughter, I'll kill your sorry ass," Steve shouted, his voice echoing out of the parking garage. Anthony didn't respond. Steve's officer friend stood guard at the parking garage exit. He also called the Chicago PD to secure the area to make sure Anthony didn't escape. Steve's cop friend, let's call him Jacob, explained that Steve had to carry out vigilante justice because Anthony had pretty much ruined Stephanie's life, stole from her. Steve knew that because Stephanie is my daughter, and since 2009, I wanted nothing more to do than hear him beg for his life. Leaving an apology on someone's Facebook page, my daughter's Facebook page, wasn't going to seal the deal and make sure everything was okay. Why my daughter forgave that sorry sack of shit and prevented me from killing him, I'll never know. This had to be done. He couldn't just get away with this any longer. Anthony needed to die. That's all there was to it. Fuck. Giving a person a second chance and turning over a new leaf, this was personal. "This is gonna get ugly," Springer said. I agreed with him. "Why don't you come out and show yourself, you little pussy? You think messing with those I love and Rochelle's daughter going to prove anything? You think I'm gonna prove to anyone that you're just like a fucking 5-year-old child who doesn't know any better and just wanted to be loved and accepted?" Steve exploded into a violent, hateful tirade. "Let's face it, Anthony, you hid behind a black hoodie, just so people won't have to look at your ugly, gently looking mug and you're scared to death to interact with anyone. The reason why Hell's Asylum broke up is because no one wanted to be around your greasy, anorexic, pot-smoking, cock-sucking ass. You claim to be the world's greatest audio mixer and roadie for a band that no one will see, but in reality, you're nothing but a scared little boy trapped in the body of a 29-year-old man. You're a poser. Come on out, you fucking coward. A loud scream vibrated. It was the scream of a woman. The scream belonged to Steve's wife, Rochelle. Steve raced to the stairs to the top of the parking garage to find his wife bound in only a bra and panties. She was going to be dragged and viciously raped. There was another man along with Anthony. He had a scraggly-looking white male who appeared to be younger than Anthony and smoking a cocaine mix joint to give him some courage. Anthony handed his friend an empty medical syringe, the kind of syringes you would see with an insulin kit. Steve, Anthony's friend, called out high. So glad you could join us. We were just having a little fun. Get away from my wife or I'm gonna blow your fucking head off. Relax, Mr. Wilkos, the friend responded. Your wife is just fine. We're not gonna let anything happen to her. Help me, Steve, help me, please. Rochelle screamed. I saw visible goosebumps on her skin and she was looking very pale from the chilly night weather. It is a wonder she didn't succumb to hypothermia. Tell you what, Steve. Just slide the gun over to me and I'll let your wife go without a scratch. How's that? The friend responded. She's not gonna get hurt, Mr. Wilkos, Anthony said. We're just having a little fun. The only place I'd rather see you have fun is in hell. You're sorry sack of crap, Steve replied menacingly. Don't make it harder on yourself, Mr. Wilkos, the friend said. Just slide me the shotgun and you can have your wife back. Or, how about this? I put one right between your eyes and I take my wife back. See this, Steve? This syringe is full of liquid cocaine and liquid pot extract. You try anything funny, this shot will go right into your wife. It won't kill her. She'll just have a full-blown drug trip and have no memory of what happened. Around the corner of the parking garage's elevator exterior, I grabbed a fire extinguisher that was on the wall. I wasn't going to put any fires out. No way. I was going to do something entirely different. And you say you're going to turn my wife over to me? Without a scratch, correct? Steve asked calmly. That's right. Just hand me the shotgun and she'll go free. I promise. Steve slid the Mossberg 590 shotgun over to the friend, and in his drug-induced state, untied Rochelle. Rochelle ran into her husband's arms, crying. Jerry Springer taking his sports coat off and giving it to her so she could keep warm. I should warn you, Anthony's friend reminded Steve. What? Your wife will be unable to sleep for the next 15 days. What the hell did you do to her? I gave her a meth pill, you son of a bitch. When I said I would give her back to you without a scratch, I meant without any bodily harm done. Not clean. She went steady with my stash and loved every minute of it. Now, you back away before I kill you. I snuck up behind Anthony's friend out of nowhere and hit him over the head with the fire extinguisher as hard as I could, knocking him out. If I'd killed him, I wouldn't have mattered. I tossed the shotgun back to Steve. I knew what he had to do. Thanks, Russ, he said, reclaiming the shotgun. He looked at Anthony, who still doesn't have a clue what the hell was going on because of years of smoking pot ruining his brain. You killed my friend, Anthony said, speaking as though he was a 5-year-old kid who just saw his puppy get run over by a car, not knowing what to do. We were just having a little fun and you killed him. Shut the fuck up, Steve shouted. He didn't have to die. He was my best friend and you killed him, Anthony protested. He wasn't going to rape her. You don't strip a woman down to her bra and panties and say that you weren't gonna rape her, damn it. You think I like being this way? You think I like being mentally ill? I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time, Anthony screamed. I've heard enough of you, son of a bitch. Steve approached him, now with his shotgun pointing at him. You know what, Anthony? I want to kill you so badly I can hardly contain myself. What good would killing me do? I'm pretty much sick to death of my life anyway, Anthony replied in a childlike tone. For one, you won't be able to sexually solicit and abuse women for money, and you won't be contaminating the rest of your life with your offspring. I feel sorry for your mother giving birth to a scumbag like you. Let me tell you something, pal. Your kidnapping and drugging my wife isn't my idea of funny. You ruined a lot of women's life. You stole from them. You ruined Stephanie's life, goddammit. You don't deserve to live. What do you want me to do then? Anthony asked, his childlike tone still present, but his face growing into a more psychopathic look. I want to see you beg for your life. I want to hear you scream at me, not to murder your ass, and watch your brain splatter all over the asphalt of this parking garage floor. I really don't care about how much of a good boy your mommy claims you to be. I'm not gonna spare you. Not at all. None of your whores are gonna miss you because they won't want anything to do with you. Prison would be too merciful of a fate for you. So I'm gonna see to it that you die. Goodbye, Anthony. Get the hell off this earth. Steve pulled the trigger of the shotgun, and in that moment, Anthony's brains were splattered everywhere, and his head was blown clean off his shoulders. Anthony was dead. Steve had his crying wife, Rochelle, close, comforting her because of the mess she ingested. She had to seek medical care. No charges or arrests were made against Steve. His police officer friend had vouched for him and confirmed that since Anthony was never going to be captured by the police, Steve had to take matters into his own hands. I patted Steve on the shoulders, seeing him settle down from the stress he had endured. I didn't blame him. It was already 12:45 a.m., and I'm just about on my way home to see my wife and daughter. Like Steve, I too would kill anyone who would dare hurt my daughter. I've had a feeling that Anthony's mom is going to apologize to the press and police for her son being mentally ill. I just know that this is going to be on the front of the local newspaper. If someone hurts your family or friends, or ends up stealing the innocence of your child, or rape your wife/girlfriend, and police won't do anything about it, that's why there is a vigilante justice.
My name is Kyle. Well, to tell you the truth, I was normal, but I'm now not what I used to be. I'm with them. You want to know how this all started? Well, it started back a couple months ago. Friday, June 13th, 2013. I was at home watching some report of some strange disappearance of children, teenagers, and adults when the mailman dropped off some strange package at my doorstep. I took it in and saw it was from my friend Sam, who I hadn't from in ages. So I opened the package, and inside contained what appeared to be a black rose, knowing what it might not be what I thought it was, and a strange note. Couldn't tell what it was at first. It almost felt like he was in a rush, or something was not right with him when he wrote it. He didn't sound like his usual self, more like some panic. The note stated, "To my dearest friend Kyle, I'm a goner. This has all started with that fucking rose. I never should have touched it. I beg of you, destroy the rose. It will end this torment. Don't touch the rose. It's just what they want. Destroy it or you will suffer the same fate. Sam." Okay, it was weird since it wasn't a usual predicament. What could possibly be wrong with this rose? It seems like an ordinary black rose, so I ignored his warning and touched the rose. The first moment I touched it hit me like a whiplash. Images of victims flew across my mind as I visioned the nightmare. Then after I saw that, I saw what appeared to be a corpse of the victims saw on the TV before. I brought the package in, and what appeared to be strange people who apparently was in league with some strange tall suited faceless man. So I put the rose down. What I saw on my wall in the living room made my blood run cold. It stated, "You shouldn't have touched the rose." Next to it was some weird page with a picture of trees and a tall figure. What a strange warning. So I grabbed the page, then I saw the TV flick with the message, "Run into the woods." I thought this was some sort of trick, but I swore now to find what really happened to my friend. So I left the house and headed into the woods. But what I didn't realize was that I was being watched. So I continued, and sure enough, I started to realize this was what my friend meant by "don't touch the rose." Did he know that this would happen? As I kept questioning the unusual, I felt some weird down my back. So I turned on my cell and saw some freak show hooded creep try to molest me, only for him to disappear as the light hit his face. And in some weird tone, the thing that tried to rape me said, "You can run, but you can't hide forever. The proxy of death will get you." What was that? So I continued through the forest and saw a TV with a man. It was Sam. What the hell was he doing? Appears to be drawing some weird drawing. I watched, and apparently this is what happened. It was night, and it was raining. Reappears here. Secure all houses. Lock up the windows, doors, and underground passages. Sam heads through the house as he starts to lock the doors, windows, and sure enough, prepares to lock the basement. But he sees what appears to be a teenage boy who doesn't look mortal. Was wearing a black and red hoodie. Had tentacles like that tall, faceless person I saw on the page, and that it was in his house. And was holding a scythe. I need to hide now. Sam runs to the room from where he came from and gets completely surrounded by that man with a scythe, a girl with silver blade fingernails of some kind, and a tall, faceless man. I'm sorry. After the unexplained disappearances of Sam, the camera goes to a wall in the room where he was in, and on the wall were 3 names: Colin Farrer, Dark Eyes, and Slender Man. After what was shown for 5 seconds, it went blank. I got up and realized Sam could still be out there, so I knew that place was the right exit to a giant house. Now I made my way through an underground cellar. When this happened, the tall, faceless man popped up in front of me for a few seconds, and I continued running and entered a dark room. Then as I appeared, the lighting suddenly came on, and on the wall was a broken, beaten, and scared body of Sam. Kyle, Sam, what happened? It's too late. You will have my soul. You mustn't share the same fate I have. Sam suddenly dies. That Reaper asshole is gonna pay, which I knew this was the most stupid idea ever. I have to try and kill him, even if it means sacrificing my life. So I head into a room where saw next to it and saw what appeared to be a gun and ammunition. I took those, and sure enough, I was discovered by it. This thing, what was the one who held the scythe? Colin? How very attentive. But you didn't learn anything from that tape. Shit. I didn't think of fighting him yet. I was not prepared for this at all, so I fired all of what I had, but to no avail. Then something caught my eye, a bandana and a canister of crimson gasoline. The same gasoline that one of the victims used, and lived surprisingly. So I put it on, put the hood up, pouring on, igniting it. This is probably as far as I get to try to stop this proxy. But hell, I'll go down fighting. We were both getting low on energy and strength. He was now getting desperate. Colin was now blowing the place down to his knees. I landed one more hit. You're fighting honorably. None of that matters. Just like what Colin vanished in a puff of smoke. After I passed out, I was somehow teleported to another area. I woke up in a cave. And now I knew I had to try and put an end to this. So I headed down to the cave into a forest, and this time it was different. It was now on fire, and the faceless man who prematurely went the name of Slender Man was hot on my trail. I ran as fast as I could to the radio tower, the same one that Lauren went to try and end his arrival. I found the tape where a man, the same Reaper-like being, then was attacked by him during the interrogation, and saw the news reporter get the life sucked out of him through that thing's tentacles. And he put the hood on, and then turned his eyes glue red and evil, and the tape ended there. Realizing that I was being watched, I heard the door slam open. The fire that was behind, then I hear crazy laughter, but not by him, by Dark Eyes, and I saw her charge at me and slash at me, knocking me unconscious. I woke up a few moments later around September 4th, and I found myself stuck in some basement. I woke up a few months later right around September 4th, and I found myself stuck in the basement. I saw some strange note next to me with this message: beware of the Reaper's rose, or you'll suffer the same fate beyond the mind and soul. Then it made sense. That rose I touched was not a black rose. It was a Reaper's rose. But what did it mean by suffer a fate beyond the soul and mind? When I saw Dark Eyes again, and she spoke, that rose is not a man. It's a rose that grows at night in the overrealm. I had no idea that you could talk. But her eyes did creep me out, since they were red and purple. You don't know our tongue. We speak the language of your mortals speak. Anyways, that rose only us proxies, immortals and gods like us call Zalgo. And my boyfriend's cousin could touch. So why are you stalking me? Then Colin shows up, grabbing me with his tentacles. You touched the rose, and now you will suffer the fate of our power. Colin ended up making me faint, not knowing that I would be tortured. The first it hit me, I didn't feel myself getting raped or nothing, then drugged me with their dark influence. I woke in my room, not knowing what happened, but I soon realized my house wasn't what it used to be. I woke in the realm of darkness. Then on my TV was something with a song. I heard from a band that ended in 2010, when the lead singer died of heart failure. Knowing this song was from their album October Rust, it was called die with me. The lyrics over an operator symbol appeared. Girl, I want to die with you. In each other's arms will drown in the flame. Now I knew I could never escape. I was the proxy of death's toy for an eternity. Once upon a time, there were twin girls, Stella and Serena. They were very brave little girls and had no fears of the dark, nor spiders and other crawly things. Where other young ladies and even young boys would cower, Stella and Serena would walk with their heads held high. They were very good girls, obedient to their mother and father and to the word of God. They were the best children a mother could ask for. This was their undoing. One day, Stella and Serena went out with their mother gathering berries in the forest. Their mother bid them to stay close to her, and they listened, as they were very good children. The day was bright and clear, and even as they walked to the center of the forest, the light barely dimmed. It was nearly bright at noon when they found the tall man. The tall man stood in a clearing, dressing as a nobleman, all in black. Shadows lay over him, dark as a cloudy midnight. He had many arms, all long and boneless as snakes, all sharp as swords, and they withered like worms on nails. He did not speak, but made his intentions known. Their mother tried not to listen. She could no more disobey the tall man than she could forget how to breathe. She walked into the clearing, her daughter shortly behind her. Stella, she said, take my knife, and cut a circle on the ground big enough to lie in. Stella, who was not afraid of the tall man, nor afraid of the quiver in her mother's voice, obeyed what her mother had said. Serena, the mother said, take the berries and spread them in a circle, and crush them underfoot until the juice stains the earth. Though Serena wondered why her mother asked her to do such a thing, she obeyed because she was a good girl. Stella, the mother said, lie in the circle. Stella, though she worried she might stain her clothes, did as her mother asked. Serena, the mother said, and bid Serena cut her sister open with a knife. Serena could not, would not. Please, her mother said, if you don't, it will be worse. So much worse. But Serena could not, threw the knife away and ran home crying. She hid under her bed, afraid of what for the first time in her life. She waited until her father came home from the fields. She told him of the terrible things she had found in the woods. Her father comforted her and told her that she would be safe. He went to the woods, his axe in hand. As he commanded, she stayed by the hearth, waiting for his return. After some time, she fell asleep. When she woke, it was to the sound of knocking on the door at the darkest hour of the night. Who is there? She said. It's your father, the knocker said. I don't believe you, said Serena. It is your sister, the knocker said. It cannot be, said Serena. I am your mother, said the knocker. And I told you it would be worse. And I told you it would be worse. And the door, locked tight before her father left, fell open as if it had been left ajar, and her mother stepped in. Her sister's head clutched into her bloody hand, her father in the other. Why? Wept Serena. Because, said her mother, there is no reward for goodness, there is no receipt for faith, and there is nothing but cold steel teeth and scourging fire for us all. And it's coming for you now. The tall man slid from the fire, clutching Serena in the burning embers, and clutching Serena in his burning embrace. And that was the end of her. My friend Anna called me and asked if I could come over babysitting job for her. Anna had the lead in a play, and she had to go to dress rehearsal. I can't babysit, she moaned in the phone. They'll give away my part if I skip rehearsal. Anna and I both knew that the theater teacher, Mr. Olson, wouldn't give her a part to someone else if she missed rehearsal. Anna was overly dramatic about everything. Her dream was to go to a nearby college that was well known for its TV/radio programming. The college had its own TV station, and Anna was convinced that if she would get the part in one of them, she'd be discovered by a big Hollywood agent. I never met the family that Anna was supposed to babysit for, but I agreed to go to the job. You owe me big time, I told her as she gave me the name, address, and phone number. The Collins were new in town. They had a formal event to go to and needed someone to watch their 7-year-old daughter, Emma, for a few hours. They were willing to pay me $50, and they promised to be home before midnight. Emma was a sweet little girl. She had curly blonde hair and big blue eyes. She was just learning to read, and after her parents left for the night, we settled on the couch with a Jeannie B. Jones book. Emma was very adamant that I not help her in any way. "Mommy says I had to sound it out," she said matter-of-factly. After finishing the book, I put Emma to bed and then went back downstairs to watch TV. I found a nature documentary about meerkats. Hey, it was either meerkats or the Kardashians, and I started to watch. I was only 15 minutes in when the TV suddenly lost its signal. The screen filled with white static. I flipped, confused, about the channels when Emma came down to the room, dragging along her blankie. "There's a monster outside my room," she said in a small, shaky voice. Her face was pale, and I noticed that she was shivering. I turned and glanced at the window behind me. The waning moon was half hidden by the clouds, but it was still light enough for me to check the backyard. The Collins' backyard was large and bordered on a thickly wooded area. A knee-high stone fence separated the yard from the woods. There was a small plastic playhouse in the center of the yard. Something was standing next to it. It stood on two legs, like a person, but seemed too tall and dangly. Its legs were abnormally long. I didn't get a good look at it as I turned and darted into the woods, stepping over the fence as if it was nothing, like it was never even there. I didn't want to believe it, but I'd seen. Hell, if Emma hadn't started screaming, I think I would have been able to convince myself that I was just imagining it. I grabbed Emma, pulling her in close to me, and tried to hush her. My mind was racing, but I knew one thing. I needed to call the police. The TV suddenly flicked back on. The screen showed Emma's empty bedroom, as if it was a camera had been set outside in her closed bedroom door. A low, gravelly voice spoke. "We are coming." The voice so soft and raspy, as if whoever was speaking was trying to whisper and shout at the same time. I jerked away from the television, scooping Emma up in my arms as I did so. She was screaming again, burying her face into my shoulder. I remembered seeing a landline in the den, so I ran to the next room. I picked up the phone, but couldn't hear anything. Whatever was fucking with me had somehow cut the power lines to the phone. Emma clung to me, pressing her face into my leg and screaming hysterically. Somehow, above Emma's shrills and wails, I heard a faint tapping sound coming from behind me. I turned. The thing from the backyard was standing right outside the window. It had stooped down and was peering in through the window. Well, I think it was peering in. It didn't have a face. It had a black, greenish-gray concave, as its face had been removed out with an ice cream scoop. It was completely and totally smooth and featureless. I didn't pick Emma up this time. I grabbed her waist and said, with a free hand, I grabbed a poker from alongside the fireplace. I ran, pulling Emma along behind me. I had to find a safe place to hide Emma, a place without windows. The thing in the yard could look through. We wound up back in the living room, and I opened up the closet door. The closet held neatly labeled boxes containing toys and stuffed animals. There was just enough space for a frightened little girl to stand in the back. I pushed Emma into the closet. "You have to be brave," I told her. "You have to stay in here and be very quiet and very brave." I didn't really have a sort of plan. I could hear something scraping against the side of the house. The thing in the yard was scratching at the house, clawing at the siding. My mind was racing a mile a minute. I didn't seem to hang on to a solid thought. Are you freaked out?" stammered Emma. "It's gonna be okay," I told her. "Stay here and be quiet." I think she was about to say more, but I shut the closet door. I turned to the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. The thing was walking away from the window. It was coming towards me. It lumbered along slowly, moving in sharp, jerky movements. Its arms swung by its side. They looked absurdly short in comparison to its legs. Without thinking, I opened up the sliding glass door. The thing stopped, tilting its head at me questioningly. It was as if it hadn't expected me to come out of the house. I ran towards it, swinging the fireplace poker as hard as I could. There was a thick, crunching sound as the poker collided with the thing's leg. The legs buckled immediately, snapping backwards. The thing toppled, shrieking and squealing as it fell. It landed hard on what I guessed was its rear end. It flailed its arms at me, but I swung the poker again. I felt it collide with the spot of the thing's face should have been. The thing stopped screaming and toppled backwards, slumping it to the ground. The backyard suddenly filled up with light. My heart was pounding and adrenaline had flooded my body. For a brief moment, I thought the sun had come up. I stumbled back, blinking. I dropped the poker without fully realizing it. People were pouring out of the woods, shouting and screaming at me. My legs gave out, and the next thing I know, I was sitting on the ground. A woman wearing jeans and a t-shirt was screaming at me. She had a set of chunky yellow headphones dangling around her neck, and it looked like a handheld radio clipped from her belt. At first, I thought it was a Walkman. She was waving her arms, shouting, even though I could hear her perfectly. I couldn't seem to understand. "What have you done?" she screamed. "It's a show. It's a goddamn show, you fucking idiot." Someone pulled the yelling woman away from me. I looked around. The backyard was full of people. Some of the people were holding cameras and boom mics. Anne was there. She was crying. Great. Heavy sobs wrecking her body. I remember thinking that she should have been in a play practice. A man offered me his hand and pulled me to my feet. The man explained that a bunch of seniors at the college were filming a TV show for their finals project. It was a prank show, like on the Sci-Fi Channel used to air years ago. Someone would call in and suggest a scary prank to play on their friend or family member. The prank would be videotaped, and then the whole thing would be broadcasted on a TV show. They had actually filmed a few episodes already. One showed a boy peeing his pants when a creepy-looking clown popped out of his locker, and another showed a girl screaming as a masked man with a rubber machete chased her down the parking lot. Anna had been called in and pitched a prank to play on me. She would send me a funny babysitting gig, and then a guy dressed up like Slender Man would terrorize me. Emma and the Collins were all actors. Anna had thought that she could impress the students that they'd let her have a small recurring role in the show. The man I attacked with the poker was named Jude Plaskett. He had been walking on stilts. My first blow had been broken at stilts, but left him basically unarmed. My second blow put him in a coma. He didn't wake up. There was some small talk about filming charges against me. Luckily, that never happened. I'd been terrified out of my mind and had been convinced that the monster was about both myself and the child I was supposed to be babysitting. Jude's family wound up suing the college and his classmates. This happened a little over a week ago. Anne still won't talk to me. She's furious that I ruined her shot of fame on TV. I'm pretty mad that she met up with some god-awful prank in the first place. I couldn't sleep at night. I kept thinking about the horrendous crunching sound that the poker made when it collided with Jude's face. And lately, I keep thinking that there's something in the backyard. I keep waking up with the sound of bushes and trees rustling. When I go out to the window, I don't see anything. I don't know what I keep expecting to see. I really don't want to.